Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 9 of What If I Was Reborn in Naruto as a Prodigy Uzumaki. As always, the playlist is above, and with that being said, let the tale begin. Chapter 71. I let them complain at me for almost 5 minutes at the start of training. Between the 7 of them, they knew a total of 10 jutsu. Except for Obito and Natsuki, none of the rest of them had the reserves to pull off what they wanted to learn and still have energy left over for anything else. I also learned they had no idea why I was drilling defense and evasion tactics into them. When I put my hand up, they abruptly stopped complaining. Tell me, how many of you know exactly why I am your specific sensei? Natsuki answered. Because you're close to our real senseis and you're most likely to continue a consistent training regime. Wrong. Kakashi spoke up next. You have the skills most of us are likely to specialize in, as well as a reputation for being an effective teacher. Wrong. Obito opened his mouth, but instead of speaking, he paled. Obito, what do you think? War, he squeaked out, barely audible. What do you mean? We're headed out to the war, aren't we? Correct. In 14 days, I'm being deployed to the IWA lines and you're all coming with me, even Guy. But we're genin. Rin protested. I shrugged. Powerful jutsu won't help you, not at your level. All of you are too weak. I'm training you so you can survive your tasks, not fight. That's why Kachan has been upset lately and you won't let Naomi train with us, isn't it? Natsuki asked, her eyes wide. Yes, I responded tersely. Fuso had been almost hovering over Natsuki, holding onto her much more than usual. She was avoiding me, especially when Natsuki wasn't around. But wouldn't Naomi be better off if she has more? I'm training Naomi as well, just not with the rest of you, but don't tell Fuso. Late at night, long after everyone had fallen asleep, I worked with Naomi. Sometimes, we worked the entire night in the backyard, mostly on stealth, stamina, and taijutsu. Naomi wasn't a genius like her 2 older siblings, but it would take a jonin to detect her while she was hiding. I was working with her to make her untraceable. The regime exhausted the girl, considering she had civilian school during the day, but if she was asleep by the time I came back from training, she handled it well. I now had complete control over the security seals, so no one knew we snuck out at night, just that we both seemed to get up ridiculously early and were always found sitting in the living room talking. It was mostly me accelerating her learning and training her to be an information specialist. Instead of paying attention in her civilian classes, she managed to create a crude seal that drained her chakra down to the levels of a medium-sized animal. After scolding her for inattention, I showed her how to refine it to the point where she could use it. It left her exhausted at school, but with it in her arsenal, she would be automatically slated for spying, and I would be considered for her handler since I was one of the few people who could understand the technique she used. Being a part of the clan with stronger genetics, she would be set to graduate by the time she turned 8. We were currently working on a seal that would keep us in communication. It was an abuse of the system, but as a shinobi, I couldn't discourage her from wanting to join the shinobi corps. I could make sure she was never in a position she couldn't handle and under my protection. One by one, the other kids broke out of their surprise dazes. All of you have the day off to process this and do your own training. I closed the discussion. All of them showed significant improvement over the time I'd been training them. Obito, without a doubt, showed the most. I was fairly certain only a handful of his clan members cared about his Sharingan, which nearly broke his heart as his status in the clan remained unchanged. I felt horrible for him. The Sharingan had a significant impact on his learning curve. Within 2 weeks he had advanced it from a single tomo in each eye to 2 tomo in his right and 3 in his left. Except for a medical examination every few days to make sure he wasn't doing himself any harm, I didn't ask him how he managed it and discouraged the others from doing the same. After the first week of Guy showing up, I wised up to his eternal rival routine with Kakashi, especially when Kakashi wasn't needlessly cruel to Guy like he had become to the rest of the genin, excepting Natsuki. Although I had to ask the Hokage directly for the story, it turned out he had been on a career mission with his genin team and another team when they were ambushed by Kiri Ninja. Only he and the other team's leader made it home alive, even though the Kiri Ninja were killed. Not only was his entire genin team slaughtered before anyone could respond, but his father, his only family, had been on the other team and died taking out the Kiri Nin about to kill his captain and son. Without the mask of the pseudo-competition with Kakashi, Guy was obviously depressed. Aside from talking to him, there wasn't much I could do. When I offered to help find him another team, he quickly denied the offer. If my analysis was correct, losing another team terrified him. I felt bad for the kid, which warranted another meeting with the Hokage. His reaction was a rare moment when I glimpsed the real toll being Hokage had on the man. Instead of waiting for the Hokage's decision, I offered to take him with me to IWA. Kakashi didn't hate his guts, so it wouldn't be much of an upset if he joined the team Rin and Kakashi made. Having a buffer between the two would only help. After their day off, they all threw themselves into training without complaint. I knew they were all terrified. Other young medics would rotate through on occasion to practice healing in combat and improve their defensive skills. 2 days before we were set to leave, the Hokage called me to his office. I thought it was to issue orders. A dozen other Jonin had been called in as well. When the Hokage activated the security seals, I could feel my heart pounding. I knew it was bad news. 90% of our shinobi on the IWA front were slaughtered 2 days ago, the Hokage stated. There was no kinder way to deliver the news. He seemed to age 10 years by the end of the sentence. Everyone in the room, all of whom were tested Jonin, were visibly rattled by the news, the room brimming with unfocused killing intent. One base in the center of everything was left intact as a message. Everyone here has a Jonin family member or close acquaintance on that base. All the Chunin and Jinin are being brought back for mental assessments. Since you know them best, I want each of your opinions on whether they should be pulled from the lines. The Hokage went around the room asking each shinobi about whomever they knew and their opinion on how a massacre like that would affect them. The Hokage had to say my name twice before I responded. You remember what it's like to lose someone you fought with, I told him in a low voice. IWA just made this war personal. Taking Minato off the lines would do more harm than good, and you can't separate him from Kushina. I need to get there as soon as possible, do what I can for whomever is left. The Hokage nodded and moved on. When he was done, he dismissed everyone but me and 2 other Jonin. The 3 of you will be heading to the lines with men to replenish them. The Jonin remaining there will be put in charge of various bases. Namake's Minato is now the commander of the entire front. He tossed a scroll at the other 2 Jonin. These are the lists of those who will be accompanying you. You 2 are responsible for notifying everyone on your individual lists. You leave in 2 days. Dismissed. Kichiro, there is another, unrelated matter I need to address with you. Once the other Jonin left, I took a seat in one of the chairs. My stomach was extremely unsettled and I was glad I skipped breakfast to answer the summons. What's the status of your recovery? I'm nearly back to full capacity. Except for the scarring, I'm fully healed. What's the status of Kakashi and the Jinin you've been training? I thought they were ready, but in light of this, they're certainly not ready to be in proximity to whatever weapon or shinobi IWA has that could do that kind of damage. It wasn't their regular shinobi or a new weapon, it was a previously minor division called the Explosion Corps. From what I can tell, over peacetime, IWA funneled a lot of resources into its development. It was nothing more than a sneak attack which blew the bases off the map, a feat they will be hard-pressed to replicate, although I expect they will manage it again before this war is over. There was little to no damage to the surrounding land. I've been training them to deal with other shinobi, not explosions. They're the least of your concerns right now. These were stolen earlier today. He pushed a stack of files towards me. I stood up and sifted through them. The top 3 were from ANBU headquarters, one of them was the complete, unedited file on me, the other 2 were random shinobi. The next 4 were from the Uchiha police station, random case files, all of which were highly classified. The last 6 were from various departments inside the Hokage Tower itself. Only one of them, the file on me, had been tampered with. The break-in wasn't even detected. It has been confirmed these are the actual documents, taken from their respective storages. Your file had been partially read, namely the analysis of your skills and your medical records. Luckily, both of those are out of date and inaccurate in official files. The only complete information on you remains on my person at all times. He laid a hand on the center of his chest. Who did it? I asked, rattled. She turned herself in an hour after the break-ins, confessing everything without coercion. A Yamanaka verified she was telling the whole truth. I frowned. Confession or not, the only female with access to my files was Tsunade, and she had no reason to break into anywhere. Most of the files she could bully the Hokage himself into giving her if she needed them. Whomever it was should have been executed on the spot. The Hokage sighed and motioned to one of the ANBU. They left and returned a minute later dragging an almost naked red-headed child by the hair. He threw her down in the middle of the room, hands and feet bound, powerful prisoner seals glowing across her bare skin. Even before she looked up, I knew it was Naomi. The Hokage motioned for the ANBU to release her. She shuddered with choked sobs. The wood of the armrests cracked under my hands as I forced myself to wait for the explanation. I know what the law says, and there are many lines I'm willing to cross as Hokage, as a shinobi, and in defense of this village. Killing a 5-year-old is not one of them, and I can't ask that of any of my shinobi. Aside from pointing out some flaws in village security and a few damaged prides, no one was harmed by her stunt. The severity of what she's done has been explained to her. As long as it is never repeated and she does not attempt any more stunts involving this village, I will not hold the charges against her. According to the Yamanaka, Naomi flinched at the name and hugged herself. The Hokage ignored her. Her primary motive was to get attention and prove she could become a ninja on par with her siblings. There was no malice in her motivations or how she carried out the theft. I'm delaying your departure to IWA by another day to deal with this issue. The only punishment she will receive from me is that she will be expected to carry out all the duties of a Genin shinobi and follow orders just like one, but she will have none of the privileges, nor be given a Hitaiate. She will also be accompanying you to IWA. She shattered any trust one could have in her and will be required to earn it back, and as such, I cannot afford to assign a shinobi to supervise her at all times while she is inside of this village, so that responsibility falls to you. The remainder of her punishment is also your responsibility both as a shinobi and her clan head. It took several minutes for the Hokage's words to sink in. If an incident like this ever happens again, I will have the shitago placed on her, the Hokage threatened. It was an empty threat. Aside from a handful of notes about manipulating the seal, Uzumaki Mito left him no records on how it worked or how to apply it. Kushina was the only person who knew how to use the seal. Understood. One of the ANBU handed me a thin blanket to wrap around Naomi. I roughly wrapped it around her torso, holding both ends and her arm in my hand, and shunshined out of the Hokage's office. I wasn't overly rough as I dragged her through the house and locked her in one of the empty bedrooms, but I made no effort to be gentle. The entire time, she apologized, made promises, pleaded, struggled, and tried to explain, but I blocked her out. Fuso ran out of the kitchen when she heard the ruckus and started to demand an explanation, but I ignored her as well. As soon as I finished sealing the door closed so only I had access, I collapsed against the opposite wall. Fuso tried to break the seal, but I doubted even Kushina could make it through that particular one. Finally, she turned on me. Not trusting myself to respond without getting angry, I stood up and marched into the library to sit down and stare at where the liquor was locked away. I had never touched alcohol before. I had seen firsthand the effects it had, but I had never wanted to be drunk as much as I did in that moment. What the hell is going on, Kichiro? Why did you lock my daughter? You're lucky you still have a daughter after the stunt she pulled, I snapped back, instantly regretting it. I had to calm down before I could explain anything. Fuso paled but grabbed my shoulders and shook me for a moment. What is going on? I grabbed her wrists and pushed her away. Kichiro! Kichiro! She screeched at me, drawing the attention of the rest of the house. I realized it was a Saturday and almost everyone was home. Fuso, ISE came out of the kitchen and caught her before she could grab me and spin me around. Takashi ran down the stairs with Kid at his heels, blocking my way up. He just locked Naomi in the empty bedroom. Fuso exploded. I started to turn around but aborted the movement. Takashi must have figured out I was barely in control and stepped aside. I marched past him and Kid. I barely made it onto the stairs before doubling over with nausea. Why did you let him go? Fuso demanded from the bottom of the stairs. He was barely in control. Takashi retorted. He locked. He's a jonin, Fuso, provoking him will only get someone hurt. Whatever is going on, let him handle it. He would never lock anyone up for no reason, not after what the Hokage did to him. Whatever happened, it's on Naomi. Keith snapped. She's 5. She's going to become a ninja. She hasn't even started training yet. How much trouble could she possibly get into? Enough! Takashi bellowed. This can be straightened out when everyone's tempers have cooled. Fuso, go take a walk. Ise, go with her. Keed, go help Keiko, there are children crying right now. Everyone else, go, just go. They scattered. Several people cautiously passed me to go up to the ceiling floor. It took me almost an hour of sitting on the steps to sort through my thoughts. No one bothered me. I had no idea what to do about Naomi. I wanted to leave it at the Hokage's punishment. Anbu wasn't kind when dealing with threats to the village, no matter who they came from. She wouldn't forget the experience and probably developed a healthy fear of Anbu. Even so, she wanted attention, so I wanted to be sure she didn't get it. The scene made coming in would have the opposite effect. It was another 3 hours before I was collected enough to look up. Fuso glared at me when I walked into the kitchen. I ladled some of the miso soup she just finished for lunch into a bowl and put some rice and raw vegetables on a plate and set it out of the way. What happened? She asked coldly. Naomi stole several highly classified documents from various parts of the village. She's not a thief. She turned herself in and explained the entire thing. Why is she locked up? Because she did it all to get attention, and I won't tell her what she did was okay by letting you or anyone else fuss over her. Your reaction was disproportional. They were just a few files. It was my file that is locked in ANBU headquarters. The only person with more clearance than me is the Hokage himself, and the Hokage is the only person who can access my file, not even I'm allowed to touch it. Tsunade herself, who is technically the only medic allowed to treat me, has to get the information for my treatment through the Hokage. Also, Naomi did it at the worst possible time, considering everything else that's happened in the past few days. How could she possibly get to them? She's 5. She hasn't even started training yet. I've been training her in stealth for the past month to make sure she didn't get placed in the General Genin Corps when she does graduate. She has a seal I helped her refine that eats away her chakra. To a censor, she would be nothing more than a small animal if they picked her up at all. The security seals didn't even recognize her. How would she even find ANBU headquarters? Fuso was desperately trying to tear apart the story, but it was no use. My chakra signature, Nagato's, Sakumo's, and Kagami's are all over the place. Anyone familiar enough with all of us can trace the signatures. ANBU headquarters isn't much of a secret, and Nagato and I have probably let slip enough hints that she could navigate it, especially when the Jinjutsus wouldn't be warping her perception. It's a feat only someone with unlimited access to an ANBU agent could have pulled off, and she's had access to 2. She's 5. When it comes to ninja, age is only a hallmark of experience, not skill. Her chakra signature is close enough to Nagato's that most people can only tell the difference if they're paying attention. I'll be back. I went to Naomi's closet down in the basement and pulled out a full change of clothes. Whatever she had been wearing before had either been destroyed or dissected beyond reconstruction. The underwear they had given her was several sizes too big. I grabbed an extra blanket off her bed as well. I slipped back up to the main floor, unnoticed and absolutely silent, opening the door to the room Naomi was locked in. She sat in the corner, wrapped in the too small blanket and crying. I tossed the clothes down in front of her. Do you understand what you did? She nodded, shrinking away from the clothes. It doesn't matter how skilled you are or how much you want to show off. You scared a lot of people today. You didn't just commit treason, Naomi. I know. You terrified people into thinking there was an imminent attack on the village itself. If you thought the ANBU and the Yamanaka were mean and scary, if you were a year or 2 older, with a lick more experience than you had, or if the breach had been discovered before you turned yourself in, you would not be sitting here right now. I know. She wiped her nose on the blanket. If you were even alive, you would be sitting in a cold, damp cell in excruciating pain being asked questions you couldn't answer. I know. She shrank even further into the corner. It wouldn't just be you in those cells, Naomi. Nagato would be pulled off the lines and thrown in there with you, being asked the exact same questions and tortured. Natsuki would be detained, probably accused of being an accomplice. Your parents would be arrested. Your younger sisters would never have seen them again. Civilians don't survive long in ANBU prison. Even Minato and Kushina would have gotten involved because they're your only link to the military police. She could barely hear me over her crying. This isn't something I could have taken responsibility for. The best case scenario would be that I would be charged with negligence. The worst case, I would be considered an accomplice. In 3 weeks, your whole family might have been dead, but I would be imprisoned until a suitable host for the QB came along. I know, she sobbed, the words garbled. Good, that's a start. The Hokage didn't let you go. He made you my responsibility, but I can't stay in the village and watch you. You're coming with me, do you understand? She nodded. You're going to stay in here and think about it until it's time for us to leave. She nodded again. Put your clothes on and I'll get you something to eat. I don't deserve any of it. You're right, you don't, but are you really going to start off your punishment by disobeying orders? I left. Fuso didn't speak to me as I retrieved the food and poured a large glass of water, bringing it to Naomi's room and leaving it inside the door. I'll come back after training, I told her without even looking in her direction. I closed the door, double-checked the seal and left. ISE stopped me in the hallway. What is going on? I already talked to Fuso. Naomi stole classified documents, read one of them, and turned herself in. She timed it horribly and her goal was to get attention. What is her punishment? She's been given the responsibilities of a shinobi, but not the privileges or recognition. She will be coming to IWA with me. Those are her official punishments. Aside from saying goodbye when she leaves, she will not have contact with anyone but me. She's only 5. He retorted, his voice dangerously hard. She's too young to be sent off to war. She should have been executed on the spot. Excuse me, I have duties to fulfill, like making sure your oldest daughter doesn't die in this war. After a long battle of wills, he stepped aside. I shunshined the rest of the way to the training ground. You're late, everyone assembled shouted at me. 90% of the ninja on the IWA front were slaughtered 2 days ago. I stated. In 3 days, we leave to replenish their ranks. Until we arrive, I am your commanding officer. While on the lines, you will ultimately answer to Namikaze Minato, you should all know who he is, and the commanders of the bases. All of you will primarily be carrying messages between bases. I've drilled those procedures into your heads. Any questions? No one spoke up, still in shock over my opening sentence. Another individual will be coming with us, I continued. She is not a ranked shinobi, she is not even a genin, but she is expected to act like one and is to be treated as one. No one is to speak with her unless it is to give or communicate orders or information vital to this mission. These are orders, my orders. Disobey them and you will be punished for insubordination. If she disobeys orders, you are to report straight to me, no matter how minor the offense is, and I will handle her discipline. Does everyone understand? They all nodded. Good, I want everyone to go home, get all of the mission supplies you think you'll need, pack it, and bring it back here. Be back here in 1 hour, do not be late. They scattered. I shunshined to ANBU headquarters, grabbed my bag of gear, swapped out my packed ANBU uniform with my regular uniform, grabbed my Haori, and shunshined back. It took me less than 5 minutes. I started working on my katas. 15 minutes later, Kakashi returned. Sho and Choji returned within a minute of each other, 10 minutes later. Obito arrived 5 minutes later. Rin and Guy arrived exactly on time. Natsuki was late. I knew she was probably held back by her parents, so I started without her. Chapter 72. Everyone lay out everything in your bags. If you have storage scrolls, empty them. Also, lay out all the gear you have on your person. Now. I ordered. I did the same with mine. It took them nearly 10 minutes. All of them had overpacked, even Kakashi, who had grabbed one of his father's bags and only exchanged the clothes. Everyone separate your weapons from your gear. Why? Guy asked. A whole month and you are all still questioning orders. My answer hasn't changed, figure it out yourself or wait and see. When they finished, I walked around and separated anything I didn't see the immediate use of from the essentials. Just as I finished, Natsuki ran up, trying to explain. It's fine, I told her before she could say anything. I can figure out what happened, I should have warned you. Lay out your stuff and separate your weapons. She did while I worked through why they needed and didn't need what they had. Most of them took my word for it. Kakashi protested everything I called unnecessary. But to San, Kakashi began for the 5th time. Kakashi, your father has been a jonin for over 20 years and is almost 3 times your size. He can carry the extra weight. He can fight with the extra weight. You have neither the skill nor strength to do so. But you! Look at what I'm bringing. Even including my full medic kit, it is less anyone here. But you don't need, Kakashi began. No, this is what Sakumo taught me to bring on my missions as a genin, and unless I have a specific need for other gear, this is all I bring. But you're not combat. Neither are you. Out of the 7 of you, the only person who can run any kind of support is Natsuki. I can, Kakashi tried to protest, but I cut him off. Kakashi, you are on track to becoming a close combat specialist. You have one jutsu that can be used mid to long range, but it's nowhere near effective enough to make a difference, except getting someone to squish you like an obnoxious bug. Now, unless you can provide a convincing argument for keeping anything I took out, we'll be moving on to weapons. He backed off. Guy, I have never seen you use those nunchucks before, why are you bringing them? To find someone to teach me. Can you use them now? No, but... Then leave them. A weapon your enemy knows better is a weapon that will be used against you. No. Guy. I can't. If they have sentimental value, that's even more of a reason to leave them behind. He was furious, but set them aside. Rin, your medic pouch has too much, but we're going to have to go through it later. As for weapons, you need more than that. A brace of kunai isn't going to cut it, I'll go through it with you later. You're making the same mistakes I did when I first set out. Abito, you need more wire, a lot more wire. You're going to be gone for several weeks at the bare minimum. Kakashi, you absolutely suck at that blade, if you try to sneak it into your pack one more time, I'll break it. What I said to Guy applies to you as well. Leave it behind. Sho and Choji, you need more food. I quickly separated Natsuki's things out. Out of all of them, hers was nearly perfect. She had taken one of my bags, personalized it, but added too much. Now, I want everyone to look at what each other has, except Rin's. Those are the supplies you will have to work with. Tomorrow, I'm going to ask you individually to list everything your teammates have and who has it, then we're going to go through what Rin has and make sure you're all up to snuff on the medical protocols you're supposed to know. They walked around to everyone's stuff, memorizing. When you're done, everyone's dismissed to individual training except Rin. After a few minutes, they all cleared out except Natsuki, who waited at the edge of the training ground. After going through Rin's kit and taking out quite a bit, then gave her a list of items to obtain, I dismissed her and recommended that she make herself useful at the hospital. Natsuki ran up as soon as I finished packing away my own things. Easy does it, I said as she ran into me, clinging tightly to my waist. I'm not going back. She decided. Yes, you are, but not right now. They kept saying something was my fault, but I didn't know what they were talking about. It's okay, it has absolutely nothing to do with you, your parents are angry at me. But why? They've never, ever gotten angry with you. Every time another one of their children becomes a shinobi, they blame me. I don't understand. I pulled her down to sit across from me. Imagine your best friend. Kakashi. Imagine Kakashi went out on a mission and you couldn't, say, because of an injury that had you retired. How would you feel if he died on that mission? Horrible, I should have been there watching his back. Now, a few years later, you have a son. He's the center of your life and you give up everything to make sure he stays safe, but not long after that, he throws away the security you gave him to go prancing off after Kakashi's son to be a shinobi, spends all of his time with the older boy, you rarely even see him, and even then he can't talk about anything he's done, working some of the most dangerous missions there are. How would you feel then? Scared and a little betrayed. Now imagine having several more children, all of them paying more attention to Kakashi's son, who doesn't even like the attention, or want them following him around, but still, your children listen to him, they admire him, and it always seems like he's more important. Now how do you feel? Like he's stealing my children, like my kids are betraying me. Exactly. Your parents were best friends with mine before they died. They gave up their calling to help people who had no other choice, and a few years later, Nagato runs off to ANBU. When he comes back, he's a murderer, in their eyes, and an identical copy of me. They had no way to understand it was the best way to keep Nagato safe. I was just a kid at the time, they couldn't blame me. Nagato adores you, he played with you every second he could, it was only natural that you grew up to be just like him. But Naomi is now tied up in our messes, and there's no way her sisters won't follow her, they're too close. I don't understand. Parents protect their kids, that's the way it's supposed to be, but parents can't protect their kids on missions. Your parents are losing most of their children to this war. Two of which have no idea what war is like and are barely strong enough to defend themselves. But Nagato already lived through a war. You and Naomi haven't. But Naomi isn't a ninja. She's not trained at all, you banned shinobi practice in front of the little kids. That's one of the reasons your parents are mad at me. A month ago, Naomi declared her intention to become a shinobi. I trained her in secret, teaching her the hardest and most unforgiving aspect of shinobi life I knew to try and dissuade her. It had the opposite effect. You and Nagato are frontline fighters, you draw everyone's attention. Naomi only cares about attention from certain people, she doesn't want the glamour of fancy jutsu. She wants to do something unique, she wants the adrenaline rush and she doesn't want to share it. She's comfortable in the background, and I taught her reconnaissance. I made the mistake of assuming she would be like you and Nagato and it bit me in the ass. How? She stole files above her clearance level. She's the person we're not supposed to talk to, isn't she? Yes. But she's my sister. I know, I'm sorry. I screwed up and now everyone has to pay for it. I couldn't meet her eye. I want to talk to her. No. Why? What do you want to talk to her about? I want to tell her she's messed up. No. She feels bad enough as it is. She's already been scolded by me, the Hokage himself, and ANBU. I just want you to do as you're told and leave it be. But. No buts, there's nothing else to discuss on the matter. Now, I need to know what happened when you went home. Kachan was crying, so I went to ask her what was wrong and she just exploded at me, screaming things. Tuchan tried to calm her down, but he couldn't, so he just yelled at me to get out. By the time I remembered what I went home for, I was late. I'll have a talk with your parents, okay? Until then, why don't you go stay with Kakashi until I come get you? I stood up and reached down to help her up. No, I want to stay with you. She latched onto my waist. Okay, fine. Can you shunshin there? Yeah, why? It's funner than walking. I rolled my eyes, but obliged her anyways. When we got home, I sent Natsuki straight upstairs with all the gear. Ise and Fuso were in the library, everyone else was either in the living room or the basement. I broke the seal that locked the door and jerked open the door. Kichiro! Ise scolded. You could just. I ignored him. The both of you are out of line. I know I'm responsible for this whole mess. If you want to take your anger out on me, fine, but you leave the children out of it. Am I clear? Who are you? Fuso stood up. I am the head of this clan. I am also a Jonin and Natsuki's commander. I am well within my rights under clan law, village law, and shinobi law to do something about this situation, especially when it interferes with her ability to carry out orders. I hated pulling rank, especially on civilians, but the kids didn't deserve to get dragged into the argument. Now, if you have a problem, I want it addressed now or hold your peace until I come back. But the two of you know what happens when resentment is allowed to fester. Both of them went pale and flinched back. I watched Ise's face go from white, to red, to purple with a morbid fascination. Natsuki walked into the room. I turned to tell her to go back upstairs when Ise jumped up. I had never even heard of Ise raising a hand against anyone before, so I didn't even look at him when he marched towards me. Natsuki's horrified expression had me turning back, just as Ise's hands closed around my neck. I had grown a lot since I first met him, but Ise still had several inches and at least 50 pounds on me. With nothing in the vicinity to reflexively catch myself and stunned that the man actually attacked me, I hit the ground flat on my back with the man crushing my neck. When I hit the ground, my wrist ended up caught beneath me. With a sound of silly putty snapping, my elbow popped out of place. It took me a full 5 seconds to even process the situation. In 10 years as a shinobi, not once had someone attempted to actually strangle me. Strangulation took too long to incapacitate an opponent, so the only time shinobi resorted to it was for mercy killings or as a last resort. If Natsuki wasn't there, if I hadn't spent a month training with Jinin, if my right arm wasn't entirely useless, I probably would have killed him before I could think. He slammed my head against the solid wood floor, bellowing incoherently. When he slammed my head against the floor for the second time, I reacted. I reached up with my good arm and touched Ise's forehead, knocking him out. He collapsed on top of me and I rolled him off, coughing. "You killed him!" Fuso shrieked. Before I could respond, Natsuki stepped over me, bracing herself in the crouch meant to protect medics while healing or otherwise incapacitated. Fuso recoiled. I tapped Natsuki's leg, telling her to stand down. She hesitated but turned away from her mother and crouched beside me, carefully straightening my injured arm so I could heal it easier. "He's not dead," I rasped, sitting up. Natsuki hovered beside me as I doubled over my arm to heal it. I reached towards her to calm her down but aborted the movement when I realized my hand was shaking. "I'm fine, Natsuki, I'm fine. Please go wait outside the door, close it behind you, don't listen and don't let anyone in." I wasn't going to order her, but I sincerely hoped she obeyed. She left without another word. I shifted to my knees, woke Ise with a brief touch, stood, and ambled over to a chair. Fuso crouched beside Ise and helped him up. "What the hell was that about?" I demanded once he regained his feet. My voice wasn't any better than before, so I switched the healing over to my throat. Ise sat down in a chair halfway across the room while I chose my words with care. I stopped healing so I could concentrate. "Look, it's not difficult to figure out what you are going through. I'm the child of your dead best friends." They both looked away. "By dumb luck you managed to have 5 children with shinobi capabilities, 2 of which are certified geniuses, something unheard of in the Uzumaki clan, especially from civilians. You hate it, anyone in their right mind would. Not only that, but your best friends, who were always just that slightest bit better than you, still have that edge over 15 years later. You knew the moment each of your children were born that they would end up closer to me than anyone else. I'm their cool older brother, I fix them when they're hurt, better than you ever could, I let them do stunts that would be deadly under anyone else's supervision, and all kids think shinobi are the most exciting things in the world, and other civilian adults don't shun me like they do most shinobi. At least, they didn't until recently. I let that sink in. What you don't realize is that I'm not their parents. I don't get them up in the mornings, feed them, make sure they have clothes on their backs. Most of the time, I'm not even there. I don't hold them when they're upset or put them to sleep at night. I don't chase away the monster in the closet. I can't be their parent because I never had a parent like that until it was too late. I can fix a lot, but I can't fix it when you turn against your own children. Outside of this house, I can protect them from anything, enemy kage, natural disasters, biju, disease, spies, attacking armies. Inside of this house, I can barely do anything because I'm rarely here. I can protect these children from everyone and everything except themselves and you. We would never, Ise began. You shouted at Natsuki, you attacked me right in front of her. I just had to explain to her why your anger reflected onto her. I just had to tell her you were just upset and why. But you know what? She doesn't believe me when I tell her you, me, her, Naomi, and the rest of the clan are all victims of the circumstance. Now, I don't know if she ever will listen to me now. You want to know what the worst part is? She'll come around in a week or two, but in a week or two, she's going to virtually be on her own. I'll be working in the medic tents, traveling across the bases. Kushina and Minato will be either patrolling, sleeping, or fighting. Hell, I'm probably going to end up fight. No, 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 she muttered. Naomi, I tried to interrupt, but she stumbled away from me. My stomach churned as she continued to berate herself. To make matters worse, she still had kunai in her hands. While they were blunted for training, they could still cause injury. She nearly took out her own eye, barely missing and nicking her cheek. She fell silent for a moment and touched the blood, looking at the kunai. Bad, 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 she chanted, staring at the blades. I wasn't sure what she would do, so I snatched them out of her hands before she could even think of doing anything. I pocketed the kunai and grabbed Naomi, pulling her into a tight hug. After a few seconds of struggling, she broke down, clinging to me and repeatedly apologizing. I didn't know what to do. The frustration gnawed at my own composure until I bent my head and hid my face in her back. I could feel someone watching from the house. Chapter 73. An hour later, she had fallen asleep against me. When I was absolutely sure she was fast asleep, I picked her up and carried her into the house and up to the third floor. Natsuki lay face up on the mattress in the center of the room, glaring at the ceiling and throwing kunai at the target above her. She didn't even look at me as I laid Naomi down on the other side of the mattress and sat down between them. One of the kunai fell, and she caught it before it could wreak some major havoc to her intestines. I took off my vest and laid it at my feet. Minato and Kushina play a game with that target, trying to see who can get the most kunai to stick. Minato always wins. He uses one of the extra prongs in another kunai to drive one deep enough to activate a seal that prevents anything but his kunai from staying in. Kushina doesn't know about the seal and we have a bet on how long it'll take her to figure it out. Natsuki threw another kunai, which knocked two loose. One fell towards me and I caught it. He's as convinced she'll never find out unless someone tells her. I think she'll figure it out once they play on another target. Nagato thinks she already knows and is waiting to change the seal when Minato isn't around. I lay down and Naomi curled against my side. I wasn't great at making chakra strings, but I was good enough to pull down the 4 kunai stuck in the target and lower them into Natsuki's hand when she didn't react. I'm beginning to think Nagato is right, I said quietly. People aren't as stupid or close-minded as they first appear. They are fully aware of the problems. They have ulterior motives, they want something. How they go around doing it is debatable, like Kushina trying to get even. You're trying to tell me my parents want something, so they're being mean in order to get it. Her sarcasm would have sounded more appropriate on someone twice her age, but at least she was talking to me. I'm saying, your parents may not be right in acting the way they are, but they have their reasons. She scoffed. Why do you care? I saw what they did to you, I heard what they said. How can you defend them? If I berated and insulted and attacked you right now, would you believe me? No, of course not. You would make excuses for me. Maybe I'm stressed. Maybe I don't understand what I'm saying. Maybe you hurt me in some way and didn't realize it. Exactly. Your parents know better than most civilians what it means to be a ninja, but they still don't understand. They know the rules in our world are strict, unforgiving, and often cruel, they've just never seen it play out. Nagato and I have done a good job hiding it from them, but I slipped. And now they are beginning to understand what my life is really like, what Nagato and Minato and Kushina's life is like, what yours and Naomi's life will be like. They're losing their children to it, they're probably going to lose them all to it. It doesn't excuse. No, it doesn't excuse their words or actions, but I still love them and I'll find it in myself to forgive them, one way or another. They're still your parents and no parent deserves to bury a child, they don't deserve the threat of burying a child. I let my words sink in for a moment. We're leaving in 2 days. Don't leave angry with them, please. She didn't respond. I'm not going to force you, but I strongly advise it. I know what regret is like and it's not something I would wish on anyone. I flipped onto my stomach and lay my head down to sleep. I woke up that morning with Naomi using the small of my back as a pillow and Natsuki clinging to my arm. The back of my neck prickled as someone watched from the stairs. The arm Natsuki clung to was stiff and aching. I shifted Naomi off me without waking her, but the movement roused Natsuki. She sat up and watched me heal the injured arm. I flexed my arm experimentally before standing up and putting on my vest, keeping my back to my watcher and nudging Naomi awake with my foot. Natsuki glared at whomever it was until I turned her head away. She relented and started to gather her weapons for training. Go tell everyone else I want to see them sparring when I get there, I ordered Natsuki. She nodded and took off. Naomi, take the black bag in the corner and pack another bag just like it, but without any weapons or clothes. Naomi hurried to do as she was told, valiantly trying to ignore the person watching. I walked up to stand in front of ISE, my arms stiff at my sides. You shouldn't be up here, I stated. No, I shouldn't, but I wanted to see. See what? What's so different? I don't understand. Why are you so defensive of this space? It's where we don't have to hide our shit from everyone who doesn't need to or can't know about it. Where we can talk about what we need to and not worry about judgment. Now please leave. I will see you tonight. He left. Naomi took 5 more minutes to copy the bag as instructed. I put 2 changes of Nagato's old clothes inside of it, as well as a scroll with over 100 kunai sealed inside of it. This is the bag you're going to travel with. From now on, I need you to be ready to leave at a moment's notice. War deployments are often moved up by a day or 2, so we could be called on at any time. She nodded. Today, you're going to shadow training. I want to see how long you can stay hidden from everyone else, and I want you to try and hide from me. I don't care how you position yourself, but do not leave the training ground. Tonight, I want a full report on what happened, as many details as possible. We'll go from there, got it? She nodded. I handed her a set of kunai, which she clumsily strapped to her leg. When she finished, I grabbed her arm and shunshined to the edge of the training ground, waiting a moment for her to gather her concentration and change position. When she positioned herself, I shunshined to the middle of the training field, right in the middle of a melee. The entire group scattered in alarm. Good job, everyone, but faster next time. Rin, you're up first against me, anything goes. She stepped up and everyone else backed away. I want to see your offense first, so send everything you have at me. She obliged. I kept my feet planted, blocking and deflecting everything she threw at me. She had reverse-engineered part of Tsunade's fighting style over the past month. It was rather impressive and almost exactly what I did to strengthen my muscles and harden my bones for tougher and stronger attacks, as well as defending myself. She was far behind the curve in combat and I was rethinking sending her as a messenger. She would probably be better off stationed at a base and healing. This is the 3rd time I've told you this, Rin, connect your attacks, don't give your opponent time to breathe between them. Now, defend yourself. I attacked at a low Chunin level. From the first dodge, she was making repeated mistakes and letting attacks through that no Jinin should have allowed. More than once, I had to pull my strikes at the last second to avoid hurting her. I stopped because it was just painful to watch. Next, Guy. He was much better. He would definitely make Chunin within the year, or as soon as he got over his dangerous reliance on taijutsu. Although, he sent some decent jinjutsu at me, for a Jinin at least. He needed a consistent teacher who could understand him better than I could, who wasn't biased towards other students, and could focus on teaching him. In other words, not me. During the spar, I noticed him trying, successfully, to copy some of my moves, but it wasn't as effective as he wanted it to be. Sho, you're next. His opening move was an attempt to drain my chakra, which was extremely stupid. He had planted several bugs on me as soon as I announced the spars, but his entire colony couldn't drain enough chakra for me to cause me enough problems that I couldn't beat him in a spar. He was decent at taijutsu and had a surprising arsenal of fire ninjutsu, but he didn't throw out anything new. I knew better than to expect them to pull out some kind of new skill. I knew all their fighting styles and their skills inside and out by this point, so I wasn't surprised. However, I did expect him to bring out something spontaneous and a genuine attempt to get the better of me. It was a futile endeavor at his level, but I still expected the attempt. Obito. Obito had grown by leaps and bounds over the month I had to train him. His Sharingan was fully developed and he was well on his way to rivaling Kakashi. He had picked up an entirely new taijutsu style, the strong fist, and applied it better than I expected. I figured he would make Chunin in a bit more than a year, as soon as he figured out the idea of maturity. Choji. The boy was a monster in ninjutsu, for his age and genetics, and had enough skill in his family's techniques to be competent in taijutsu. He probably should have already been made Chunin. If I had another week, I would have gotten him promoted and reassigned. Natsuki. At first, she hardly paid any attention to the match. Her eyes kept drifting towards one of the trees in confusion. It was the tree Naomi was hiding in. She knew someone was there, but probably couldn't figure out who it was. When she finally did focus on me, it nearly caught me off guard. She was good enough to make me pay attention, but not good enough for me to take her seriously. She was mid to high Chunin level. Kakashi. He was the same way, although he didn't notice anyone watching. If he did, he gave no outward sign of it. He was a solid Chunin, and in all honesty, it was demeaning for him to be stuck on a team of Jinin. After, it didn't take long to review the medical procedures and how to assist medic ninja. I forewent testing them on each other's supplies. They all knew better than to not accomplish the tasks I assigned. Decent job, everyone. I need to talk to the Hokage today. I want the rest of you to work individually or in pairs for the next 6 hours, then I want you to go home and spend time with your families or rest. All previous orders still stand. I made sure to catch Naomi's eye while I was speaking so she knew she was included. She nodded and changed positions. I marched off the field, leaving a shadow clone hidden in the trees so I could verify Naomi's report. As soon as everything was set, I shunshined off to the Hokage Tower. I politely waited outside his door since I didn't have an appointment. "Come in, Kichiro," the Hokage called after a minute. I pushed open the door. "You're almost an hour early for the Jonin briefing. I didn't get the memo, but I want to ask you to change Noera Rin's assignment from messenger to medic assistant, as well as give full command of Naomi to me." "Why?" I scowled. "It's not that hard to figure out. Humor me. Rin's combat abilities aren't up to par. I shudder to think how bad she was before Minato got to her, and her improvement under me was not satisfactory. She doesn't train like she's supposed to. As for Naomi, she can hide from most Chunin and Jonin. I have to pay attention when Naomi's trying to hide in order to sense her. She's too good at reconnaissance to waste, but she has next to no other skills. I train her, I know what she can and cannot do, and I don't want her put in a position, even by accident, that could kill her. She doesn't deserve that. You don't trust Minato-kun? I trust him to do what's best for his troops as a whole. The only person he might give special treatment to is Kushina. I don't want to run the risk he will put the potential gain over the potential loss, especially since Naomi wouldn't be a major loss. I can do her job almost as well if need be. I can brute force my way through. The Hokage studied me for a minute before sighing. I can grant your request for Nohara-san, but you're going to have to convince me about Naomi-chan. She's 5. She had no way to know the impacts of what she did. She understands now, but sending her out under general command with only the skills she has is as good as murder. Kichiro-kun, he stopped and took off his hat. I could see the battle gear bulging oddly beneath his robe. He leaned forward. I understand that you feel strongly about the participation of children in the ninja life. I assure you that I value the young as well, but they are ninja and as such are a tool, just as you yourself are. I gritted my teeth. He held up a hand to stop my retort. I'm not attempting to undermine your personhood or theirs, Kichiro-kun, he placated. I am aware that some civilians, especially your clan, feel the same way you do. I swear I am not dismissing your opinions out of hand. I promise I am listening when you attempt to defend the children. Your diplomatic bullshit doesn't work on me. He sighed. I wondered how long it would take you to fall back into old habits and old arguments. I froze. This is related to the problem I had with Naomi-chan's infraction. I don't have a choice but to make special allowances for you. I can list 100 reasons for the amount of leeway you have, but in order to maintain order, those special privileges cannot extend to anyone else. That includes children, no matter how righteous your cause is. I can't make special allowances like this for Naomi, especially because of her relation to you. She won't be getting off easy, I'll make sure of it. She's as good as your sister. Minato's as good as my brother, and you know he's going to hand over command of the medic corps to me the second I get there. It's what any commander in his position would do. That has nothing to do with Kichiro-kun. I've given her enough special treatment because of her age. Then make her my apprentice. If she's my apprentice, then I'm well within my rights to ask this. It doesn't work like that. Sakumo never told you what happened behind the scenes when it came to your insubordination. I consciously forced my hands to unclench and cross my arms. Never mind my situation then. Naomi is 5 years old, she'll be hazed by our own troops more than she'll be harried by the enemy. I can't do that, Kichiro. He snapped at me. After a moment, his head fell into his hand. I can't, but in my explanation to Minato, I will include your request. If he agrees, fine, but if he thinks Naomi will be more helpful somewhere else, then I won't interfere. Give me a full workup of her skill set by the end of the briefing and I'll send it to Minato with the first deployment. I nodded and sat down in one of the chairs in front of his desk and took a blank scroll off his desk. You do that just to bother me, don't you? Do what? You march in here without invitation and make a scene until you get your way or get yourself forcibly removed or get made an example of. He gestured at the paper and the chair. And when you get your way, you stalk around acting like you own my office with no regard for the chaos you cause. I said nothing. He rolled his eyes and I bent over the scroll. I could feel him studying me as I worked. After taking a deep breath, I did my best to keep my tone perfectly neutral. If you want to ask me something, go ahead. I have many questions for you. Then go ahead and ask. I can do 2 things at once. He studied me for several more minutes as I detailed the extent of the katas Naomi knew, her level of mastery over them and her ability to apply them in a spar. I was fairly certain Minato would need Kushina's help identifying many of the katas and a few of the jutsu I mentioned, especially since most of Naomi's arsenal, outside of reconnaissance, was exclusive to the Uzumaki clan, and aside from Fuinjutsu, Minato never bothered to learn the alterations to the academy jutsus that made it easier for Uzumaki, with their above-average reserves and extremely potent chakra, to learn. In fact, since Minato had never even looked at them, even on a theoretical level, no one outside the clan had any experience with them. There was also the minor problem that Kushina and I were convinced there was something wrong with how we performed them, since we had learned them from scrolls and passed them on, mostly to make it easier for Natsuki, especially when she overpowered the regular beginner jutsus. ISE pointed us in the right direction from what he watched my father practice, but it wasn't enough to ease the feeling that something wasn't quite right. We needed a properly trained Uzumaki shinobi to verify it, not that there were any left. If there were, they were either imprisoned or so deeply hidden they didn't get the message Kushina and I spread throughout the elemental nations. The message was that anyone who attempted to steal a child from Konoha would answer to the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Any Uzumaki would know where to go and who to ask for. It doubled as a threat to the other nations if they acted on the plans to steal the Uzumaki bloodline, which were no doubt in progress. Kushina and I had several safeguards put in place to increase the chances of a successful rescue in case anything happened. It had taken me 3 years, but I eventually developed a seal which would defend the younger children from Biju chakra. If they had contact with it, the seal would turn into a tracking seal keyed to Kushina. It was extremely touchy, and went haywire after the failed invasion, but it worked. During peacetime, I had taken the liberty of tracking down rumors of Uzumaki in hiding. When Uzu was at its peak, right before its destruction, several hundred Uzumaki were always out of the village on business, traveling, or missions. What made its fall so tragic and final was the fact that almost everyone had returned to the village for the 75th anniversary of the founding of Uzushiogakure. Only a very small handful were absent. Kushina had combed through the records and accounted for every single Uzumaki. I had no idea how she kept up her training, missions, and made seals at the rate she did, all while going through endless records. Before the invasion, only 2 adults and 6 children were unaccounted for. All 6 children were definitely on the island during the attack. The house 5 of them lived in had collapsed and no one had dug through the rubble for bodies or potential survivors. The last child had been in the same orphanage as us, and Jin was certain he had seen the child having her throat slit, even if the body had never been recovered. The only people truly missing were the 2 adults. Kushina and I had chased down several rumors traveling around, but nothing had come of it. Your father was a good ambassador, even without an official title. You don't even know who my father was. Uzumaki Ryunosuke. I stiffened. When did you figure it out? When you used his name in the negotiations with IWA 10 years ago. Many of your quirks are identical to his. I'm surprised I didn't make the connection sooner. I didn't respond to that and sped up my writing. I knew him, I ran several missions alongside him. I'm not interested, I responded coldly. You act just like him. Your father didn't respect me either until I proved myself to him, he said. I don't care whose spawn or student you are as long as you do your job. He didn't know I was the Hokage to begin with, but the point still stands. I rolled up the scroll and tossed it on his desk. Full report on Naomi's capabilities. What time is the briefing? The Hokage sighed. Noon, he answered. I stood up and left. I leapt across the rooftops and masked my chakra as I landed behind Naomi. She started as I placed a hand on her shoulder. I was impressed that her control didn't slip at all. How are you? I asked softly, watching Natsuki and Obito locked in a game of Mercy, Shinobi style. It was extremely dangerous, but Rin was watching them carefully. I winced as Natsuki's wrist snapped under the pressure. Rin was on them in an instant and started to heal the bone. That's the 4th time she's broken a bone, Naomi murmured to me. I'll figure out how to make sure it doesn't cause any problems, I answered. She nodded and leaned back against me, sliding underneath the jinjutsu that kept me unnoticed by those training in the field. She was exhausted. I was surprised she managed to keep herself hidden for so long. I adjusted the jinjutsu to encompass her, putting my hand on her shoulder. Can you figure out what Natsuki is doing wrong? Why are broken bones uncommon among high-level shinobi? Chakra? Be specific. I don't know. Ninja use chakra to strengthen their bodies, not just their combat abilities. Normally, it's unconscious. Did Natsuki have a ninjutsu fight or practice a difficult ninjutsu several times while I was gone? Naomi nodded. Ninjutsu fight with Obito. That would have burned through a lot of her chakra, and what would normally have gone to strengthening her skeleton is now being redirected into her muscles, leaving her bones weaker than normal. Naomi nodded, but didn't ask for elaboration. Your turn to report, I informed her. She did a good job of summarizing what happened. When I asked her for more detail, she couldn't give as much as I liked, but it was good enough for most reports. You're dismissed, go get some rest, I told her softly. She didn't move, turning her face against my vest. Go back home and talk to your parents, tell them you love them, hug them, and remember that we leave tomorrow. Reluctantly, she pulled herself off me and dashed away through the streets. I dispelled my shadow clone, verifying her information, and watched them practice. Kakashi was in a ridiculous competition with Guy and I didn't want anything to do with it. Sho and Choji were working on a chakra control exercise. I watched one of them accidentally burn themselves and Rin went over to attend to them. By the time she finished, it was time for me to head to the briefing. I made another shadow clone to monitor them and took off. I made it to the Hokage's office at the last possible second and hurried to my place in the ranks of Jonin. At first glance, I counted 15 Jonin present. 5 days ago, there was another massacre on the IWA front. Only the center of command survived the coordinated attack. You all are being sent to command bases and units on that front. The Hokage continued, but I only gave him half my attention, the other half directed to the other Jonin. Most of them were heavy combat, except 4 of them. 2 were infiltration specialists, the other 2 were tactical specialists, all 4 of them had reputations in combat. I only gave the Hokage the scraps of my attention when he established Minato as commander and reported the status of troops and supplies. Uzumaki, the Hokage said sharply. I snapped to attention. Your group is headed out tonight, sorry for moving up the time. Go halt training and get them rested and ready. I frowned. If the time was being moved up, he should have told me before. No one was supposed to leave in the middle of a briefing. He was getting rid of me. I didn't have a choice in the matter, it was a direct order. I had no grounds to protest. I left. In short order, I gathered up the Genin plus Kakashi, and sent them to say their goodbyes, gather their supplies, and gave them orders to rendezvous on the training ground in 2 hours. Chapter 74. Everyone was home as Natsuki, Naomi, and I said goodbye. For the children's sake, we pretended everything was perfectly fine. I had to shunshin the 3 of us to the training ground to make it on time. Unfortunately, I didn't concentrate hard enough and we landed in thin air. I managed to catch the girls before they landed flat on their faces and covered up my mistake, but it startled all 3 of us. I led my charges to the Hokage Tower where one of the Jonin briefed them while the Hokage briefed me independently. It was mostly a reiteration of Minato's report of what happened and what was left. In the last communication, he noted there was an undetermined number of injured shinobi recovered from the ruins of different bases. They were barely alive, but the medic was confident they would survive until I arrived. It would be better if I went ahead carrying Naomi and another Jonin stayed back with everyone else. The Hokage shook his head. IWA couldn't have wreaked as much damage as they did without a spy feeding them information. Since everyone was accounted for, and none of the survivors had the information IWA would have needed, not even Kushina, the spy came from the village. In order to avoid sending someone to a front they might be unprepared for, I allowed Jonin to sign up for which front of the war they wish to fight. All the Jonin who signed up for IWA are headed there now. One is a traitor, I'm almost certain of it. The Jonin I put in charge of the bases are all former ANBU and their loyalty is beyond reproach. I can't risk putting those genin at the mercy of a traitor. Does Minato know? Yes, he's the one who figured it out and I'm acting on his suggestion. Fine, but they're going to slow me down. I want you to push them as hard as you possibly can, force them to travel at shonen speeds, they're all capable of it, even the Noera girl. That's too dangerous, they can't react if something goes wrong. It'll have to be your job to cover for them, I'm sorry about the stress, but we need you there and I can't spare anyone to take your place with them. What if I find someone? There's a young Yamanaka Jonin who lives down the road from me, he's 16, he can take them, I trust him. He can drop them off and run back, or you can keep him on the lines. He's good enough to specialize in interrogation and he can help Minato clean house. He has his heart set on being a ninjutsu fighter, but it doesn't mitigate what he's capable of. Kichiro. People need my help. He scowled at me. You're just as difficult as you were before. My attitude to you is the only thing that has changed. I know that, but it doesn't make you any less frustrating. I didn't respond to that. Fine, the Hokage conceded. Take Naomi with you, she won't be able to keep up otherwise. I nodded and took off. Straight face. 4 days later, I landed outside the only undestroyed base. The second my feet hit the ground, I was immobilized by a Nara Shadow Jutsu, my Tenketsu sealed by an impossibly fast series of Hyuga strikes, what had to be at least 2 colonies of Aburame bugs attempting to drain enough of my chakra to weaken me. Naomi was torn off my back, screaming in terror, an impossibly strong shinobi twisted both of my arms behind my back, and a Yamanaka landed in front of me, placed their hand on my forehead and attempted to invade my mind. I had spent enough time around the Yamanaka clan to know how to resist their jutsu. It worked on a similar principle as a Jinjutsu, but it attacked the mind directly instead of the senses via chakra. If there was nothing in my mind for the Yamanaka to latch onto and delve into the rest of my consciousness and memories, then their jutsu was practically worthless. A burst of chakra through my unsealed Tenketsu blew the Yamanaka backwards and gave me the distraction I needed to cause a massive disruption of the Nara Shadow Jutsu and simultaneously repel the Aburame's bugs while unsealing my Tenketsu with a filament of Kurama's chakra. Throwing all the chakra-focused attacks off took a lot of skill, impeccable timing, and concentration. The shinobi holding my arms had been the least of my worries, but he slammed me into the ground so hard I saw stars. By the time I recovered my bearings, my neck was twisted to the point where he could break it on a whim. I yield! I called out over Naomi's frantic screaming. Identification? The shinobi pinning me demanded. My name is Uzumaki Kichiro, medic. Identification number 007309. Rank, Jonin. Orders are to report to Namikaze Minato. My companion is Uzumaki Naomi, not yet ranked. What is going on out here? I heard Minato demand angrily. Naomi's screaming quieted. You're not in charge, the shinobi holding me snarled. He touched the back of my head for a brief second. It's Kichiro, and I may not have the official documents, but I am the strongest combat jonin here, and protocol dictates. Damn protocol. You're just a boy. You have no idea. I'm not as young as I seem, Uchiha-san. I fought in the last war and I live with the man your team just assaulted without provocation. I've verified his identity, now, release him. I was slowly released and stood up without making any sudden movements. The second Naomi was free, she leapt towards me, hitting my stomach at full speed. Sorry about that, Nisan, you're a week early. It's fine, I was told there were people who needed my help. Yeah, but first, why is Naomi here? You haven't heard yet, Have you? Heard what? I glanced down at Naomi. How long until the rest of the Jonin arrive? They should be here tonight or tomorrow. They have the documents explaining everything. For now, she stays with me. He accepted the explanation with narrowed eyes. After a moment of thought, he took my elbow and guided me through the Jinjutsu hiding the base. Naomi clung to my belt as he led us inside. Everyone who was supposed to be here has been accounted for. We only found a handful of survivors. Normally, we would have put them out of their misery, but I guessed correctly that you would be sent with the reinforcements because of your experience with IWA, and we need every man we can get. Good call, I said as he stopped, presumably outside the room where the injured were laid out. Who's the worst and where are the supplies? Standard triage procedure, just so you know, Kushina is in there, level 2. I frowned. How many medics do you have? Only the one here survived. She's been asleep for the past 2 days from chakra exhaustion. She should be up tomorrow. There's an ANBU here who know a bit more than civilian healing, so she has been doing what she can, but it's extremely limited. Which level has the most ninja? Level 3. Shit, okay, I'll start there. Is anyone here trained as a medic assistant? Only me and Kushina, but she's been unconscious for the past 3 days and I have to. That's fine, Naomi knows enough. Is there anything else I need to know? There's a lot of unrecovered limbs, so we're going to be sending a number of people home, unless you can regrow legs. It's impossible without the hospital's resources, sorry. They're going to have to get treatment last. Worth a try. It's not nice in there, Nissan. Are you sure you want to bring Naomi? She'll be fine. Minato shook his head and opened the door. I went directly in, surveying the patients. Level 2 are on the cots, Level 3 are on the floor, and basically everyone else on the base is Level 1. Whenever you have spare time, I'm going to need you in here. Where are the extra supplies? Never mind, I see them in the corner. Naomi, I want you to get the washing supplies and start cleaning out wounds of Level 2 patients. I handed her a small stack of paralysis seals. Use these so you don't get yourself or anyone else killed. Make sure to take them off when you're done. She scurried off while I knelt beside the nearest Level 3 patient. My most hated wound to heal was a gut wound. I couldn't deny that it was a brutally effective attack, and only extremely skilled medics could heal it without complications more severe than the original injury. Unless the attack hit an artery, it could take up to a week for a shinobi to die from it. It was nothing but torture for the victim and needless cruelty on the part of the victor to not finish them off. Unfortunately, IWA Shinobi had a bad habit of not dealing instant-killing blows, which, combined with Konoha's medical prowess, was probably the only reason Konoha came out mostly on top at the end of the previous war. Naomi worked for a good 3 hours before she started to exhaust herself. When she started taking a half hour to clean up a single patient, I dismissed her to sit down and rest by the door while I continued to work. Eventually, she fell asleep. I was left undisturbed, unheeding of the time. When Minato slammed open the door, startling the entire room, I nearly attacked him. It's 3 in the morning! What the hell are you thinking, idiot? Minato demanded. You just made a trip from Konoha in half the time it takes most jonin. Calm down, you're disturbing the injured, I placated, standing up from the unconscious Level 3 woman I was treating and hurrying towards him. I picked Naomi, who was extremely disoriented and barely awake, up on my way out, closing the door behind us. What are you doing? Minato growled at me. I'm doing my job, Minato. It's the middle of the night. What are you doing up? It's my shift. Calm down, okay? Why are you freaking out on me? Minato paced until I grabbed his arm. Several half-dressed and fully armed shinobi gathered on both ends of the hall, watching us. You just woke up the entire base, Minato, you better have a damn good reason. He scowled and held out a scroll so I could read it. Wartime Leadership Appointment. Appointee, Namikaze Minato 006510. Clearance Level, 006510 Level Black. Rank, S. Appointment, IWA Warfront. Duration, undetermined. Assignor, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sandame Hokage. Delivered by Uchiha Kagami 000349. Signature of receipt, Namikaze Minato 006510. Signature of acceptance. Straight face. What about it? I asked, confused. I shifted Naomi onto my hip so she'd be easier to hold. She tucked her face into my collar, hiding from the Nin surrounding us. You knew? He whispered, sounding betrayed. Minato, I have access to any information I want, and I'm fairly certain I was the first person to find out about Hokage-sama's decision. He's Hokage-sama now, is he? You're out of line, Minato, I warned, tightening my grip on Naomi. She had already fallen asleep against my shoulder. I know why she's here. I figured you received the message with the assignment. She's a damn traitor. She's a child, Minato. She didn't understand what she did, but she understands now. She'll serve out her punishment then go home. You're protecting her? He asked, incredulous. Minato, what is wrong with you? Why are you like this all of a sudden? He stepped forward until our noses almost touched. I noted he was almost an inch taller than me. I'm not ready for this, he murmured, his lips not moving. I was acutely aware of the shinobi watching. He was terrified, I could see it now. I wasn't ready for my first command either, I responded so no one but Minato could understand. What the hell am I supposed to do? Establish that you're in charge, they'll follow you as soon as you're someone who's strong enough to lead. But I'm not. That only proves you are, so calm down, establish you're in charge. Shove me back, give me an order. Nissan. The longer this goes on, the less they'll trust you to lead when they need it. I'll help you, I swear, but you need to establish your authority. Hit me and give me an order. They know I don't step aside for just anyone. Without warning, he slammed his elbow against my face. Blood dribbled down my upper lip and Minato vanished. A moment later, a hand closed around the back of my neck. I lost consciousness, Naomi falling on top of me. Straight face. I woke up lying on a thin mat, my wrist attached to the ground beside my head with a seal. My stomach ached and it felt like someone had kicked me. Naomi curled against my side, hugging my arm. I tried to sit up, but before I moved more than an inch, a familiar person leaned over me and put a hand on my chest. Easy does it, kiddo, Kagami admonished. I relaxed. What are you doing here? Delivering orders, that's all. Then my favorite little Kohai decided to get in trouble. I didn't mean for him to knock me out. Sure, you didn't. I have to go, but there's two things I need to tell you. First, keep Naomi close. Minato let a little too much slip about her and she's going to be seriously hazed. Second, take care of yourself. If not for your sake, for Minato's. You could work through the night as much as you wanted when Sakumo had your back, but now, you don't have someone to cover your ass. I'll see you later. He didn't give me a chance to respond before vanishing. My wrist was still pinned. It only took a few seconds for me to see it was on a timer. It would release me in about 4 hours. If I wanted to, I could escape without a problem, but that wasn't the point of the seal. I was definitely in the commander's room behind what would become Minato's desk. Minato was asleep on another mat several feet away, his hand on the floor, maintaining the seal attaching me to the ground. I sighed and decided I might as well try to sleep, since it wasn't worth the argument to go back to work. I already treated the critical patients and the rest could probably wait. 4 hours of dozing later, the seal released me. Minato didn't stir, so I carefully picked up Naomi and crept out of the room. She woke up when I set her on her feet to open and close the door. She stumbled after me, rubbing her eyes as I returned to the triage. I vaguely recognized the young medic kneeling beside one of the level 3 patients I hadn't gotten to the night before. She looked like she had been crying. Naomi, go back to what you were doing yesterday. I ordered and went to talk to the medic. Are you all right? I asked cautiously. She jerked her hands back from the patient as if he burned her. I'm fine, she murmured, barely audible. You did good work with what you had. I reassured her. I can't save him, she responded, smoothing the young man's hair on his sweaty forehead. What happened? Poison. It's slowly stopping his body from processing oxygen. He breathed it in during the fighting, he was protecting me. I blew it away, but it wasn't quick enough, and now I can't fix it. I put my hand on the man's sternum and scanned his body. Half his lung tissue was dead, asphyxiated. It had been dead for several days. It was a miracle he was still alive at all. We were going to get married, she choked out. My throat closed. They couldn't be older than 21. I'm having his baby. At that she broke down sobbing and clutching his hand. Please tell me you can do something for him. The only thing I could do would be to increase the oxygen in his blood so they could have a few minutes to talk, but there was no feasible way to maintain it. I can hyperoxygenate his blood and give you a few minutes to talk, but not even I can maintain it for an extended period of time, even if his brain hasn't been too damaged for him to function. Do it. Saturation of the level needed to wake him will wear off and he will suffocate. She nodded. I know. I put my hand over his mouth and his chest, forcing the cells still alive to work at their maximum potential. Ninja used chakra unconsciously to increase their body's functions, but it was difficult to maintain, and was generally used only in the most desperate situations because when a ninja cut off the improvements, it was like coming down from a drug high, and no medic could mitigate the feeling. It wasn't uncommon for some ninja to get in the most difficult fight of their lives, throw everything in, win the fight, and die on their way home from the backlash. ANBU were notorious for it. After a few seconds, he blearily opened his eyes. I pulled my hands back and stepped away. Naomi was dutifully focused on her work, but she kept glancing over at me. I motioned for her to focus and turned to another patient. I glanced up when the medic pulled a sheet out and wrapped the shinobi, sealing him in a corpse scroll to be sent home. She started walking around, waking up the patients I healed the night before, and finishing up the healing. Many of them seemed genuinely surprised to be alive. I sent Naomi to find food while I worked through meals, easing back in the routine I still remembered from my first mission, careful not to overdo it. I was also a force on the battlefield, should the need arise, so I couldn't afford to exhaust myself. By noon, I had dismissed the other medic. Minato stopped by in the evening to check on my status, but by the glances he kept sending Kushina's cot, I suspected it was just to see if I had finished the level 3 patients and moved on to the level 2. I hadn't, so he left after a minute. Naomi fell asleep shortly after tracking down a dinner for me. I worked until midnight before finding a spot in the general sleeping area and lying Naomi on a mat close by. I wasn't extremely tired, but I didn't want to stress Minato out before he acclimated to his position. Straight face. 6 days later, I finished healing the injured and all the bases on the IWA front had been cycled and refilled, although the only medics on the entire line was myself and Rin. When I confirmed that the other girl really was pregnant, I told Minato and he immediately sent her back to Konoha. Everything settled into a routine, or what passed as a routine among ninja, after Minato had me dye Naomi's hair black so she could be sent out on reconnaissance missions and not be held for ransom. As for me, I was sent to wherever the fighting was the heaviest to heal the injured and make sure everyone didn't get slaughtered again. No one could deny that Kushina was the one of the most powerful ninja on the entire front. Only Minato, myself, and another ninja older than the three of us combined had her beat in terms of raw strength. Although, power wasn't everything. By the time Natsuki was supposed to be sent home from her Chunin rotation, she had gotten the required recommendations for Chunin for her promotion alongside her teammates, Guy and Obito. Minato was chewed out by Kushina for recommending the three of them, but he stood by his decision and I supported him. Even though they were young, they were ready. The Hokage sent a team of medics to help, but they never made it and Minato didn't have the resources to investigate, thus couldn't send Rin home. She may have been trained as a combat medic, but she didn't have enough skill to join the battlefield, even though the skill she did have was sorely needed. I didn't know the details, and I didn't ask, but IWA somehow regained the Gobi. I faced the new Jinchuriki 3 times over the span of 6 months. Each time I won, he came back stronger, surrounded by more ninja. The Tsuchikage wrongly saw me as the biggest obstacle to winning the war and practically dismissed Minato as a threat, even though the most successful operations were masterminded and led by him while I directed attention elsewhere. I dealt with an assassination attempt at least once a month, sometimes twice. Minato foiled half of them, I wasn't sure how, and I fought myself out of the rest. Over time, I felt myself getting slightly more paranoid, constantly on edge, and sleeping lighter than ever. Minato tried to get me sent back to the village for a week or 2, but the Hokage denied the request. Naomi split her time between helping me when I was off the battlefield and spying on enemy camps. She wasn't the best, but she never got caught, even though she had a few close calls. Every 2 months, Minato, Kushina, Natsuki, me, and Naomi would meet and share a meal. Once, Nagato was headed to AIM, escorting a diplomat to ask AIM for permission to send teams through the country. It was a rather unpleasant surprise when he literally dropped in on one of our meals, nearly getting himself killed in the process. With the constant pressure and threat of death, Naomi advanced quickly. I worked with her on academics and meditation in every spare moment so she didn't unbalance her chakra. At the end of the first 6 months, the Hokage approved Minato's request to send her home and put her through the academy, although I was required to place a seal on her and send her back with a few other seals that would ensure she never strayed from the places she was allowed in without a shinobi escort. I sent him 3 seals, one for the Uzumaki house, one for the academy, and one for the training ground she would use. 3 months after Naomi went home, Kakashi and the rest of the Chunin and Jinin were sent back, except Rin. They were replaced with 2 teams of Chunin. The next 6 months passed and the fighting gradually escalated. IWA attempted to bomb us off the face of the earth twice, but their shinobi were intercepted. Even if we didn't manage to kill them, we forced them to flee and gradually regain the ground we lost after their successful massacre. After 3 more months of fighting, we made it to the border of the Land of Grass. I had a feeling, like deja vu, of something important I was missing. I brushed it away and stayed extra vigilant. Chapter 75. Minato was a brilliant and brutally effective commander once he settled into the role. He stayed in the background, unnoticed by anyone but those receiving his orders. Once we regained the lost ground, morale for the Konoha Nin increased, and the IWA Nin steadily lost motivation. I wasn't sure how Minato learned to do it, but he carried out a nearly unstoppable psychological campaign against the IWA shinobi. After watching the effects firsthand, I never, ever wanted to get on Minato's bad side ever again. With strategic genjutsu, superior intelligence, better leadership, and an iron control over his troops, it took 2 months for Minato to push the IWA shinobi out of the Land of Grass and begin rebuilding the farms, towns, and cities, gaining the goodwill of the majority of the country. At the same time, the leadership of the land saw Minato as trying to subvert their authority, which caused more political problems for the Hokage than it did for Minato. I knew Minato had an ulterior motive for placing other shinobi in charge of actual battles, but he refused to give it. He even refused to explain his reasoning to me behind closed doors, though I suspected Kushina knew. Minato didn't push his advance into IWA, which was an unpopular decision, which eventually got him called back to Konoha for a week to explain himself. It raised some eyebrows when he left Kushina in charge in his place, but the 2 of them had enough support that it went unchallenged. He returned at the end of the week with a slightly different strategy, but even more effective. I had almost complete access to his plans and still didn't fully understand his reasoning or goal. It wasn't until the attempted assassinations against the visible leaders increased that I realized Minato was protecting himself by giving others the recognition. In the span of a week, 3 platoon captains died from assassination, and Minato appointed teams in charge of guarding me, Kushina, and several other prominent leaders. We hated the lack of privacy. The guards were constantly surrounding us, standing over us as we slept, beside us when we pissed, looking over our shoulders as we ate, but after at least a dozen attempted assassinations were foiled, we gritted our teeth and dealt with it. He also sent everyone who could be captured and used against him, excepting me and Kushina, back to Konoha. Even Nagato was regulated to the village. Even if IWA figured out the game, there wasn't anything they could do to stop him. Minato maintained his position on the IWA border for more than 2 years, steadily weakening Iwa's resolve and leeching their strength. Straight face. Tragically, the blowback from the extended campaign exploded in Minato's face. Literally. IWA mounted an all-or-nothing assault against Konoha that completely blindsided everyone. Minato and most of the older shinobi stayed vigilant for Iwa's retaliation, but almost all the younger, less experienced shinobi inevitably grew complacent. Minato's intelligence network was limited to the shinobi fighting. The Tsuchikage figured it out the limitation and used it to his advantage. He personally spearheaded a veritable battering ram of shinobi to scatter the blockade we had built. Central to the attack was Iwa's Explosion Corps, who were responsible for the 2 massacres at the beginning of the war. There was no warning. I wasn't sure if the timing was intentional, but IWA had every advantage. The central leadership was scattered across the lines, instantly blocking all communication. The attack was in the middle of the day when most shinobi were taking a break in the shade or eating, even those who were on patrol. No protocol had been established for an attack of the scale IWA managed to generate. They didn't focus on shinobi, they focused on destroying infrastructure. Anyone inside a building died instantly. It was dumb luck I had stepped outside to scold a group of shinobi for slacking off. I might have been able to survive the explosion, but it would have left me helpless. The shockwave hit my back, throwing me into a tree. By the time I recovered my bearings, IWA shinobi were swarming the wreckage, slaughtering survivors, and a shinobi was standing several feet in front of me with a red-headed woman kneeling in front of him and a hand around her neck. It wasn't Kushina, I knew that immediately, but the woman's chakra signature was too close to the chakra signature of one of the orphans, Tamaki. She had to be an Uzumaki, and judging from the visible bite marks across her body, she had the same bloodline. I froze when 3 more IWA shinobi entered my field of vision holding 3 red-headed adults. I immediately recognized the man and woman held captive on my right as the couple still unaccounted for after the massacre. The last man on my left was familiar, too familiar, as if I knew him a long time ago. Before I could brace myself, the block on a significant portion of my memories from IWA vanished and they all flooded back with a vengeance of pain and fear. At least the collection of scars I earned in IWA made sense. IWA shinobi had tortured me in an effort to break the man, my father, Ryunosuke. I slowly stood up, clutching my head and barely able to focus through the memories pouring in. They had been blocked, but not completely, and the seal hadn't quite been applied properly. Or perhaps someone had tampered with it. I wasn't sure and I didn't care. There were more important problems to focus on. What do you want? I asked cautiously, my voice surprisingly steady as the Tsuchikage appeared and took control of my father from the jonin who held him. My father let out a stifled grunt of pain. Leave us! He managed before the Tsuchikage clapped a hand over his mouth and started hissing in his ear. Minato would have attacked at speeds which should have been impossible the second he saw himself surrounded. Kushina would have pulled a miracle seal out of her ass and imprisoned everyone present, then threatened and bluffed her way out of the situation, most likely with her clan members in hand. Nagato would have removed himself from the situation entirely, if they even managed to catch him. I was the only high-profile jonin from Konoha vulnerable to this kind of manipulation. I didn't have an impossible seal on hand. I didn't have the speed, skill, or strength to free the captives. I didn't have a jutsu that would kill or disable the IWA shinobi and leave the Uzumaki civilians unharmed. I didn't have a hard enough heart, the emotional control, or the long-term thinking necessary to flee. I didn't have any backup. The Tsuchikage had identified and exploited my biggest weakness, arguably, my only significant weakness, with terrifying efficiency. He wants you to throw your weapons, supplies, and armor behind you, Ryunosuke relayed. My sticks and tanto were sealed into the inside of my waistband. I didn't need them for most fights, and I would be just fine without my medic supplies, sunbon, and vest. I don't take messages, I stalled, my eyes scanning my surroundings in a panic. Do as he says, Kichiro-chan, the Tsuchikage answered, grinning. Ryunosuke-kun knows exactly what I want. I didn't move. I'm just a genjutsu, they have me imprisoned somewhere else, he said quickly, but even a civilian could tell he was lying. The faintest outline of a potential escape route started to form in my head. I took a closer look at his chakra. At first glance, it was civilian level, but when I looked closer, I could see his chakra constantly being drained. Whatever was draining his chakra corrupted his chakra signature, but when I concentrated, I could tell it was definitely close enough to Kushina's to be our father's. The clothes he wore were stained all sorts of disgusting colors and the material had been worn through, but I immediately recognized the decaying remains of Yuzu's jonin uniform. Most importantly, his hands were free. It was the Tsuchikage's only mistake. His fingers were too mangled to do much more than wiggle, but his hands were free. I forced a grin onto my face. I'm genuinely surprised you took the bait, I told the Tsuchikage as I poured out as much killing intent as I could muster, enough to leave the 3 civilians barely conscious and incapacitate or drive off several younger IWA shinobi. I tossed my senbon pouch to the side, followed by my medic pouch. You took the man who escaped from Kiri's highest security prison, brought him here, and didn't even bother to bind his hands. The amount of killing intent I poured out masked the Genjutsu and the Kawarimi that enabled me switch places with my father, no one the wiser. We were close enough in height and weight for the switch to work perfectly. For being a decade out of practice, my father was good. I was immensely relieved when I managed to switch clothes with him as well, leading him armored and somewhat armed. I certainly didn't expect you to give him something to fight for, my father continued for me without missing a beat, catching on impossibly quickly, the Genjutsu altering his voice to match mine. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a scrap of cloth falling from my hand, with a seal on it in blood. My father may not have had the chakra to activate it, but I did. I snatched it out of the air and spun, pumping my body with as much chakra as I could to increase my speed as I spun and slammed the seal onto the Tsuchikage. It wasn't until I activated it did I realize it was a suicide seal. It was the standard seal meant to burn someone up if they were cornered by the enemy to prevent secrets from being gained from their body, but it was altered to affect my father specifically. It didn't do anything more than singe the Tsuchikage and make my hand tingle, but it provided the distraction needed for my father to pull the tanto out of the seal in my waistband. I had no idea how he could have known it was there, but without hesitation, he killed the IWA shinobi holding the woman related to Tamaki. At the same time, I flew across the circle meant to trap me and cut off the hands of those holding the last two Uzumaki with chakra scalpels. I pulled them away, grabbing both their wrists in one hand and reaching for my father and the other woman with the other. Someone landed on my shoulders. I didn't feel anything, but I couldn't miss the spray of blood that erupted from my neck. The person on my shoulders flipped backwards and off me, propelling me face first into the ground. My chakra was making my blood circulate faster, so I cut it off immediately, but I was unconscious before I hit the ground. Straight face. Being brought to consciousness while mortally injured was not fun in any way. Having uncontrolled medical chakra coursing through my body and someone holding my jaw closed on someone's hand made everything twice as bad, making me genuinely wonder how much death must hate me. Only then did I hear the roar of jutsu around me. The ground shifted and rocked underneath me, someone was screaming and four bodies were constantly touching me. My back was firmly pressed against the ground, but I had the distinct sensation I was flying and an amusing string of swearing was being uttered above me. With the sensation of falling onto beach sand, the flight was halted. A bright flash of yellow blinded me through my eyelids and whatever space I was cramped in suddenly felt smaller. Words were exchanged above me and after the next flash, the space felt almost empty. Someone crouched beside me, sliding their arms underneath my back and pulling me up against their chest. The gash in my neck may have been closed, but I was too tired, too lethargic from the blood loss to do anything except lay there. "Please don't die on me, son," the man begged and held my hand tightly in his mangled one. "I just got you back, losing you again would kill me. Tell me, did your sister survive the massacre? Is she as beautiful as your mother? Please wake up, son, please. Damn everything else, open your eyes for me, please." I tried to force my eyes open, but only got a twitch in response. Jutsu roared around us. "I love you, son, I'm not going to leave you or your sister ever again." A third flash lit up the space. "Come on, we need to go," Minato said above me, his voice low and urgent. He grabbed my wrist. "No, you fool! You're going to kill us all!" My father shouted, but before anything could happen, I was lying on a wood floor and an explosion made the building shudder. "Nissan!" Kushina shrieked in horror the second we landed. "Kushina!" Minato barked sharply. "I need him back on the battlefield, he's the only person with enough chakra to help me pull this off. Whatever it takes, I need him back. His throat was slit, but it's been patched. He lost a lot of blood and I need him back. Give him a blood transfusion, as much as you can possibly give, it doesn't matter how weak it leaves you, I need a medic with his reserves at my back, it's our only hope." Someone felt around my arm for a suitable blood vessel. "His blood pressure is too low, I can't find a big enough vein, we'll have to put it through his leg." Kushina tore a hole in the inside of my pant leg, just above my knee, and started searching for a blood vessel. "Use these seals and take my blood, Kushina-chan, I can't fight anyways." My father volunteered. "No," Kushina responded sharply. You don't look like you've ever had proper medical care, much less any training, in years, if ever. I can't risk getting him sick, again. I'm his sister, the best chance he's got. You! She snapped at someone as she jabbed the needle into my leg. Get him somewhere secure until I can double-check his identity. Someone pulled him away. Kushina, it's me, Ryunosuke, your father. Please, he's my son, let me help, I can help. Everyone did their best to ignore him. 5 minutes later, my blood pressure was back up to workable levels. I sat up slowly, still exhausted and slightly shaky, but able to fight. Kushina was slumped against the wall beside me, breathing heavily. I took out the needle from her arm, then my leg, and used a bit of medical ninjutsu to stop the bleeding while keeping a hand on my throat and making sure my neck wasn't going to tear open on its own. At the same time, I checked her vitals. You, get her somewhere safer, I ordered a passing Chunin. Then Minato grabbed my arm and used her ration to transport us outside. I need you to use Shuriken Kagebunshin no Jutsu on my kunai to scatter them throughout the advancing IWA army, got it? I'll come back to you when I get disoriented, and I need you to heal any damage I take so I can go back out there. None of the survivors are in any condition to mount a defense, I'm the only person left. I gaped at him. This was where Minato would get his moniker of the Yellow Flash. Like it or not, this would be where Minato would become a legend. At the same time, I knew it could destroy him. Minato may have been the image of a perfect shinobi, but he remembered every kill he made, and each one took a toll on him. I may not have known the full extent of it, but Kushina did, and even though killing didn't bother her as much as it did Minato and I, we were her world and it would affect her just as much. I wondered how long it would be until Minato smiled again as I took the pouch packed with his trademark kunai, the hierarchy applied to the handles of each and every one. I'm going to put a permanent one on you so I can change locations easily. He stepped behind me and put a hand on the back of my neck. He turned me around and frowned. You don't look too good. Here. He pulled off his Chunin vest and handed it to me. I put it on. He thought for a moment before taking off all his weapons and emptying his pockets, shoving everything at me, almost faster than I could seal them in a storage seal. He took 2 kunai, tested them in his hands, and tied 2 more to his belt, nodding in satisfaction. He turned to face the approaching army. I grabbed his arm. You don't have to kill them all, only enough to wreak havoc. Kill them all and a generation will grow up hating you. Only kill enough that the generation will grow up fearing you. Minato nodded. I released him and he took off. I threw a single kunai as far as it would go. When it hung at the top of its arc above the IWA army, I performed the jutsu without a word. The IWA troops jeered at the rather pathetic attack, but the second the thousands of kunai hit the ground, Minato started. Watching the IWA shinobi drop like flies terrified me more than I cared to admit. I put a hand on the seal Minato placed on me, ready to call him back if I saw him having trouble, not that I could even see him. In less than a minute, the advancing army was routed and Minato landed behind me. I immediately put a hand glowing with medical ninjutsu against his chest and sped up the process of regaining his equilibrium. Before I finished, he grabbed my wrist and transported us both to another battlefield. I stopped counting after the 30th time Minato single-handedly routed the invading army. When he finally finished, I felt more than a little sick. He landed in front of me, body still tense from battle. A few minor tears in his sleeves and hem of his pants showed exactly how good of a shinobi he was. The only mark on him was a splattered line of blood across the bridge of his nose from when he wasn't quite fast enough to escape the spray of slitting someone's throat. He grabbed my shoulder and transported us both back to base. I leaned against the wall and sunk to my knees. I had been fighting, almost constantly, for over 3 years. I was tired. Minato was even worse off than I was. Everyone watched as he swayed on his feet before collapsing a few steps in front of me, his expression hollow. I crawled over to him and laid both hands on his chest. It wasn't quite a chakra transfusion, but rather a front to make the other ninja think that the hierarchy had a much greater toll on Minato than it actually did. It also covered up the extreme chakra exhaustion. Luckily, the only people in the room were the elite shinobi, the people in charge. Minato! Kushina cried when he barely reacted to her presence. She had managed to partially catch him. Another shinobi pulled me back. Uzumaki-san, all 3 of you need to go home. You weren't ready for this war, it's a miracle you made it as long as you have. Trust us, we can handle the rest. Straight face. 7 days later, the three of us made it to the village gates. I didn't even try to look up during the Hokage's debriefing. Minato and Kushina didn't do much better. Minato hadn't spoken a word since he finished massacring the IWA army. Kushina ended up doing most of the talking. The Hokage cut the debriefing short, sending us home with an ANBU escort who didn't leave once he noticed the house was almost empty. Only Keed and the children not yet old enough to go to school were home, so the agent took up a post outside the front door. Minato and Kushina went straight upstairs. They needed some time alone. I wandered into the living room where the children were playing. While we were gone, 4 more children had been born, 3 with trademark red hair, and 1 with a deep auburn. Keed shrieked in alarm when I stepped over the threshold. I looked down at myself, belatedly realizing I still wore my father's clothes and looked like I was wearing a frock of blood, crusted to my skin. It was disgusting. I wondered how I wasn't stopped in the street. The clothes were so thin that they were borderline indecent. I am sorry, I stammered, standing there frozen. The children stared at me, wide-eyed. They were all too young to remember me. Luckily, the dogs, who were starting to show their age as they lazily milled around the room, recognized me. They didn't approach. "What that?" one of the toddlers asked. This startled Keed out of her shock. Questions later. "Kin, you're in charge until I get back." She put a hand on my shoulder and steered me out. The door closed behind me and Keed suddenly grabbed the tail of my shirt. "Where did you get these clothes?" she demanded. I turned and stared at her, confused. "This isn't you and Kushina's rendition of Yuzu's uniforms," she snapped. "This is the actual uniform." I nodded. "Where did you get this?" "My father," I responded dully. She frowned and pressed the back of her hand against my forehead, then touched the scar on my neck. "Go get cleaned up. I'll get you some clean clothes and make up a bed for you. I need to talk to ISE. He left for his shift 10 minutes ago, he'll be back in the morning. You need to clean up and get some rest. Have you showered at all since you left?" "Don't answer that, I don't want to know." She took my arm and propelled me towards the bathroom, snapping the door closed behind me. I had bathed while I was gone, it was impossible to sneak around while smelling like a sewer after all. Although I had let my beard and hair grow out. Shading the rather impressive beard I had grown was irritating, but cutting my hair to a more manageable length was even more so. I spent almost 20 minutes scrubbing at the blood under my fingernails and double, triple, quadruple checking there was none left in my hair or around my neck. I was still somewhat embarrassed that I still nicked myself with what passed for razors. If it wasn't for being a medic, I would have dozens of scars on my face just from shaving. It was a long time before the water going down the drain ran clear. Keed had left a stack of clothes, the uniform shinobi pants and shirt just inside the door. I put them on without drying off and wandered out of the bathroom, nearly tripping over the auburn-haired girl sitting right outside the door, quietly playing with a rag doll. She looked up at me curiously. "Tadaima!" A woman called from the front door, her hands filled with groceries. She broke off when she saw me. "Kichiro-san," she greeted kindly, bowing slightly. "Okiri, Hiroko-san," I responded. It was Jin's fiancée, and I assumed she was now his wife, and clearly pregnant to boot. "I should be the one welcoming you home, brother," she smiled at me, then glanced down at my feet as the girl started to crawl into the bathroom. I picked the girl up and set her on my hip, walking towards the woman intent on trading the child for the groceries. "Did Keed leave you with the kids?" She studied me for a moment, ignoring my silent offer of help. "You just got back, didn't you?" I nodded. "Keed?" She called past me, but there was no answer. That woman has no idea how to take care of children. "Go into the living room and supervise, please, I need to make lunch. Keep an eye on Hitomi, she likes to wander. Better yet, hold on to her just like that. That child is going to be the death of me, wandering out of the house at the most inconvenient times. Thank goodness you caught her this time. Well, move along, lunch won't make itself. They're too young to remember me," I reminded her quietly. "Then introduce yourself. Nagato tells them all sorts of stories about you whenever he's home. They've been looking forward to meeting the legendary Kichiro." Go, she urged and slipped past me, just as the wail of an infant could be heard from the living room where the children were playing. I cautiously entered the room and all heads turned towards me, except for the infant wailing in the cradle. I recognized the triplets and Fuso's youngest daughter, but the infant, the two boys, and the girl I was holding had all been born after I left. I closed the door behind me, engaging the latch just out of their reach, and set Hitomi on her feet. Hello everyone. My name is Kichiro, I said hesitantly and made a beeline towards the crying infant. Of course, it had to be a dirty diaper and not just a cry for attention. I glanced around, looking for the nearest surface I could use as a changing table. Luckily, there was one set up in the corner of the room. I was more than a little unnerved when all the children followed me like a pack of puppies. Are you the Kichiro that Nagato and Natsuki and Naomi and Misaki and Yuzu and Jin and Tamaki tells us about? Fuso's daughter asked. Yes, I am, I responded. They exploded with questions. Wait, I don't know who you are yet. I finished up changing the infant's diaper and herded the children to sit around one of the wooden rocking chairs the twin orphans, Kimura and Kyoya, made as part of the carpentry business they opened just before the war started. Talking with the kids distracted me more than I expected, which was a pleasant surprise. I didn't even notice when I started to gain an audience at the door. That wasn't exactly true. I wouldn't have made it to Jonin if I was that oblivious to my surroundings, but the paranoia that had settled into my psyche from over 3 years of battle didn't insist on making everything a threat. The infant had long since fallen asleep against my chest. It wasn't until the infant started to stir that the adults huddled just inside the door called for lunch. Fuso smiled at me, a warmer welcome than I was expecting, and gently lifted the baby from my arms. I stiffened when she reached out to touch my neck. This is a week old, at best, she murmured softly. Is it why you were sent home? Among other reasons, I answered. She nodded. Are Kushina and Minato home as well? They're upstairs. You look ill. I'm as fine as can be. Tsunade is in town, I'm going to take you to see her after lunch. I didn't push the goodwill by resisting. I had a feeling Fuso would be furious with me once I got around to telling her I found my father and several other clan members and then failed to announce it right away. Kichiro! Several voices cried from the doorway. I glanced over and stood up as Misaki and Yuzu ran towards me. Fuso stepped out of the way. Hey, kiddos, I responded. I'm 19. Misaki protested. Sucks, you're still short. I put my hand on her head as emphasis, ruffling her expertly done hair, which was nearly as long as Kushina's ankle-length hair. She scowled but didn't pull away. I'm not a little kid, you know. Sure, I responded, unconvinced. You're never going to get married if you act like that. I'm never getting married anyways, but thanks for the thought. Misaki frowned at me until Yuzu grabbed my hand and pulled me into the dining room where the adults present were working on setting the table and controlling the nearly rabid toddlers. For the rest of the meal, no one pushed me to engage in the conversation, though I was asked a few questions to which I responded with short, almost terse answers. I was the first finished and stood up to wash my plate. The older toddlers brought their plates to the sink a minute later and I washed those as well. I stayed in front of the sink as the table was cleared, methodically washing the dishes. Normally, I hated chores like any sane individual, but the repetitive motions and the sensation of soap on my hands was oddly cathartic. I noticed how Fuso shunted everyone else out of the kitchen as soon as the heavy work was finished, taking up a place beside me to dry and put away the dishes. Kushina wandered down at some point and Fuso sat her down and made her eat a decent meal, as well as bring another up to Minato with orders to tell her if he refused to eat it. I took my time, and shortly before I finished, I felt Tsunade's chakra signature enter the house. She was accompanied by Tamaki and stopped to talk with Yuzu for a few minutes, both of whom quickly hurried her towards me. Chapter 76. You have a lot of people worried about you, Tsunade commented as she entered, then closed the door. She studied the seals around the door for a moment, then activated the privacy ones. I continued to wash the last plate for the second time. Jiraiya told me about how IWA used hostages against you, who you found, and what Minato-kun did. She leaned against the door frame. It tore Minato up. It messed me up enough that I don't think I can help myself, much less him, and Kushina doesn't quite understand. Tsunade's strong suit may not have been psychology, but she knew enough to make sure her charges didn't fly off their rockers. Minato needs to be benched. I'll take care of him later, right now my job is you. Put the plate down and come talk to me, please. Fuso gently pulled the plate from my hands. I took my time walking over to Tsunade and following her to a room empty of everything except a small bed with a worn mattress and fresh sheets. I sat down and focused on my hands as I rubbed my fingernails. They were clean, but my hands still felt as though they were caked in blood. Tsunade knelt beside the bed and wrapped her hands around mine. Kichiro, focus on me, please. I looked up at her for a moment and tried to pull my hands back, but she refused to let go. I knew what she was doing. I spearheaded the development of the procedure for treating ninja who spent far too long on the battlefield. I even made several levels to the procedure that accounted for the relative skill of both the medic and the ninja. It was one thing for a jonin to receive treatment from a ninja who fought alongside them, it was quite another for them to receive treatment from a stranger or someone whose full abilities were unknown or their trustworthiness untested, especially when using chakra. The ANBU stayed to make sure none of us lost our shit on innocent civilians, not so much to give us the security we needed for rest. I wondered if he was still outside, but I didn't check. Kichiro, I'm losing you right now, focus on me. The procedure was extremely time-consuming, but it effectively built a decent amount of trust between medic and patient. The health assessment and healing after such deployments were long and often invasive. Only me and one other medic I only met once had the skill to do a full assessment without touching the patient. I may have been capable, but it was too chakra and time-intensive for anyone to effectively use. Kichiro! Tsunade said sharply. My head jerked up. I need you to focus on me. I forced my attention onto her. She gently rubbed her fingers, saturated with medical ninjutsu, over my hands, cleaning and healing the nicks and scrapes exacerbated by the soapy water. I'm focused now, I responded. She hadn't yet switched from the single ponytail to the two low tiebacks, but her hair was just long enough to fall on her face as she worked. Methodically, she shifted the focus of her healing to my forearms, upper arms, then shoulders, rambling about a new treatment she devised to treat head injuries. It was interesting enough to keep most of my attention, but I kept glancing at Fuso, who stood anxiously in the doorway, watching carefully. Lie down, please, Kichiro, Tsunade said. I lay down on my back so she didn't have tense muscles to work through. She checked and triple-checked my neck to make sure everything healed properly. I'm going to make you fall asleep, Kichiro, is that okay? She asked. That's fine, I answered. She put her thumbs on my temples. Normally, medics used a sharp burst of chakra on the back of the neck to stem the connection between the senses and the brain. It was extremely effective, with the only side effect being a bit of disorientation upon waking up. It basically told the brain that the body was asleep, tricking it into falling asleep as well. It could be ended at any time, but never lasted more than a few hours. The other way, which I invented, was to manipulate the chemicals in the brain until it fell asleep on its own. Tsunade used the second method, which was probably for the best. I had developed a habit of storing up the chemicals in question so I could stay alert on progressively less sleep. The other jutsu would have woken my body up no matter what, but this way, I would be asleep for however long my body needed. There was little choice in the matter. Straight face. You should get something to eat, was the first thing I heard upon waking up. It took me a moment, but I recognized Ise's voice. No, I'll wait here until he wakes up, thank you. The second man's voice was familiar, but I couldn't quite place it. He'll still be here when you get back. I already missed most of his life. I'm not going to miss any more of it. Ryu. He barely recognized me, Ise. He may have known who I was, but I didn't recognize you. He was barely a year old the last time he saw you. It's a miracle he remembers as much about you as he does. Most children wouldn't remember anything. Ise didn't know what happened in IWA. My father didn't enlighten him. Kushina. She was an infant at the time. Kichiro barely told her anything about you or Midori. He didn't want her pining after information no one could give or relationships she could never have. It wasn't his decision. It was his decision. You were dead, Ryu. IWA killed you, and until now, you stayed dead. Your wife, your children, and your friends buried you and mourned you. Your children lived in an orphanage for 5 years after your wife died. As much as those women cared about them, they drew the line at replacing the children's parents. Kichiro raised his sister and he did a damn good job. I should have been there for him. You're here now. I barely know him. And I do. He would never resent you for circumstances out of your control. You have no idea what happened. I know enough. He's certainly forgiven you for any mistakes you've made, and whatever he hasn't forgiven you for, he'll forgive you very soon. This guilt will do you no good, it will hurt him more than it's hurting you. Ise's voice lowered and his tone became even more sincere, if such a thing was possible. He's strong, Ryu, stronger than both of us, but he needs someone who understands. The shinobi here weren't raised like you were or trained the same way. The way things were done on Yuzu stuck with him. Kushina and my children were young enough not to know any better, but he wasn't. Even after more than a decade, it still hurts and confuses him. You can still help him, you can still be the father he never thought he could have. My father didn't respond. I'll get you something to eat. The door snapped shut and I flinched at the noise. Kichiro-kun? My father said softly, squeezing my hand. I opened my eyes and saw him sitting on the bed beside me. I sat up, but didn't let go of his hand. I reached up to rub my eyes, but stopped when I noticed a flimsy splint on my wrist. What's this? I asked dumbly. You broke your wrist several weeks ago, but you were either under too much pressure or not paying attention because it healed wrong. The medic who treated you said she had to re-break it but decided against wasting chakra on fully healing it since you're going to be stuck in the village for several weeks anyways. Tsunade lied to you. Pardon? I never broke my wrist and I certainly wasn't negligent enough to heal it improperly if I had. She only said it was broke, maybe even broke it, to keep me from training and to make sure I'm not called out on emergency missions. But you're a medic, he deadpanned. I smirked at him. I'm also good enough at Fuinjutsu that I don't even need chakra to take off a chakra suppression tag that I created in the first place. I also live in a house full of masters who could remove it with a few strokes of a brush if I asked. It didn't stop her from putting the seal on me anyways to mimic chakra exhaustion. It keeps me off the reserve corps for as long as I can tolerate the seal. But why? To make sure I would be here when you arrived. He didn't have a response to that. After a short silence, he spoke. You remember what happened when we were both imprisoned in IWA, don't you? I flinched and nodded. I'm sorry. My eyes burned as I nodded that I understood. The memories were fuzzy, corrupted from being suppressed for so long, but I knew what happened. IWA wanted Uzumaki's secrets, namely, Fuinjutsu. Somehow, my father managed to place a seal on each of the Uzumaki imprisoned with him that prevented them from sharing. He knew he could handle the torture, he'd faced it before. When nothing else worked, that Tsuchikage somehow managed to figure out our relationship and imprison me as part of the temporary treaty to leverage against him, but it didn't work. They tortured me to get to him. They got under his skin, made me scream and scream while he watched, begging them to stop, doing his best to comfort and reassure me. Even after all of that, he gave them nothing, and when they let their guard down in frustration, nearly escaped. He would have made it too, if it wasn't for him dragging me along as well. IWA deemed it too much of a risk to have us in the same room afterwards. Only then did the torture end. My father jarred me out of my memories when he reached forward and pulled me against him for a long time, running his mangled fingers through my hair, refusing to let go, lest I disappear. I wrapped both my arms around his waist and held him just as tightly. Too soon, he let me go. I had to force myself to pull back. I didn't have anything to say, so I crossed my legs underneath the covers. He turned and mimicked me, letting go of my hands and folding his in his lap. His fingers were nearly useless. The silence turned awkward. I can fix your hands, I stammered to break the silence. It's not hard, I've done it plenty of times before, it's the only reason Tsunade still has a ninja career, although all the others retired anyways. Her case was much worse than most because the chakra pathways and muscles were completely mutilated, but yours are still mostly intact, just severed. That was really clever by the way how you managed it, because they should have reattached on their own but didn't. The rest of the damage is to the bones, which are easy to heal. It's one of the first things I learned to do. I just have to re-break and heal them. It won't hurt, I swear. I used to sever the nerves and reattach them, but I figured out a better way a while ago that doesn't cause any damage, but it takes longer. I suppose the explanation wouldn't make much sense to you. Anyway, all I have to do is re-break the bone and realign and rejuvenate the damaged nerves, maybe fix a few blood vessels and rebuild the muscles. I rambled. He didn't say anything. If you don't want me to, it's fine. I don't know what I was thinking. I'm sorry. Don't apologize, it's fine. I haven't been able to use my hands properly since before you were born, so I never thought about it. I wasn't sure if he was just commenting or giving me permission. I learned a long time ago how to fight with these hands. I used to put a jinjutsu on them whenever I walked around Uzushiogakure. He never noticed before, he thinks this happened in IWA. I know, I have your medical records from Yuzu. I see. I flinched. Have at it, I'm curious to see what you can do. He held his hands out. When I took them, I noticed he was shaky with weakness but didn't comment. To be perfectly honest, I showed off. It took longer than it should have because I was overly cautious not to cause him any pain or discomfort, but an hour later, his hands were fully healed. They didn't look quite normal because the bit of muscle he had was extremely lopsided, but his fingers were back to full working order, and in time, the muscles that went unused for so long would be retrained. When the medical chakra faded, he was smiling. It was an odd, amused expression on his face, but it made me smile as well. I started to pull my hands away, but he caught my fingers just as quick, closing his eyes and enjoying the sensation. While I was healing, I noticed self-inflicted scars across the palms of his hands where he had destroyed most of the nerves to his fingers, presumably so he didn't have to feel the mutilation, unnerving his captors and giving him a small break from the torture. I took extra care to heal the nerves perfectly, but I didn't remove the scar. It was a testament to his fortitude. One hand went down to the bed, running his fingers along the bed covers, fingering a snag for a moment before starting to fidget with his civilian-cut clothes, tying and untying a loose knot in the end of his cloth belt. I didn't know medics could. He broke off, then reached forward and drew me into a hug. Somehow, it was different to be hugged by a father, even though I barely knew him. I didn't say anything, holding on for just a second longer than he did, unwilling to let go. I didn't want to admit it to myself, but a father, a real father who loved me, cared for me, and wasn't ashamed to show it, was something I always wanted. I was terrified it was nothing more than a dream, that he would disappear as soon as I looked away. Medics can do a lot more than they could 10 years ago. I was told a lot of the advances were because of you. I shrugged, not responding. I'm proud of you, son. Have you seen Kushina yet? He nodded. She and the blonde boy. Minato, I corrected. She and Minato barricaded themselves upstairs. They do that a lot. Upstairs is a safe zone for us. There are a lot of things we just can't do or say around children and civilians. You're still children yourself. I looked away. I haven't been a kid for a long time, neither has Kushina. Besides, I actually am an adult now. There just wasn't anything to say to that. After a while, he spoke. You still babble nonsense in your sleep. I frowned, confused. When you were a baby, you used to babble nonsense during your dreams. You still do. That's embarrassing. No one ever mentioned I talked in my sleep. Na-chan, I mean, Kushina-chan said you almost stopped after Yuzu. Another awkward silence. I met Hatake-san and his son. Sakumo didn't threaten you, did he? He did, actually. My father chuckled. I first met him when he was a pipsqueak genin waving around a botkin and picking fights with everyone he met. I was a genin too, but Yuzu genin were a hell of a lot stronger than Konoha genin. My head shot up at that. Really? But I thought. The minimum requirements were a guide, nothing more. Each sensei had their own list of requirements to add to it, depending on the student's talent and interest in different aspects of shinobi life. Even though it took a little bit of effort to sense family members, using a jutsu in my vicinity would get someone noticed in a heartbeat. Someone was hiding outside the door. My father immediately picked up on my shift in attention. Come in, Naomi, I said. The door slid open and she dropped the jutsu. You know better than to listen at the door. I'm sorry, Kairo and I, but she looked at my father curiously and climbed up on the bed beside me, ducking under my arm. Nichan just got home, he asked me to tell you. Anything else? She shook her head. You're Ise's daughter, aren't you? My father asked curiously. Naomi glanced at me uncertainly. I answered for her. Yes, she's his third child. Out of? I winced and quickly counted in my head. He has 7 kids now. He frowned. How old is the youngest? 3 months, Naomi answered. My father looked confused. But Fuso is at least 40, he trailed off. Naomi winced. Don't let Kachan hear you say that. Hear you say what? Fuso asked from the door. Nothing. My father said far too quickly to be natural. It was never said. Naomi, your brother asked you to give a message, not start a conversation. He said he had other things for you to do, please listen to him. Yes, Kachan, she responded and hurried off obediently. My father frowned. She's not even 10, what could she possibly do? Probably run errands, Nagato most likely has a mission soon. No, Fuso corrected, since you and Natsuki are home for a little while, his commander sent him home. He's been on non-stop missions as long as you have been on the lines. I scowled. Did he change commanders because I talked to? ANBU took Iwa's hit just as hard from what I can tell. They're running short-staffed. I'm fairly certain Nagato hasn't seen a medic. I need to go, I said, standing up. My father grabbed the back of my shirt as Fuso put a hand on the wall and activated the room seals. What are you doing? I growled at Fuso. That wasn't an Uzumaki seal. Although my father was making a genuine attempt to hold me back, his grip didn't ever require a thought to break. Tsunade-sama said to keep you here. You can't keep me here with just that. No, but Nagato can, that's another reason he's here. I gritted my teeth. Under whose orders? No one answered. I jerked out of my father's grasp and put my hand over hers, purposefully using corrosive chakra to degrade the seal at the same time she strengthened it. Even with most of my chakra bound up in Tsunade's seal, I had much more than her. It was only a matter of time before she gave up. I could feel her chakra rapidly draining. She looked me in the eye, daring me to see how far she would go. When her knees started to shake, I knew she would collapse before she yielded. I yanked my hand off the seal and turned my back, pacing the room and ignoring the stabbing pain in my ankle. I must have accidentally kicked the bed frame. When I glanced at the bed, one foot was somewhat bent. Why? I demanded. Before she could respond, Nagato appeared in the doorway and entered. What the hell is going on? He demanded. Why am I not allowed to leave? Nagato crossed his arms. Classified. I glanced at Fuso, who looked away, then at my father, who was just as confused as I was. I have clearance. Not for this. I have access to everything. What could possibly be hidden specifically from me? Nagato didn't budge. Who classified it? The Hokage? Sakumo? Kagami? Nagato didn't react. The Uchiha? My father asked. Isn't he dead? No. It's a long story, I'll tell you later. I frowned thinking of the people Nagato listened to instead of me. The list was already exhausted. Kushina? I guessed, grasping at straws. To my surprise, he reacted. I knew it was only a matter of time before Minato hid something from me, if he hadn't already, but I never expected Kushina to go to any lengths to keep me in the dark about something. I had absolutely no idea what it could possibly be, other than it had to do with me. I want to talk to her. Nagato didn't move. I grabbed the front of his shirt. I will threaten whatever I have to. You would never follow through on any threat that would hurt me, Nisan. He called my bluff. I let go of him and crossed my arms. Please, just stay here, Nagato begged. Be patient. Why? I snapped. He didn't answer. You can't keep me here. I will if I have to, not even you can break a Jinjutsu cast by the Rinnegan. He put his hands up in the serpent hand seal. I honestly couldn't tell if he was bluffing or not. I decided to call it and pushed past him. He grabbed my wrist and spun me back around to face him. I tried to close my eyes, but before I could, I caught a glimpse of his. My vision went dark and sound was distorted, as if I was deep underwater. I put my hands together to try and dispel the genjutsu, but it didn't even waver. It may have been nothing but a sensory deprivation genjutsu, but when it was cast by Nagato, it was extremely powerful, even throwing off my ability to sense chakra. What little I could sense was distorted and unrecognizable. There was a sound behind me, like a footstep. I spun around in alarm, lashing out. Someone caught my wrist, the one in the splint. I grabbed them in return, jerking them towards me and trying to take them down. The splint broke. Several people surrounding me started shouting and panic closed my throat. In the back of my mind, a small voice reminded me I was home and safe, but it was quickly drowned out as more people entered the room. I may not have been able to identify them, but I could count. 2 powerful chakra signatures surrounded me, quickly followed by a weaker one, all shouting as I grappled with another chakra signature that rivaled my own. I burned off the chakra binding seal Tsunade left. Someone tried to put a paralysis tag on my back, which I burned away before they could activate and threw the slightly smaller person I was wrestling towards them. The shouting grew more frantic and several hands grabbed me at once. A smaller set of hands wrapped something around my ankles. I managed to free my left leg before it tightened, stepping down on one of the hands. I could have broken it, but the hand was too small to be anything but a child's, so I attached it to the sole of my foot and kicked the body towards the person who was about to immobilize my right arm. At the same time, another, even smaller body, latched onto my other leg. This severely hindered my ability to move. Someone tried to put me into a full Nelson, which I barely avoided. As I twisted out, the child I threw leapt onto my back and wrapped both arms around my neck and their legs around my torso, constricting my ability to draw in air. I tried to replace myself with someone, but the jutsu failed. In that moment of distraction, 2 of the giant chakra signatures managed to catch my arms and twist them, forcing me to bend backwards and entangling my fingers in their own to stop me from forming hand seals and interrupting any chakra I tried to utilize through my hands. Another extremely small chakra signature darted out from the edges of the room and barreled into my free leg, collapsing my knee and sending me crashing down onto my back, the child on my back underneath me. The shouting faded to grunts and the body that caused me to fall latched onto my free leg before I could do anything. I strained as hard as I could against the people holding my arms, slowly crushing the small body beneath me. I felt bones begin to crack under the pressure. I jerked and struggled as the third large chakra signature carefully switched places with the person holding down my right arm. No matter how hard I struggled, I couldn't budge. I tried to kick my legs, but their grips were just as tight, and they were impossibly heavy for their size. The 2 people on my arm finished switching places and the free person pulled up my shirt, inching it out from under the legs of the child beneath me. They briefly checked on the QB seal before drawing one on my sternum. I tried to burn it away, but the more chakra I pushed into it, the stronger it got. Too late, I realized it wasn't a seal at all. I expended most of my reserves into nothing. I struggled fruitlessly, waiting. There was an argument above me. After several minutes, it was over, and the child constricting my breathing slowly released me and was slid out from beneath my back. I couldn't bear being imprisoned again. As soon as I was free of her grip, I tried to slam my head back and knock myself out, but the twerp managed to catch my head before I could hurt myself. I stuck out my tongue, but as I bit down, someone forced their hand into my mouth and my teeth lodged in the boniest part of the child's hand. There wouldn't be anywhere near enough blood to suffocate myself with. Before I could spit out the hand and try again, the child grabbed my jaw, forcing my mouth to remain clamped over the hand. The argument resumed. After several minutes and accidentally breaking at least 2 of my fingers trying to twist myself free, the genjutsu was lifted. Kushina leaned over me. I used my chakra sense to look around. Minato was holding down my left arm and Nagato was on my right. It was Natsuki's hand in my mouth and she had a firm grip on my head. Naomi lay on top of my right leg with chakra weights attached to her torso. The brat who knocked me down was Noriko, who I assumed had just started at the academy and was also weighed down with chakra weights. I slowly relaxed, the panic fading. When I tried to look up at Natsuki, she curled around my head, hiding her face beside my ear. I remembered the sensation of bones cracking beneath me as the hair beside my temple dampened. Kushina slowly freed my jaw and pulled Natsuki's hand out of my mouth. I could feel people watching from the doorway. Kushina stood up and shut it in their faces. She then released the weights around the girls, pinning my legs, picking the two up and setting them on the bed. They hugged each other. Nagato slowly released my arm, and when I didn't make any sudden movements, Minato followed. Out of everyone, Natsuki and I were the only ones to take any damage. I would have bruises all over my body later from being wrestled to the ground and held there. Natsuki had several fractured bones. I pulled myself free and carefully laid Natsuki on her back, my hands glowing with medical chakra and trembling slightly from fatigue and exertion. I healed her ribs first, apologizing the entire time. Her eyes were closed tightly in pain. I should have left it there, fully aware that if I used much more chakra, I would exhaust myself, but I ignored my sense and continued to heal her. The pressure had fractured her pelvis in 3 places and her ilium crumpled. When I reached for her hand, Nagato stopped me and Minato helped him drag me back while Kushina took my place. They set me down on the bed. Nagato turned back towards Natsuki while Minato stopped me from following. "You have the choice to lie down and rest, or I will permanently seal your chakra and knock you out," he threatened. I relaxed, but I didn't lie down. Minato knew I would stand up the moment he turned his back, so he motioned for Naomi and Noriko to watch me. Naomi parked herself in my lap while Noriko wrapped herself around my left arm. As soon as Minato turned his back, I checked both girls for injuries with a small pulse of chakra. They were fine, just a few bumps from hitting the floor. Natsuki finally stood up with help from Nagato. Once Minato made sure everything was fine, he returned to me, checking my pulse. "Kushina, he has chakra exhaustion, can you?" She pushed him out of the way, taking my hands in hers. "His hands are cold, go get Tsunade, we shouldn't have let him heal Natsuki." "Nagato, stay with her." "Naomi, Noriko, stay with him, keep him warm and make sure he doesn't stop breathing and his heart keeps breathing." As Minato left, my father pushed his way in. "I can help, I know how." Kushina stood up to stop him. "No, you can't help, even I can tell you're sick, you should be in bed right now." "I'm not." "You are sick. Kichiro gets sick often enough as it is, he doesn't need anyone to help him along." "But the only reason you're not locked in a hospital room is because there are 3 doctors in this house. If you start being uncooperative, I will personally escort you to the hospital and you will stay there, and don't you dare say I can't. My combat stats are 3 times better than yours ever were, and you've spent the past 15 years imprisoned. Go ahead and test me right now." He backed down but didn't leave the room. A yellow flash lit up the room. Everyone flinched back as Tsunade appeared in the middle of the room, disorientated and annoyed. I had to," Kushina stammered as Tsunade took stock of the situation. He snapped and it took all of us to stop him. Tsunade knelt in front of me and put a hand on my chest. I flinched as the medical chakra rushed through me. "He'll be fine, Minato, don't ever do that again." "Kushina, get him somewhere quiet and stay with him, he needs real rest, without unfamiliar people hanging around." "Nagato, if I ever catch you putting a jinjutsu like that on a comrade outside of a spar again, I will personally have you put on probation. It's a testament to his self-control that none of you are dead." She turned back to me. "Kichiro, focus on me, I need you to lie down and try and go back to sleep naturally." "Why couldn't I leave?" I asked as she stood up and pulled the 2 children off me. "I'll be having some very strong words with your clan. A new religion of sorts rose up recently and it's preaching against Jinchuriki, among other things." "The longer." "Jinchuriki?" my father asked coldly. "Is it true then? Mito-sama is dead?" "She's been dead for 13 years. She sealed the QB into me." My father's fingers twitched. "I thought they were lying, you would have been 9, what was she thinking?" he snapped. No one answered him. Tsunade stood up and herded everyone, including my father, outside, leaving me in the room with Kushina. Chapter 77, Recovering from Chakra Exhaustion was never fun. It was long, boring, and frustrating, even more so when I wasn't allowed to leave the house. It made it especially difficult to avoid people, and someone was always watching me, making sure I didn't push myself too hard. I was all for kids learning to read early, but I wasn't a fan of getting stuck with teaching them. I wasn't very good at it. In fact, by most standards, I was illiterate when it came to kanji. I knew enough to fake it, but I didn't understand it like I understood English. I still wrote in English whenever I could, occasionally forgetting and filling out a mission report in English and getting scolded for it. For mission reports, I almost exclusively wrote in hiragana, which garnered more than a few raised eyebrows, but only the Sandame dared to comment. After 3 years only seeing seals on paper instead of kanji, I was very much out of practice. It was extremely embarrassing when I had to stand up and ask one of the adults what different characters meant. On my own, I probably could have guessed close enough for comprehension, but not while trying to teach the little ones. I had no idea who motivated the children to learn to read, or even how they managed, but they kept at it for over an hour every day, sometimes coming back after a break. Even after I recovered, I was trapped in the house, everyone hovering over me. Normally upstairs would be an escape, but someone was always up there as well. Meditating was the only time I could escape the feeling of being watched and monitored. Over the first week, my father grew progressively sicker. By the end of the week, getting out of bed for a meal was exhausting for him. I sneaked downstairs during the night, trying to figure out the problem and treat it. It significantly lengthened my own recovery, but I didn't care. I was careful not to get myself sick in the process. After the first week, Kushina caught on and started sleeping next to and eventually on top of me, which made sneaking downstairs progressively more difficult, but ANBU made me earn my position as an agent and it never stopped me, much to her frustration. She didn't make me stop but did her best to limit the time I spent attempting to heal him. 3 weeks later, I was fully recovered and my father was beginning to recover. Minato started helping the Hokage in the tower during the day, and Kushina started working on a top-secret seal project. She vanished early every morning and reappeared for dinner. I would spar with her every evening, which was exhausting, not to mention Nagato's sisters wanting to learn as well and pestering me during the day. The youngest girl, Noah, even started some of the simplest katas and participated in the meditation exercises I gave them. When Nagato wasn't working ANBU patrols, he was helping, but he didn't have the patience for teaching and he didn't understand why his sisters didn't always get it right away. On one particularly lazy day while all the kids were in school, I opened my eyes when a heavy weight settled on my chest, almost constricting my breathing. "What are you doing?" I asked Nagato, not moving from where I had settled comfortably on the sofa. "Wondering why Kushina still likes to lay on you. You're not supposed to be putting pressure on my chest like that." "Why not?" "Because my heart is still scarred. You know this." "What? Did a pretty girl reject you?" He teased and shifted his weight. I rolled my eyes. "You've been out on the field for years. If you were at risk, why weren't you pulled out?" It was a valid question, but I still shoved him off me, only for Kushina to roll over the back of the couch and take his place. "Why are you two so abnormally clingy today?" I asked in exasperation as Kushina wriggled an arm under my back and curled against my side. My father frowned from where he sat beside my head reading one of the journals Kushina had kept since she learned to write. "What do you mean your heart is scarred?" he asked as Kushina finished settling in. "Just an injury I got at the beginning of this war. I still don't know how I survived. I wasn't supposed to." I reached up and grabbed his hand tightly before he could immerse himself in guilt and worry. "In a few months, the scar tissue will be stiff enough for me to remove the scar and fix the tissue." "What do you mean?" "You know how the heart is muscle, right?" He nodded slowly. "Well, it's a different kind of muscle than what is in your arms and legs, but since it's a heart, any damage it takes is supposed to be lethal. In my case, a bunch of idiots decided it wouldn't be, so with some help from Biju Chakra, it wasn't. Well, there was an issue or 2 or 10. One thing led to another and my heart got healed, but not really. I'm not sure how, but my heart can't heal on its own anymore. Instead, I have to wait for the scar to get to a point at which I can properly heal it, well, force it to heal." "Then why were you in the field? Doesn't that mean if you were hit in the chest your heart could rupture?" I sighed and Kushina answered for me. "That's exactly what could have happened. I wouldn't have known about the rupture until I dropped dead." I interrupted. Kushina swatted my arm. "We didn't have a choice. Minato needed his help against IWA, so we compromised. Kichiro didn't fight unless there was no other choice." My father laid a hand over my forehead. You could have died. He has died. The Shinigami just doesn't like how he tastes, so he keeps spitting Kichiro back out. Kushina! I scolded and sat up. What? It's true! You don't have to say it like that. She just rolled her eyes and propped herself against our father's shoulder. It is nice to know I don't have to worry about you, he commented as Nagato snickered. Kushina, your mother said the exact same thing when Kichiro said his first word. I believe her exact words were the Shinigami better really hate the brat, otherwise I'm going to strangle him before he leaves infancy. Kushina smirked at me. I just rolled my eyes and laid back down, propping my head up on my father's leg. Kushina settled her head on my shoulder. My father laid a warm hand on my collarbone and his fingers gently traced the scar on my neck. Kushina's body radiated heat, lulling me into a light doze. A while later, Nagato quietly excused himself. Several minutes later, my father spoke. Is Kichiro asleep? Sorta, Kushina answered quietly. Let him be, this is as close to real sleep as he's gotten in ages. Wait, he's been here for the past few months, yeah, but he hasn't had a chance to truly rest. What is rest? My father asked rhetorically. Kushina slid her free hand into my father's, distracting him from the scar. A few minutes later, her breathing deepened as she napped beside me. I briefly blinked open my eyes when he stood up and stuffed a pillow under my head, but I didn't get up, I just turned my face into Kushina's hair. When ambient noise of others in the room faded, Kushina sat up with a wide yawn. Kichiro? Can I talk to you? Yeah, anytime. I sat up so I could face her. It's about Tachan. What about him? He's not okay, right? That's right. You know I don't remember him, he's not the same as ISE described. Is that right? Yes. He's not the same as I remember him from Yuzu, but it's been more than 15 years since IWA faked his death. Anyone would change in that time no matter what the circumstances. That's not the point. Then what is your point? What happened to Tachan and IWA? Can you tell me what you know? I looked her in the eye, my chest tight with pain and memories. I want to understand, I want to help him. Kushina, remember when you were tortured by Suna when you were little? She gritted her teeth. Do you remember how you felt when I made you tell me what happened? I couldn't maintain eye contact with her, but I grabbed her hand instead. It was hard for you. At some points, I wasn't sure if you would be able to. He told you everything. Yes, but it wasn't because he wanted to. What's that supposed to mean? The Hokage needed a report on the torture methods IWA has developed and someone needed to make sure that Tachan hadn't been turned traitor. He would never. It was better to be safe. But you had just remembered everything from IWA. They're old memories, Kushina. Just because I couldn't remember them doesn't mean they didn't fade with time. After I got back from IWA, the trauma, both remembered and not, healed. It's nice to have the blank sections of my memory filled, and I was reeling for a while because of how horrific the experiences were, but I'm better now. Aside from ISE, I have the closest emotional connection to Tachan. Considering I'm a ninja, medic, and was imprisoned alongside Tachan for some time, I was the obvious choice. I should have been the one to help. Why are you asking about this anyways? I want to help, I want to do something. Tachan just wanders around the house all day with a horrible expression, like he doesn't believe what he's seeing. You never did that after you came back. Okay, I understand why you want to know, but Tachan's story isn't a story you want to hear. I know, but I can't just sit here and watch him. Minato. Where is Minato, anyways? The Hokage needed him for something. I see. He's going to be the Yondaime, isn't he? Kushina gave me a funny look. Minato? As Hokage? Did you hit your head and not tell us? He would make a good Hokage. I suppose you're right, but we've had this conversation already. I fell silent and stared at my hands, fidgeting with a hole in the sole of my sock. Please, Kichiro, please tell me what happened to Tachan. Why are you asking me? Why aren't you asking Tachan? I don't want to upset him. I won't pretend that it won't be hard, but if he's not willing to tell you himself, it's not my place to betray his trust. Then can you tell me what happened to you? I'm not mad, but why do you want to know so badly? What do you really want to know? She slid across the couch and pulled me into a tight hug. I don't want you to hurt anymore. I don't want Tachan to hurt anymore. I pressed my forehead against hers. I love you, Kushina, that's why I'm still here. Nichan. I'm not going to lie to you and tell you that everything is okay, because it's not, but as long as you're here, as long as you're safe and happy, it will all be okay in the end, I promise. That might make you feel better, but it doesn't help. I want to make sure you're never hurt again. I pulled her into a bone-crushing hug, hiding my face in her shoulder. You're the best sister I could ask for, Kushina. I love you and I wish I could give you anything you wanted, but that's one thing I can't give you, that's the one thing I wouldn't give you if I could. Please, Nichan, there must be some way. I can't take this anymore. I want my brother back. I want to be able to look at my daddy and see more than a ghost. Kushina. No, he's barely alive. He doesn't see me, all he sees is IWA and pain. I need my daddy. He's in there, I can see it, but he won't let me pull him out. She continued in a whisper. You're the same way, Nichan. Not all of the time, but whenever I'm least expecting it, you recoil. You shut everyone out and just stare. You stare at nothing. After you got back from IWA, you told us what happened, but you kept your eyes closed the entire time, reliving it. You acted fine, but it was like you were acting from the memory of what you used to be like. After you came back from ANBU, you were fine, but ever since you rescued Tachan, you've been the same as before. I couldn't dispute it. I knew a part of me was broken beyond repair. I'm sorry, Kushina. What sounded like an argument started in the hallway, but I couldn't make out the words behind the closed door. The voices quickly rose and I recognized ISE and my father. I kept holding onto Kushina, refusing to let her go, even when we could both clearly hear the argument. Shut up. Just shut up, ISE. My father bellowed. No! I'm not going to let you destroy yourself like that. Everyone was better off before I came back. I shouldn't have returned to Konoha. Your two children are on the other side of that door right now. You abandoned them once, damn it, I don't care what your reasons were. How dare you even consider putting them through that again? You should be ashamed for even considering it. They'll be fine, they're better off without me. Ryu, do you even hear yourself? Did you even listen to what they were saying in there? When you died, Kichiro was devastated, and a year later, Midori died. Kichiro barely survived losing you once, do you really want to see if he can survive it again? I can't live with this. You wouldn't be able to live with yourself if you left. Then I just won't live. Kichiro, please, make them stop, Kushina begged at the same time I pulled a kunai out of her pouch and tossed it at the doorframe with a chakra string attached, temporarily activating the privacy seal to block out the conversation. No! That's not what I meant. If either one of us goes out there now, it'll only make things worse. Trust me, Kushina. ISE will take care of Tachan and if he can't, he'll come get us. She tried to push me away, but I grabbed her wrists. I can't just sit here. You can, and you will. Tachan is going to be fine. ISE has complete control over the seals in this house. How do you know? She snapped. Because I know. I can't do nothing. Sometimes, the only way you can help is to listen. I can't just accept that. Come here, Kushina, come here. I didn't give her a choice as I pulled her close. After a moment of resistance, she collapsed against me, holding her heart. Enough, Ryu. ISE stated firmly when the seal failed. Your children care about you, they need you. They're adults, it's too late. No, it's not too late. They never replaced you, not even when Fuso and I came to Konoha and tried to fill those holes you and Midori left behind. Now you're here to fill a void they barely realized existed. They have the chance at a family. You have a second chance with your family. That's not what it's like. That is what it's like. You get a second chance to care for your family, they get the chance to have a family, to have someone who can take care of and protect them. Do you have any idea what they've already been through? They deserve better than someone. I know what you're thinking. Kichiro spent almost 15 years of his life under the Shitago. He deserves better. He is a Jinchuriki, against his will, because you weren't there. I know. No one was there to protect him. I talked to the Hokage several times. He said that the clan head from before the massacre had already decided to give Kichiro to Konoha. Even if both you and Midori were alive, Kichiro's fate would have been the same. He would have returned with Mito to Konoha after the anniversary. The massacre. Mito was going to attend the celebration and bring Kichiro to Konoha afterwards. Did he know? No. No one could have stopped it. How? Everyone supported me when I told Mito no from the beginning. Hell, I wasn't even the first to tell her no, I was one of the last. The clan head didn't change his mind until a few months before the massacre. The Hokage thinks that he suspected an attack of some kind because he agreed to send 5 other future ninja to Konoha on apprenticeships alongside a sudden influx of goods Yuzu had been limiting in their export. What's your point? Do you have any idea how much power you have over the two of them? Aside from you, the only person in this village that Kichiro will obey without question is Namikaze Minato, a boy 6 months younger than him. Don't you dare try and walk away from me right now. How haven't you noticed? When he gets summoned to the Hokage Tower, he looks at you for permission. The only time he will voluntarily go out to train with anyone is when you tell him to. I've been gone for 2 decades. 20 years, ISE. Kichiro could barely walk when I left. Kushina had just spoken her first word. I've had 7 children since then. I know exactly how much life can change. You, more than anyone, should understand how special your own children are. The only reason Konoha is physically standing is Kichiro. The only reason Konoha survived is because Kushina and Minato have almost single-handedly supported morale and prevented this village from cannibalizing itself. I know you're trying to convince me of something. Kichiro died for the Sandaime, a man who hates him more than almost anything else. Minato practically won this war by himself. Kushina, Kami, I don't even know the half of what she's done. She's a formidable ninja, but she's nowhere near as powerful as Kichiro or Minato. No, her power is just different. She gave Kichiro his moniker. I snapped my head towards Kushina. Until now, it was only information I either knew or suspected to be true, but that was a tidbit I had a difficult time believing. In my defense, I didn't know it was you until after the name stuck, Kushina insisted. I didn't realize that I was the one who started it until later and eventually forgot about it after other things happened. She stood up and walked over to the door. I stayed seated, watching her carefully. Instinctual grasp of people made her invaluable in an uncountable number of roles across the shinobi corps. She can fill any leadership role in this village without batting an eye. Kushina squeezed her eyes closed. For a moment, her hand rested on the handle and I thought she was going to fling the door open. Without warning, she laid her hand over the privacy seal and activated it, blocking out the conversation. After a moment she hurried back and curled up beside me. I relaxed back against the arm of the sofa as she wrapped her arms around my middle and rested her head against my chest, listening to my heartbeat. Straight face. I made sure not to train Nagato's siblings while ISE or Fuso were home to avoid poking at old wounds. It ran me ragged, and several times, I gave up and lay in the middle of the backyard while they continued to practice. While it was obvious to me that the Hokage was subtly training Minato to take over, everyone else gave me odd looks when I brought it up. At the end of the 4th week after our return, Minato and Kushina were officially confined to the village while their teams, who were now all Chunin, organized themselves, begging training from their respective senseis between missions. Officially, I was on leave, but I still worked as a medic for ANBU or the hospital during the night and was often called in whenever an agent returned from a mission injured. At least once a week, the Hokage called me in to assign missions for ANBU, occasionally for the General Corps as well, usually when Kagami was otherwise occupied. Nagato continued to take regular ANBU missions. While the Hokage gave the orders, I suspected Minato made the plan. On several occasions, I was given an off-the-books mission to keep up morale. I used all my stealth to sneak into camps and provide miraculous recoveries and impossible healings, becoming an actual spirit among a significant percentage of the shinobi. The rumors that I died were especially interesting. Because of my clearance, I was sometimes called in to help Kagami with the logistics of assignments and to run messages between him and the Hokage. Kagami had taken it upon himself to train me in using the katana, the trademark weapon of the ANBU general, shortly after the end of the Second War. However, the lessons were becoming increasingly frequent. Before the war, I could hold my own against the best, even though I never used it in an actual fight, preferring my sticks. Over the year after peace negotiations began, Kagami seemed determined to make me the best, even though it was a weapon I would only have use for if I was surrounded, drastically outnumbered, and out of chakra. In the next year, Minato solidified his reputation as the Yellow Flash and IWA backed down and opened peace negotiations. As Minato gained more of the limelight, I faded into the background. The day before the Hokage was to publicly announce peace, he called me, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Sakumo, Kagami, Minato, and Kushina to his office. All of us were extremely confused. While it wasn't uncommon for any of us to be called, for us all to be there at once, it didn't make sense, though in hindsight, it should have been obvious. When I arrived, Hokage was standing in front of his desk. As if he was going to make a formal announcement, Kagami stood off his left shoulder, his hand on the katana attached to his belt, smirking. The Hokage was in his formal uniform, and Kagami was in the formal, public ANBU uniform, but with his mask attached to his belt. Minato and Kushina, the only people who didn't know the identity of the ANBU general, struggled to hide their reactions. Sakumo arrived a few seconds later, followed by Tsunade and Jiraiya in the middle of a heated argument. Minato and Kushina were almost a minute late. When they rushed in apologizing, Kagami took up his position behind and slightly to the left of the Sandaime. He smirked mischievously. While it was weird to see an Uchiha smiling, it unnerved Sakumo and I the most. Kagami enjoyed teasing his underlings, it was always in good sport, but Sakumo and I were the most frequent targets. He managed to get the Hokage in on the game several times, though the Hokage made a point never to join the fun against me unless I was only one among many targets. I found myself scanning the room for cameras and traps, as well as mentally making sure I had not forgotten anything important. I hadn't, which only confused me even more. Sakumo was doing the same thing. As you are all aware, I am going to be announcing the end of the Third Shinobi World War tomorrow. I will be making a second announcement as well. At that, Tsunade and Jiraiya paled. Kagami was staring at me to the point where I was too unnerved to pay enough attention to the Sandaime. I will be announcing the Yondaime Hokage of Konohagakure. Jiraiya and Tsunade took a step back and I wasn't paying any attention to Kagami anymore, my own face paled. The rational side of me knew he was going to pick Minato. The irrational side of me was terrified he changed his decision. Everyone here has been seriously considered for the position. Kagami and I have extensively discussed each of your strengths and weaknesses. I was having a mild panic attack as irrationality took over. Jiraiya and Tsunade looked like they wanted to bolt, but the rest of the group was interested and excited. I started to turn and walk out, but Kagami's eyes swirled into the Sharingan, a silent warning to stay put. I blinked and his eyes were back to normal. No one else noticed the exchange. Tsunade, your legacy speaks for itself and you've done nothing but prove yourself more than worthy of it many times over. She nodded in acknowledgement. Jiraiya, your progress since you became a Genin has been astounding, and it continues to grow exponentially even though your less-than-savory antics put a damper on your accomplishments. Everyone chuckled a little at the jab, and Jiraiya leered theatrically at Tsunade, who barely restrained herself from punching him. Sakumo, you embody the perfect shinobi, self-sacrificing, intelligent, resourceful, invisible. You live by the opening quote in the shinobi rulebook, a true shinobi protects the village from its shadow. Sakumo took a deep breath and seemed to stand a little taller. Kushina, you command respect wherever you go, you inspire your comrades to endure, to never give up. Kushina beamed at the praise. All of you make brilliant leaders, no one can deny it, you've proven yourselves many times over, however, none of you have shown both the initiative and vision needed to lead an entire village. Minato and Kichiro, step forward. Minato was in a daze as he stepped forward. I tried to step back, only for Sakumo to put a hand on my back and shove me forward. I caught myself but didn't have the presence of mind to glare at him. Kichiro, since you are 9, you have been considered for the position of Yondaime. Both Minato and Kushina gaped at me as they processed the new information. We've had our differences over time, many of them quite severe and destructive. Even in the face of the persecution leveled against you, you never flinched from what you believed to be right, no matter the pressure your elders, your peers, your friends, and even your family put on you. At first, I interpreted this as stubbornness, and arrogance and ego nothing could deflate. This was a shortcoming on my part, not yours. I have always been lauded for my knowledge, my intelligence, my talents, but I never understood there could be something necessary beyond that. Kichiro, in my entire life, if I gain even a tenth of the wisdom you have gained in less than 25 years, maybe I could consider myself successful. In your wisdom, you want nothing to do with leadership and power, and I believe that is one of your best qualities. At the same time, I have come to respect you too much to force you into a position you have spoken so vehemently against. I breathed an audible sigh of relief as the Sandaime turned to Minato. Minato, you've come a long way from the homeless orphan who stumbled into this tower, begging for food. You are now internationally famous, or infamous, depending on the perspective. You are willing to sacrifice everything, and you nearly did on several occasions, in defense of your village and comrades. On top of that, you are charismatic, willing to work with even the most stubborn and hard-headed individuals. Kagami coughed my name, but quickly pretended nothing happened when the Sandaime sent him an annoyed glare. Unfortunately, Kagami wasn't wrong. You are not afraid to ask for help when you need it, and you are by no means naive when you receive it. You have a knack for coming up with mutually beneficial solutions, even in the most difficult of situations. You are a rare genius who's like I have never met. No one in this generation can rival your intellect and skill. Because of this and many, many other reasons, I would like you, Namikaze Minato, to become the Yondaime Hokage of Konohagakure. Do you accept? Minato's jaw dropped in shock, as if the offer came out of the blue. I nudged him. He looked at me. I gently prodded him forward. I accept, Minato responded. The Sandaime stepped forward and pulled off the outer coat of his uniform and put it around Minato's shoulders. Reflexively, Minato put his arms in the sleeves. In full view of everyone, the Sandaime placed the Hokage hat on Minato's head, then turned him around. I present to you, the Yondaime Hokage of Konohagakure. The Sandaime said. Everyone was still in a mild state of shock as the Sandaime took 2 steps backwards to stand beside me and Kagami stood on my other side. I exchanged a glance with them. They nodded in acknowledgement. As one, the 3 of us knelt, a display of fealty I doubted any other Hokage ever received. Minato was too stunned to react and the others stared in amazement. When we stood back up, I led an unorthodox cheer, to which even the Sandaime joined in. It had Minato bright red by the time the Sandaime put a hand on my shoulder and motioned for the rest of the room to calm down. I will make the formal announcement tomorrow. Until then, please keep Minato's appointment to yourselves. Except for Minato and Kichiro, you're all dismissed. And all of you owe me big time because I hands down won the bet of next Hokage, I added. You bet on me? Minato asked incredulously. I bet Sandaime-sama would announce you as the Yondaime shortly before or during the public announcement of peace. I clapped Minato on the back. I made the bet shortly after the war started. The rest of the party left, happy for Minato and more than a little exasperated with me. Kushina was the only person who didn't bet against me, claiming neutrality in the debate. The Sandaime's expression turned serious and the 4 of us arranged ourselves into a square. I was across from Kagami. Kichiro, you are intimately familiar with ANBU, more familiar than any other member, arguably more familiar than Kagami himself. I frowned, unsure of what his point was. Kagami continued. As I'm sure you can deduce, Hiruzen is stepping down because of his age. Since I am the same age, I have also noticed it has become increasingly difficult for me to perform my duties. The Sandaime took over. Traditionally, it has been the purview of the Hokage to appoint the ANBU general. However, until now, the Hokage has been part of the ANBU Corps at some point and more familiar with how it works. Minato, you may be qualified to lead the General Shinobi Corps, but not to discredit your abilities in any way, you are not qualified to make decisions on behalf of ANBU. Hiruzen gave me the liberty of deciding on my successor. At the time, I was not aware of who he had chosen as his own successor. In ANBU, there are only 2 people I believe are capable of taking control of ANBU. Kichiro, you are one of them, Sakumo is the other. Sakumo has his son and hasn't been an active part of ANBU in over a decade. Kichiro, you have been an active member of ANBU, and most importantly, I asked most of my men their opinion of you and what they would think of you as their leader. The dissent was non-existent. I will be perfectly honest with both of you. The Sandaime continued. Minato, you were not my first choice as my successor. There are 3 reasons for this. First, I do not know you as well as I know Kichiro. Second, his mission records are far superior to your own. He has maintained a reputation for over a decade, and through 2 wars, you have a mere 2 years of international renown. Finally, inside of the village, you may be popular, but outside of it, you have few friends. Kichiro has a relationship with 2 Kage, and civilians across the elemental nations would support him if he asked, simply because of his clan name. I winced. That was not something the Sandaime should have told Minato, true or not. What's most impressive, however, is that Kichiro was groomed to be Hokage since he arrived in this village, no matter how much he disliked the idea and tried to knock himself out of the running, while you, Minato, were not, yet you stand on nearly equal footing with him. Because of Kichiro's aversion to becoming Hokage, I considered you both on an equal level. The tipping point was when Kagami came to me with his desire to retire. With that, all the pieces fell into place. Kagami finished. They weren't talking to me, this was all for Minato's benefit. We discussed the decision and could find no faults with it. The ANBU general must be someone the Hokage trusts without reservation. Minato, do you trust Kichiro? Of course, Minato replied automatically. Kagami turned to me. Kichiro, it is the general belief that the Hokage is the protector of the village. This is true. All shinobi protect the village, but none are required to sacrifice as much as the Hokage. At least, that is what most shinobi believe. This belief is incorrect. The ANBU general sacrifices far more because he fills not 1 role, but 2. It seems, to most people, the Hokage is almost always in the village. This is highly incorrect. The Hokage fulfills the most difficult and the most disgusting missions he cannot ask his shinobi to do, or no one is qualified to fulfill. While the Hokage is out of the village, the ANBU general impersonates him, while fulfilling his own duties. Some things made much more sense, such as the ANBU missions that always seemed to get done, but no one seemed to do. Some days, during the height of our enmity, the Sandaime was much more patient with me than I expected, and other days he was significantly worse. No one expects the Hokage not to be who they say they are, I noted. Exactly, Kagami said. But that is not the end of the general's duties. The Hokage may be considered the most powerful shinobi in the village and the population expects them to lay down their lives for the village, but this is not a situation the Hokage should be in. The sudden death of a Hokage throws the village into chaos. It is the ANBU general's job to make sure that doesn't happen, to literally be the Hokage's body double, the decoy, the sacrifice. This is the one and only time the general's authority supersedes the Hokage's. It's not foolproof, the Hokage continued. The invasion at the beginning of this war revealed one of the many holes in this plan, but it decreases the chance of a Hokage dying and inadvertently starting a power struggle that could tear the village apart. Minato, you are qualified to lead most shinobi, however, you are not qualified to make decisions on behalf of ANBU. I dislike the idea of detracting from your authority, but at least for the first few years, for the good of the village, someone familiar with the system must be the one making decisions on its behalf. Kagami took a step forward, his face less than 6 inches from my own, forcing me to look him in the eye. Kichiro, I know exactly what this request entails, and I do not ask it lightly. You are not being ordered or pressured in any way, you are entirely free to decline or accept. Knowing what this job entails, Uzumaki Kichiro, do you accept? I accept, I answered with absolute certainty. Kagami unbuckled the katana from his belt and presented it to me. I took it and attached it to my belt. Kagami stepped back. Outside of this room, only 2 living people know about this arrangement, and that is Hiruzen's wife and my own, for obvious reasons. Minato, because of this and your new position, you will not be able to continue living on the Uzumaki clan compound. I figured as much. Kagami and I are also aware of how close you both are to Kushina. Minato, unless you get off your ass and marry the poor girl, she is not to be told. Fuso and the other women already have your wedding planned, I noted. What? Minato asked, dumbfounded. The Sandaime held out a hand and Kagami handed over several ryo. She likes me too? She doesn't shut up about it when you're not around, I informed him. The same goes for you. I held out my hand and the Sandaime scowled and passed the ryo to me, alongside several of his own. I totally won a lot more than I expected today. Minato didn't hear me. I have to go. The Sandaime grabbed his arm. We're not done here yet. Minato retook his place. There's only one thing left. Congratulations to both of you. The future of Konoha is in your hands. Minato and I both turned a little green at that statement, and then blue as Kagami hugged us both far tighter than the situation demanded. Of course, Kagami and I will be here to help if you need it. Straight face. After Minato took off the robes and I sealed the katana away, we opted to walk home and let the news sink in before we were expected to act naturally. I had a feeling Minato and Kushina were going to have a very long conversation. It was just after nightfall when we made it back. The announcement of peace was no secret and I had totally forgotten about the fact the clan was having a full-blown party that evening to celebrate early, mostly because all the adults who worked at the hospital volunteered to take the shift at the hospital during the celebrations. Sakumo and Kagami were already there, and alongside Kushina, immediately made sure to get Minato as drunk as they could. It was more difficult than any of them expected, especially when Kagami and Sakumo kept stopping him from getting Kushina alone. Sakumo clued me into their goal of getting Minato to publicly confess his love for Kushina when he asked if I would be okay not drinking to burn alcohol out of Minato's system in case something happened. Considering my status as a Jinchuriki, it took a lot of alcohol for me to get tipsy enough that I couldn't use medical jutsus, but I agree anyways. Jiraiya and Tsunade showed up later, still bickering over something, and not even Jiraiya could get Minato tipsy. Desperate, Kagami enlisted the help of his wife and Fuso to spike Minato's water. The Sandaime showed up and picked up on the situation within minutes, offering Minato a tiny bottle of sake that he couldn't turn down, especially after the Hokage murmured something in his ear. To their frustration, Minato was either a very cognizant drunk or was aware of what they were attempting to do. I watched the whole thing from the doorway, just in case any wayward children decided to wander up and get in trouble. They knew better and the Uzumaki dogs were watching them, while Natsuki entertained the ones who had a chance of sneaking out in the building that had been added to the house when it became obvious there wasn't enough space, especially with several of the original orphan survivors married with children of their own. I was very, very entertained when Minato finally snapped from the frustration of being unable to speak with Kushina. Jiraiya had managed to get enough alcohol into him that he was quite a bit more outgoing and much less cautious than he normally was. Luckily, Minato didn't look drunk when he jumped up on the table. Everyone immediately quieted and looked up at him. Kushina, he began. I've been an utterly blind fool. You made me into the man I am today, everything I have, it's all because of you. I love you, Kushina, I love you with all my heart, you mean everything to me. Minato glanced towards me, a silent question in his eyes. I beamed up at him and nodded. He turned his attention back to Kushina. In light of everything, I couldn't imagine life without you. I know there isn't anything I can offer you, the little I have is nothing in comparison to what you've given me. I love you, Kushina, more than words can express. Will you marry me? The entire room waited with bated breath for Kushina's answer. For a long moment, she stared up at him, absolutely shocked. Yes, she breathed, barely audible. Yes, 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 yes. She screamed the last word, nearly knocking down the Sandaime as she ran towards him, leaping up onto the table. I was certain the poor farmer 30 miles outside the village heard the cheer that erupted as they finally kissed. I was roaring right alongside everyone else, that is, until I glanced behind me and noticed a cluster of toddlers, terrified beyond tears, clinging to several frightened dogs in the doorway. I quickly ushered them all back down into the basement, glad I didn't smell like alcohol, and ended up spending the remainder of the night with them. Seals were a beautiful thing for blocking out noise. Chapter 78. I didn't sleep for most of the night, children were not still sleepers. Shortly before sunrise, I got an hour or two of rest, but when I woke up, one of the infants, who was just barely old enough to sleep in the dog pile of children, was chewing on my hair. Are you hungry? I groaned. The 1-year-old nodded and sniffled as I pulled my hair out of his grasp. I sat up, doing a quick head count. There were 14 children under the age of 6 in the room, 3 of them were in cribs. 4 of the youngest were clinging to me, while the rest were either lying on top of poor old dogs or curled up with each other on one of the mats strewn about the room. One of the kids woke up at the movement and crawled into my lap. I hugged the half-asleep boy. After a few minutes, Yuzu came downstairs, looking exhausted, though not hungover. Minato asked me to tell you the 2 of you have been summoned to the Hokage Tower. Takeshi said to remind you everyone who isn't working this evening will be at the Akimichi compound to watch the Hokage's announcement from the roofs. Finally, Kushina wants to know why you were asked to stay to talk with the Hokage later. Thanks. I laid the boy in my lap down beside one of the other children and stood up. I need to go. I ruffled her hair on my way past. I'm not a kid anymore, she protested, fixing it. You're younger than me, I answered, smirking. By 2 years. Besides, I'm married, you're not, I have kids, you don't. I babysit these kids enough to claim them, I responded. And I'm never getting married. I took a step out of the room, then turned around. Also, I'm headed back into ANBU, so I can't watch the kids by myself anymore. Make sure everyone knows, will you? I'll be around, it's just I could be called on at any minute, so you can't rely on me as much as you used to. What are you doing now? I winced. I can't tell you that, sorry, not even Kushina can know the details. What about Minato? She asked, but I was already headed up the stairs and out of sight. I tracked down Minato, who upstairs and staring at the ceiling in a daze. Kushina was asleep on the other side of the room and Nagato had tucked himself into another corner, his sisters piled on top of him or curled against him, all of whom were now kunoichi. Both of Nagato's brothers were showing promise of becoming shinobi, which was exceptionally odd, considering their parents were civilians. The only other child of the clan able to become a shinobi was Kaido, who developed the clan's Kekkei Jinkai. He became a genin a month beforehand and was laying at Kushina's feet. My father's chakra signature was coming from the bathroom, where he was showering. I laid down beside Minato. I feel like I'm either drunk or dreaming. I grabbed his wrist and checked. Neither. Jinjutsu? Nope. Hallucinating? Then we're having the same hallucination. I'm fairly certain that's impossible. It is. Can I talk to you? You are, but go ahead. Alone, we both know Nagato isn't asleep. The meeting room is secure. That's fine, I answered, sitting up. Minato was already on his feet and helped me up. He pulled me downstairs by the elbow and into the meeting room where I activated the privacy seals, which were as closer to impenetrable than any other seal ever invented. No one could listen through that. Minato knelt on one side of the table, sitting Saiza. I mirrored him. I hated kneeling in the Saiza position. Even after nearly 20 years of using it regularly for meditation and formal meetings, especially those relating to the whole clan, it was still somewhat uncomfortable and, at times, painful. For a long time, Minato didn't speak. I had a lot to think about last night. I didn't answer. I thought a lot about you being ANBU General. I knew where this was going. I don't want you to die for me. It's not your decision to make, I responded. Nisan. It would hurt Kushina. The only person it doesn't hurt is me. Your father. My father is a shinobi. Look, I know you since you were 6, right? Minato nodded. When have I ever doubted you could achieve your dream to be Hokage? Minato looked down at the table. I'd never doubted you, but that's another story. Since I started training, I made myself a promise that you and Kushina would never die of anything but old age, preferably long after me. You barely knew me. Maybe, but I knew my sister. I've always protected the 2 of you whenever I could and I always will. Nothing you can do will change that. You shouldn't have to. I chose to. It's one of the very few choices I've been able to make entirely of my own free will. It's not fair. Life's not fair. But I can make it fair. Bullshit. I can. If you could do that, you'd be a god. You aren't. He looked down. I couldn't feel my toes. I had a lot to think about last night. He confessed. I didn't answer. Am I ready to be Hokage? No one is ready, I responded. The Hokage said I wasn't the first choice. He shouldn't have told you that. I'm glad he did. You would make a great Hokage, better than. Don't go there, Minato. You can't afford to doubt yourself. If you're uncertain, everyone else will suffer for it. The Hokage chose you. It doesn't matter what you think. His last act as a leader is to put you in charge. His reasoning is sound. Minato, you pulled yourself to this from nothing. Every step of the way, I had someone, sometimes even you and Kushina, shoving me forward. Someone like me does not make a good leader. I had help. Yes, you did, everyone gets help, but you earned the help you got. If I had a choice, I would be nothing more than a damn good medic with nothing else to my name. The Hokage knows I would have abdicated the hat within 10 years, maybe even 5, and he knows it would have gone to you. Whatever the reason, a leader must want to lead, I don't. You'll tell me if I screw up, right? If you want, I'll give you more of a headache than I gave the Sandaime. I'll take devil's advocate to the extreme, on one condition. Minato frowned. What? Don't die on me. I can't make that promise. Yes, you can. You send me in first. Don't underestimate me. I'm a hell of a lot harder to kill than you can ever hope to be. I swear I'll be there every step of the way as long as you promise to stay alive. He was silent for a long time. I promise. Whatever the Hokage says, everyone knows you're the best person for the job. Minato didn't move. I stood up. I'm going to take a shower and change for the announcement. What? Minato gaped. Minato, the announcement of peace has been planned for over a week. I know that, but it just hasn't sunk in yet. Remember, we're supposed to meet the Sandaime at 8. What? He told me last night. You were right there, Minato, you said it was fine. Oh. Just get ready. Straight face. A half hour later, I was dressed in my best Jonin uniform with my cleanest and newest Haoris slung over my shoulder. I waited by the door for Minato, chatting absently with Nagato. Why was everyone called out so suddenly yesterday? Nagato asked out of nowhere. I'm not supposed to say, sorry. But it's not classified? It's technically not. Nagato frowned. Then why did you and Minato come back later than everyone else? That is very, very classified, like I'd have to kill you if your guess came anywhere near the truth. That kind of classified doesn't exist. Not for ANBU. It does too exist, you just have never had a clue. Now stop asking questions before you get in trouble. Nagato was on the right track before, but the last statement confused him. I had never told him to stop asking questions. In fact, I usually encouraged him to ask questions even if I wouldn't or couldn't answer them. Before Nagato could argue, Minato finished getting ready and appeared at my elbow with a bright flash of light, wearing his best uniform. Remind Kushina she needs to be at the Hokage Tower before the announcement, I told Nagato, then turned my back and started walking away. Minato waved goodbye and followed. Now you're just teasing. Nagato called after us. Yup. I said over my shoulder, not turning around. Minato enjoyed the walk, smiling as he greeted anyone he recognized. I followed, slouching with my hands deep in my pockets. It was a habit that put most shinobi on edge and was considered slightly rude, but I didn't bother to change it. It was comfortable. I knew today would be a good day. The announcement was scheduled for high noon and I wasn't entirely sure why the Sandaime wanted us there 4 hours early, but I slouched into the tower on time anyways. It turned out the Hokage only wanted us there to make sure we made it. It also put Minato more at ease to pace on the roof and watch the civilians put up decorations in the street. Kagami spent the entire 4 hours with me in a sealed room drilling the defenses placed around the Hokages into my head and briefing me to the 12 ANBU most regularly on the Sandaime's guard. I probably knew more about the ANBU in question than he did, but I listened patiently. The protocols were extremely simple, only there so the Hokage didn't have to constantly keep his guard up. 3 people guarded him during the daylight hours, then switched, one at a time to the next shift of 3, who worked until midnight, and the last shift worked until sunrise. I would take over Minato's protection until I could build my own guard. Kagami made sure to point out that every time the Sandaime dismissed his guard to other tasks, something bad happened. like the invasions and the Hokage walking into Iwa's trap. For most of the discussion, I knew Minato's reaction to having his movements followed and guarded. I knew he would chafe against it. His ability to teleport away from his guards on a moment's notice would also have to be accounted for. This is probably a stupid question, but are they supposed to accompany Minato to the bathroom and watch him sleep, because I might be able to persuade him of everything else, but not that? Kagami chuckled. I'm just telling you how I organize the Sandame's guard. This certainly doesn't have to remain the same for you. Between you, Kushina, and Minato himself, you can probably secure his home well enough that guards are completely unnecessary during the evenings and nights, affording him much more privacy than the Sandame has ever had. I nodded. This goes unsaid, but you need to keep in very good communication with Minato, especially about what happens when you're impersonating him. Obviously. You also need to learn his character, habits, techniques, handwriting, everything, inside and out, until you can become him. It's not a comfortable or quick process, on your or Minato's part, and until you master it, the Sandame and I are going to be present to cover any slips. It was much easier for me, since I didn't have to maintain my own separate identity at the same time. The only person I had enough contact with to notice the difference if I let Hiruzen's personality and habits bleed over was my wife, and she was fully aware of what was going on. Kichiro, you have to keep up appearances in your clan and at the hospital. I can disappear into ANBU until... No, ANBU will be able to tell the difference. You're too open in your thoughts and free in your actions. We could stage a massive upheaval in your life to share with the public, but I don't want to do that unless it's absolutely necessary. How often will I have to cover for Minato? It depends. I usually spend at least 36 hours per week under the hat, to make sure Saru gets enough time to rest and spend time with his wife and kids. ANBU guards me during that time and Saru stays in his home because the security seals prevent anyone from knowing whether he's home. Missions come in about once a month. Saru and I can cover them if you need it. You'll be spending a few hours a week under the hat until you can impersonate Minato. Missions come almost once a month, but very few last more than a week. Generally, I take any that last more than 4 or 5 days, simply because I can disappear for that long without a replacement and it makes it less likely anyone will notice the switch. Also, if I think the risk to Hiruzen's life is significant enough, I'll take the mission, even if the risk to myself is significantly more. Minato won't let me do that. Since you're a Jinchuriki, most missions will be less risky for you than they will for Minato. You'll have to determine which risks are worthwhile and which are not. Minato won't tolerate being babied, so you'll have to figure out a different system of determining risks. Saru knows I filter missions, but he didn't know for a long time after we set up our arrangement. Neither me nor Saru will tell him, but he'll likely figure it out relatively quickly, but he won't be able to do anything about it without changing the mission assignment system, which he can do, so I'd advise that you never give him a reason to. A team of Chunin, with several ANBU disguised in it, sort missions by rank. A and S rank missions will go directly to you. You will take out the ones that must be given to ANBU or that you will have to take and give the rest to Minato to be distributed. If Minato wants you or ANBU to take a mission, he'll send it back. If you're honest about it, Minato won't be able to say anything. Keep in mind Minato will receive the mission reports. It took a while, but it's gotten to the point where Saru and I have come to compromise, so we'll sort the missions the same, so whomever has the time will do it. You and Minato will reach that point eventually, but I strongly advise that you either sort them yourself or sort them with Minato. Slightly overwhelmed by the amount of information, I took a deep breath. Understood. The rest can wait until tomorrow. You have an hour and a half to do what you want, preferably keep Minato out of trouble. I nodded and left. The Sandame was waiting outside the room and nodded to me. I stopped and held out my hand to him. After a long moment of thought, he took it, shaking it once. You can trust us, I assured him. He didn't answer, aware that the gesture, although nearly meaningless to him, meant much more to me. I tightened my grip for a brief second before letting go. Straight face. Public speaking wasn't one of my fears, per se. It was hard to be scared of anything after fighting against people who could control the earth itself, but I certainly didn't enjoy it. With that in mind, it was amazing to watch the Sandame step out into full view of all the people. From an average person's standpoint, talking to a giant group of people from the roof of a building was an effective way to get a point across. From a shinobi standpoint, it was inviting trouble. For the entire present and future leadership of the village to be standing in an area any decent shonen could destroy without breaking a sweat was probably a nightmare for most of the jonin, and everyone was extra vigilant because of it. Especially since the daimyo himself was on the roof watching. People of Konoha. The Sandaime began, using chakra to amplify his voice so at least half the village could hear. People of Konoha. Everyone fell silent, which was more than a little eerie for the village. It is my pleasure to officially announce, after 6 years of war, we have finally made peace with our neighbors and are ready to begin the most prosperous, the happiest time this village has ever seen. The roars were deafening. The speech itself wasn't special. I had heard many other speeches which were much better in every way. I'd even heard the Sandaime give better speeches. We are entering a new age of this village, an age where our children can grow up in peace, where we don't have to fear. For 30 years, I have led this village. I was among the first graduates of our academy program. I am a child of the age that birthed the hidden villages. Until now, our time has been shaken by war and suffering. I have led this village through its darkest times. I have led this village to the place it is today. Deafening cheers followed that. In my opinion, it was an extremely egotistical thing to say. Minato stood beside me, stiff and sweating. Over his jonin uniform he wore a pure white haori, extremely similar to the haori I ripped off over a decade ago, just without a collar, and the sleeves went all the way down to his wrists. On his back, between his shoulder blades, was Konoha's symbol in a deep, blood red. However, the Hokage continued. The cheering gradually died down. However, we are entering a new time of peace and prosperity. My generation has been torn apart by war. It is time for the next generation to mend those rifts and lead us out of the darkness and into the light. If possible, the cheers grew even louder. Minato looked at me, more nervous than I had ever seen him. When everyone quieted again, the Hokage continued. I am getting on in years, and my time as leader of this wonderful village is up. There was dead silence as everyone started to understand. My people, I am here today to introduce your new Hokage and, for my last act as Hokage, appoint him as the new leader of this village. Many of you know him, many have met him personally. He's a hero of this village, whose actions have almost single-handedly won us this war. He was born into a small clan, only a handful of members, who all tragically died many, many years ago. Some of you might remember him as an orphan on the streets, an orphan who worked diligently for his food. Eventually, he joined the academy, which immediately recognized as a genius. He made many friends, both shinobi and civilian, never seen without his red-headed sweetheart, a love story everyone has followed. Those who already knew who the Sandaime was talking about chuckled. Minato flushed, and across the roof, Kushina went just as red. His ranking in his class earned him an apprenticeship to my student, Jiraiya. Even though his early shinobi years were shaken by pain and suffering, he never failed to cheer up those around him. He advanced quickly through the ranks, but always remained humble and happy. In this past war, he took the scraps of an army, torn apart by loss, and built them into an unconquerable force that couldn't even be stopped by its own massacre. It was in this fight he was forced to show his true power, displaying a skill thought to be lost to time and death, the Hiration, a jutsu that allows a shinobi to move instantaneously between 2 points, making him the fastest man alive. With it, he single-handedly slew a third of Iwa's army. Cheers gradually rose in volume, the Hokage shouting over them. He is the yellow flash of Konoha. Namake's Minato. Your Yondaime Hokage. Minato flashed to the Sandaime's side and pumped his fist in the air once, all nervousness perfectly hidden behind a smile. Slowly and deliberately, he turned towards the Sandaime, who placed the hat on his head and presented him to the village with a deep bow. I didn't realize it was possible for the cheers to get louder. The Sandaime stepped down, out of sight of the crowds, then behind the line of cheering jonin on the roof. I wasn't sure why, but Tsunade wasn't up on the roof with us, so I stepped back out of the line to heal the inevitable damage the Sandaime did to his vocal cords while everyone else cheered. He sat down, just out of sight of everyone except Anbu. You alright? I asked when I finished. There was absolutely no reason for him to sit down. Minato prepared to speak. Something didn't feel right. Cover me, Jinjutsu, he said, barely audible. I wrapped a Jinjutsu around us. That made it look like the Sandame stood up and we were talking, then layered a second Jinjutsu on top of it to make it look like we didn't want to be eavesdropped on. When I finished, the Sandame managed to say poison, then slumped backwards, his breathing shallow. I put my hand on his chest to begin healing. It was one of the most complicated poisons I ever encountered. Instead of treating the symptoms, I was forced to break down the compound itself to stop him from suffocating. By the time I finished, I tracked the source of the poison to a senbon in the back of his calf that could only have come from the ground behind him. The only problem was unless he was poisoned before his speech, which I knew wasn't the case, the poison was too quick to have been administered before Minato appeared beside him. The second problem was I had been watching him the entire time and not once had anyone been at an angle to throw the senbon, even from their feet, no one had been close enough. By the time Minato finished speaking, I finished and the Sandame was fine, if a bit groggy. I ended the Jinjutsu with the Sandame sitting down to watch the proceedings, then went to check on Minato, trying to figure out a way to do so without drawing any attention to the fact. Luckily, I didn't have to. Kushina grabbed me as soon as I was close enough and unexpectedly pulled me into a hug with Minato. I faked a stumble, which forced Kushina to shift to catch me, pinning my hand between her and Minato's stomachs. Both felt the medic chakra from my hand, and it remained unseen by the people beginning to push close. To their credit, neither's expressions wavered. They automatically knew something was wrong and understood the importance of pretending nothing was, even if they knew none of the details. Minato grabbed my arm to help me regain my feet, just as I managed to slow the circulation in his left leg from the knee down where a second poison senbon was lodged in his calf. It would be extremely uncomfortable for him, but it would stop the poison from spreading. When his hand tightened on my shoulder, I realized he couldn't walk Kushina and I barely managed to lift him onto our shoulders to cover for the misstep. After several minutes of nerve-wracking congratulations, the celebration moved down into the Hokage Tower. Everyone was more focused on getting out onto the streets that I was able to pull Minato into an empty meeting room and begin the healing while Kushina guarded the door. 10 minutes later, I explained the little I knew, assured them I would take care of the problem, and told them to pretend nothing happened while I changed into ANBU gear and fixed the problem. They left, and less than 2 minutes later, I was masked and in uniform, shadowing Minato. I was a bit more obvious than ANBU was supposed to be. Several observant shinin noticed me in Minato's shadow. A shadow clone played my part in the festivities. More than once it was dispelled by an overenthusiastic clap on the back, forcing Minato to awkwardly make an excuse for me. It was a frustrating afternoon. I knew someone was watching, I could feel it, but either they were better than me or they were biding their time. The latter was much more likely. Minato was a censor, so if he wasn't picking up a threat and signaling me, then most likely there wasn't an active threat. This only made me even more nervous. Minato acknowledged countless well-wishers and endless pledges of support as the entire village jockeyed to meet him. He didn't even make it 5 steps outside the Hokage Tower, standing there with the patience and composure of a saint. Several jonin flanked Minato so no one came up behind him and I stood in his shadow, a hand on his back so he knew exactly where I was, not that he really needed it. It was sunset before the crowds began to disperse and Minato slipped away. I followed him back to the apartment he had when I first met him. Kushina waited, napping on the child-sized bed in the corner of the room. "You hung onto this place?" I asked in disbelief as he woke Kushina and set his hat on the bed. This place went to hell shortly after the previous war. I bought the entire building after the landlord gave up on trying to get someone to rent rooms. It has almost no commodities so no one's interested. I've been renting rooms to orphans at the academy for almost nothing until they can afford to move elsewhere. "So, you're going to move back here?" Kushina woke up, glanced at me, then turned over and laid her head in Minato's lap and closing her eyes. "No, I already own an apartment near the gates, got it years ago, when Nariko started training, so Kushina and I had a place to put our more dangerous seals. I'm just going to move there, Kushina will probably come with. Good luck figuring out whose uniforms are whose." Minato sighed and wrapped his arms around Kushina and hugged her tightly, more like a stuffed animal than an actual person. Rolling her eye, Kushina sat up, squirming until she could hug him back. "I'm so exhausted, are you ever going to tell me what the fuss was earlier?" I pulled out a privacy seal and stuck it on the bed next to him. "Someone poisoned you and the Sandame while you were speaking. I've been on your 6 making sure it doesn't happen again. Beats me how they managed it." "The danger?" "Minimal, but they're still out there and watching, I just can't pinpoint them. Brilliant, how are you going to handle it? I don't know, I have to talk to Kagami. But you don't want to leave me to do so. Exactly. I can stay here. It's not secure, I'm going to. I'll come with you to meet him, he's probably with the Sandaime. Are you like Minato's bodyguard or something? Kushina asked. I'm getting put in charge of ANBU, so that makes me responsible, even though it's not official yet. Odd profession for a medic. I shrugged. I'd rather figure this out sooner rather than later, I told Minato. He nodded but didn't move. Kushina opened an eye and looked at me. I think I'm ready to accept the offer of a place in ANBU. It wasn't my offer, so you're going to have to pass the new test. You're biased. Very. Minato, can we please go? There was an ANBU meeting already planned that started in 5 minutes, not that Minato knew about it. Chapter 79. Minato sighed and all of us stood up. I put on a hinge to hide my ANBU uniform. The three of us walked out of the building. Mikoto! Kushina said suddenly, causing me to flinch at the fact she was inches behind me. A black-haired Uchiha woman on the other side of the somewhat empty street and walking away from us turned around, holding tight to a tightly wrapped, largish bundle in her arms. She glanced back the way she was headed before hurrying across the street to us. When she got close enough, I could hear weak crying coming from the blankets. Is something wrong? I asked, stopping Kushina before she could jump on the harried and slightly pregnant woman. She glanced between Minato and Kushina before her eyes stopped on me. What are you three doing in this part of town? It's one of our old haunts from when we were kids, Kushina answered. Is there somewhere else? She asked, uncomfortable, repeatedly glancing at my hip where my mask was attached to my belt beneath the hinge. There's a training ground a block behind us or a restaurant due north, I answered readily. Training ground, she decided, still glancing at me every other second. Minato and Kushina turned to lead the way. Mikoto grabbed my arm, disrupting the hinge. I put it back up a split second later, narrowing my eyes at her, but she already hurried to follow Minato and Kushina. She knew who I was, she had no reason to verify my identity, but I didn't protest it. When we arrived, she unwrapped part of the bundle in her arms so we could see the face of the child she held. I recognized Itachi immediately. I had been by their house several times as part of my sporadic ANBU patrols over the past year. Every time, the boy was out in their backyard training. Most of the time, he looked up to watch me land on the roof of their house. I would break protocol and wave to him every time he noticed me, a feat many jonin couldn't accomplish. It was extremely odd to see him swaddled and crying. Twice, my arrival had distracted him and he hurt himself. Slightly guilty, I would stop and heal him before moving on. I was fairly certain his parents didn't know about it or were unaware of my identity. Fugaku had stopped by the Hokage Tower several times trying to figure out who was on patrol, but I never asked if he was looking for me or a clumsy ANBU. He's been crying for the past hour and he just doesn't cry, Mikoto explained. As far as I can tell, he's not injured or sick, he's just cold. May I? I held out my arms to take him. It was winter, I was almost convinced the boy was just sick. She hesitated, then handed him over. The crying intensified as I sat down and unwrapped the blanket enough so I could see him. He only quieted when I started diagnostics on him, teary eyes opening and searching for his mother. Keika-san, he said, and Mikoto quickly knelt beside his head, carting her fingers through his hair. Ka-san is right here, Ida-chan. Kairo-sensei is going to help you feel better. Kushina-san is here too, you remember her? She's Kairo-sensei's little sister. The ANBU tattoo on my shoulder burned with summons. Itachi-kun, can you tell me what you're feeling? I asked. I didn't really have to, I recognized the compound in his system. It was the oil most shinobi used to maintain their weapons. It wasn't able to be absorbed through the skin, but several genin had been reported to have drank it by accident or by a dare. In small doses it wasn't at all dangerous, at least not to older genin, but somehow almost a bottle's worth had made it directly into his bloodstream. Itachi didn't answer my question. Someone get me a cup or a bowl or something to hold fluid, I said. A few seconds later, Kushina handed me a metal bowl generally used for mission food. I hated treating children for poisonings. It was practically impossible to extract the poison from their bloodstream, their veins were so tiny and they were so easily scared. I had two options, extract it from the vein in his neck or from the one in his thigh, otherwise it would take far too long to filter his blood. He was wearing long pants, so taking it from his neck would be much easier. The Konoha climate was temperate, but it was still too cold for me to unbundle the boy for more than a minute or two. He started crying again as I wrapped the blanket so it pinned his arms and tightly bound his knees to his chest. "Let go of him, please," I told Makoto. Itachi started to struggle as I grabbed the back of his head and turned him so he lay perpendicular to me, his feet against my stomach. I held him down with my other forearm and pressed my thumb over the artery in his neck, the bowl underneath his neck. A very thin stream of oil, tinged red, ran down my thumb, across my hand and dripped off my little finger, into the bowl. Kushina was the only person to keep her head and start scanning the surrounding area for threats. After a full minute, the bowl was half full. And Itachi was starting to struggle hard enough for the blanket to begin to loosen. "What is that?" Makoto demanded, horrified. Minato picked up the bowl. "Weapon oil," he answered, looking a little green. "How did it get inside of him?" No one had an answer to that. I didn't share my theories. I loosened the blanket, still holding tight to Itachi, my hand against his back and repairing the damage to his kidneys, which nearly failed on him. It was almost 15 minutes past the time we were supposed to be at the ANBU meeting. Finally, I fixed enough so Itachi wasn't going to get sick again and released him to his mother. "I'll come check on him soon to make sure he's fine." "Thank you, Uzumaki-san," Makoto said as we stood up. "No problem, don't let him train until I clear him." Makoto nodded, picked up the blanket and wrapped it around Itachi, then left without another word. "Kushina, can you take this to the hospital as evidence?" Minato asked, holding out the bowl. She nodded and followed Makoto. Minato turned towards me. "Didn't you say we had to be somewhere?" "Yes," I grabbed his wrist and shunshined to ANBU headquarters, landing at the front of the empty meeting room. Only Kagami was pacing along one of the walls. "What kept you?" he asked. Itachi-kun somehow got more than a little weapon oil into his bloodstream. "Fugaku's kid?" "Yeah. I'm assuming someone tried to kill him?" I didn't say as much, but his mother could read between the lines, she'll keep him close. "In 10 minutes, I'm appointing you head of ANBU, what are you going to do about the problem then?" "Put 2 ANBU on her and Itachi and 1 with each of the children of any clan heads in the village. I'll assign an investigative team to Itachi-kun's case." "And when Fugaku claims you're stepping on the toes of the military police?" "This is shinobi crime, it's his jurisdiction." Itachi was the third known poisoning in less than 6 hours, albeit different poisons were used. I think there's at least 2 more. The crime included Minato and the Sandaime, which makes it ANBU. Whoever poisoned him wanted him to die with an audience, but they didn't count on me. They're connected? Most likely, since Makoto was walking past at that particular moment. Fugaku's not going to let that go, he'll want vengeance for his son. Then I'll politely remind him that his son is 4 years old and still recovering, his wife is terrified, and his position as clan head and connection to Minato put Itachi-kun in harm's way to begin with. What about when he reminds you that you have no experience? I could smell the test from a mile away. He wanted to know if I would consider the consequences. I'll inform him that his brother is on the case. His brother is in a coma in the hospital. I'll fix him. Tsunade already. I'm not Tsunade. Tsunade was good, but just like most other medics, she had her specialties. Chakra and the brain were touchy and I was the only medic who had reliable success when it came to head injuries. Kichiro. You could always head the investigation yourself. You're a brat. Did I pass? With flying colors. Good, now, I would like to go check on the 2 other most likely targets, you can take it from here? Postpone the announcement a few hours? Thanks, bye. I tried to run off, but Kagami grabbed my collar. Not so quick, Minato will go check on the potential victims, give him names. I gritted my teeth. He can use Hiraishin and make it back in 5 minutes, untraceable. Sarutobi Kenshin and Uzumaki Hitomi. Kagami and Minato frowned in confusion. Why them? There's 1 million people in this village, Minato began. There's actually a bit more than half that, but both are the same age as Itachi. There is no doubt all 3 will become shinobi, and all 3 have a habit of running off and training by themselves, making them easy targets. They're connected to Minato. Targeting all 3 will be sure to distract Minato with looking after them, giving the responsible person or team time to finish off their job. There might be several others, but I'm almost certain of those 2 because they're the most likely places an outsider would look for Minato. The Sandaime is probably with Kenshinkuen at the moment, Kagami noted. He's a target too, but he has guards. Minato doesn't yet. And who are you going to appoint? Roach has a kid, but still insists on staying in ANBU, so I'm going to reassign him so his kid doesn't spend the rest of his life in ANBU like his father. Koala, Duck, and Toad will take the first 24 hours with Roach. They can divide shifts among themselves. Roach and Toad have significantly less experience. Both have been in ANBU longer than me. You really can't say anything about it. Hell, Roach was an agent before I made Jinin, so shut it. Don't I get a say? Minato asked. No, Kagami answered. Depends on the suggestion, I compromise. D. Take from the General Shinobi Corps as well. Good idea, then you can. No, Kagami responded flatly. Minato and I looked at him, confused. Why not? Moving the Hokage's protection out from under the purview of ANBU will destabilize. It won't destabilize anything, not even I knew the Sandaime had legitimate guards, I responded. I've channeled the QB's chakras several times in his office. The supposed guards came into the room at the disturbance. I assumed they were guarding the entire tower. They've only been in the room when the Sandaime knew I was going to get pissed and could potentially lose control. You forget that I am a censor. Kagami frowned. No one really knows about it. A few people might be aware it exists, but they don't talk about it either. Once the original thrill of taking elite missions wears off, no one really talks about their missions or assignments. None of the younger agents were on the guard, so no one talked. Minato continued, I don't want to be worshipped as invincible and infallible. I'd rather be loved and respected as who I am. The message I want to send is that we're stronger united. That has to include me. It gives enemies hope. Kagami tried to protest. Minato single-handedly decimated the IWA army in one go. They smashed us twice. We came back 3 times as strong each time. When the damages were calculated, they sustained twice as much. Hell, they knew we held back. I only used the QB to counter another Biju. I could have walked all over them. Naomi and I infiltrated one of the camps. They were trying to decide what to do when, not if, I came out full force on the offensive. Kichiro wasn't there for the worst of it. After the second massacre and my retaliation, they were scrambling for a way to stop me. When IWA finally realized Kushina, Kichiro, and the other generals were decoys, they sued for peace in an instant. Individually, enough of us were off the charts to cause them a lot of trouble. Together, they didn't even want to think about it. It won't work. Not the way you want it, Minato said firmly. Kagami crossed his arms. The door opened and ANBU started filing in. Have you even had a chance to talk about this yet? No, I answered. A word of advice, even if you agree on every damn thing, make sure you discuss it before you act, at least whenever possible. Understood, Minato and I chorused. After a full minute of him holding eye contact with each of us, Kagami turned towards the assembled ANBU. Now that enough people are here, I'm announcing my retirement after nearly 30 years. Protests erupted almost immediately. One ANBU stepped forward, Panda, raising his voice above the rest. A change in leadership is the last thing we need. He snapped. With the new Hokage who? Silence! Kagami bellowed. Minato and I stood stiffly off to the side. I will be appointing my successor, who is someone each and every one of you know, someone who knows each of you and has been monitoring your missions, training, abilities, and health for a long time. Though young, he is undoubtedly one of the strongest shinobi in the village. Uzumaki Kichiro, codenamed Fox, will be the new ANBU general until such time as he resigns, dies, or is replaced by the Hokage, effective immediately. The wave of killing intent suddenly directed at me caught me off guard. I stopped breathing for what felt like ages, stiff with fear. I felt the urge to push back, to show them I wouldn't be intimidated. I suppressed it and forced myself to take a calm step forward, standing with my feet shoulder-width apart and my hands at my sides, in full view of everyone in the room. Minato watched me carefully, hiding his hands deep in his pockets to hide the trembling. Kagami was distinctly unaffected. Eventually, the killing intent started to falter and eventually faded as the ANBU assembled glanced at each other in confusion. It was very hard to threaten and intimidate someone who acted like they didn't care. It was especially difficult to pick a fight with someone who didn't react. They found themselves up against both problems at once. I made eye contact with everyone in the room, one by one, holding it until they looked away. I didn't care how long it took. I won their respect as a medic by being a hard-headed kid who genuinely cared about each of them. I hunted down at least half of ANBU and showed up in the middle of several missions when people skipped out on appointments with me. Very few of them skipped more than their first appointment. I was going to win their respect as their leader without a single word, no matter how long it took. It must have been at least an hour before the last person broke eye contact with me. I had their attention, their respect. Most of you have read at least one file on me. Many of you know more about me than you should. So be it. There are any number of ways I can gain your respect. I don't give a damn if you don't like me. All I care about is that you trust me to make the decisions I need to, and I can trust you to help me follow through with them. I waited a long minute. Dismissed. They started to file out. Minato stepped forward and patted my back twice before turning to Kagami and engaging him. I couldn't quite make out what they were saying, but I knew it was about me. When the room stopped moving, a handful of agents remained. Roach slouched beside the door with Nagato. I recognized Rat, Panda, and Rabbit clustered in front of the podium. I jumped down to talk to them. "What's up?" I asked. Rat stepped forward. 6 kids have come down with the same affliction since Yandame-sama's inauguration. Damn it. Identities? 2 from the Uchiha clan. You've already treated the younger. 1 from each the Sarutobi, Uzumaki, Inazuka, and Hyuga clans. And my son, Rabbit added, I came here to find you. Symptoms? Lethargic, uncharacteristic incessant crying, otherwise the medics can't figure it out. Minato grabbed my arm. I'll take you. Roach, with me, the rest of you, get the kids to the hospital. What the hell is going on? Panda demanded. I have a grandson their age. Someone is poisoning kids with connections to Minato, trying to distract him. As I was saying, get the kids to the hospital and start giving them fluids, nothing else, no medicine whatsoever, and get the medics to stop pumping them with chakra or I won't be able to help. Panda and Rabbit took off. Nagato had vanished during my orders. Rat, go through the village, check on young kids who are supposed to become shinobi and have a habit of training alone, especially clan kids and those not yet articulate enough to give a complete report. Any unsupervised kids, bring to their parents or a nearby shinobi. He left in a hurry. Roach, I want you guarding Minato's bird. Don't go to any extreme length to hide yourself, just make sure it's clear that somebody has his back. Minato put a hand on Roach's shoulder, and as soon as he pulled his mask on and I applied a hinge to cover my ANBU uniform, Minato teleported us to the waiting room of the hospital. I hurried off, looking for the youngest chakra signatures. They were clustered in a room on the 3rd floor with a parent or 2. One of the parents, I recognized Hisashi, was berating a poor medic who probably had no clue what was going on. The girl was nearly in tears trying to explain. Enough! I snapped. Parents, calm down, I know exactly what the problem is, but I need your cooperation. Your kids are not going to stop crying, they're in incredible pain right now, someone attempted to poison them. Stay calm and stay put, it will be several more hours before they are in any real danger, but in order to avoid compounding problems, they need to be treated as soon as possible. Rabbit, dressed in a normal kunoichi uniform, hurried in cradling her son. Are there any minor clans or civilians here? No answer. Good. Parents, one at a time, get a mat and a hospital gown out of the bin behind me. When I get to you, I need you to have your child's shirt changed into the hospital gown. Lay them down on their backs and hold them still, force them if you have to. I'm going to manually filter the poison out of their blood, which means I'll need access to a major vein or artery. Until I get to you, I need you to monitor your child's pulse and breathing, just like how you were taught in the academy. If either changes drastically, remain calm and verbally notify me of the change. Bat, lizard, and rooster appeared behind me. If you cannot remain calm, you will be escorted out by ANBU and someone will take your place. Before anyone challenges me, yes, I am wearing a henge, the uniform I had on is not suitable for the hospital. Any competent shinobi would be able to read between the lines if they didn't already know I was ANBU. Nagato ran in carrying his second youngest sibling and followed by 2 more sets of terrified parents with more children. Someone tell them what to do. I barked out and knelt beside the nearest child who was ready. A medic handed me a medium-sized bean-shaped dish, which I put beside the child. The mother held the girl's arm straight out to give me access to the blood vessels under her arm. I ran a quick diagnostics to verify the problem before beginning. I finished in just over a minute, standing up and letting the medic behind me take the dish half full of oil and tinged with blood as evidence. I moved to the next child. Are there any other medics who can help? A man demanded behind me. No, I snapped back, this technique is something I've developed recently and haven't taught to anyone yet. How recently? Someone challenged. Today. To shut up and let me concentrate. I will not have an experiment. Unless you want me to wait for your child's body to process the shit that was put into it and treat the resulting problem, only ever been seen in adults, but the treatment is tried and tested, which will cause 10 times the pain and twice recovery time, fine. I can give your child the alternative treatment, but they're going to have to wait until last because I'm not going to endanger the rest of the children here because of you. I'll take the new treatment, they subsided. I didn't even know who was spoken. The healing already put a dent in my reserves. Someone get the youngest competent medic we have in here to start looking at their kidneys and liver, ANBU get Uchiha Itachi in here, I just thought of a potential complication, and notify the yondaime that I was wrong about the purpose of targeting the kids, they're distracting and exhausting me instead. He'll know what to do. The attending medics jumped to the order, and 2 of the ANBU hurried out. I moved on to the next patient, never spending more than 2 minutes at each. Nagato hovered in the back, waiting until last as even more parents carrying children filed in. When I reached Little Noboru, I was at a quarter of my reserves and most of the shinobi present picked up on my exhaustion. The room was significantly quieter, only sniffling instead of crying. Several children slept against their parents. From there, I went back through, running diagnostics and giving as much healing as I could, until I could barely stay on my feet. When the kids started falling asleep, I let the henge drop, hiding my mask in my medic pouch. I didn't stop until several of the medics stopped me before I could move on to the next child. Someone grabbed the back of my neck and Buwako stood in front of me. We don't need an extra patient, take a step back and rest, I can handle this from here. Go sit next to Nagato, the boy isn't taking things very well. I nodded. Nagato put a hand on my back as I sat down, and with a burst of chakra into a seal that made everyone flinch, knocked me out, causing me to slump toward him. Chapter 80. I woke up on my back several hours later with Noboru and Hitomi, the 2 Uzumaki children there, nestled on my right. Voices discussed something on the opposite side of the room. My chakra was at about half full, so I sat up and put a hand on Hitomi's chest, running diagnostics. She stirred, but quickly went back to sleep, fingers tangled in my uniform. I kept quiet as I moved around the room so as not to draw anyone's attention. Most of the kids were better, their kidneys just a bit clogged. I cleared as much as I could, but there were at least 3 dozen children, so I couldn't do anywhere near as much as I wanted if I wanted to do something to treat them all, at least not while using a brand new technique. Not even during the war had I taxed myself in such a way. Eventually, the adults noticed me. I rudely ignored Nagato's half-hearted attempts to get me to take it easy. Kushina showed up briefly, but when they asked her to talk to me, she shrugged, murmured an update on the investigation in my ear, and left, taking Nagato with her. I stayed there with the kids until all of them were clear to head home in the morning. Misaki and Akashi, the 2 youngest orphans to survive the Uzu massacre, picked up me and the Uzumaki kids as we left the hospital. I put my arms around their shoulders, leaning on them a bit more than I wanted to as we made our way home. The children insisted on walking themselves home, and nearly made it, but Hitomi didn't protest when I picked her up and let her curl against my chest. Akashi picked up Noboru while Misaki put her arm around my waist. She didn't let go when I released her and entered the house, but I ignored it and smiled as several kids came running down the hall to greet us, still in their pajamas. I excused myself as soon as I could and flopped down in the first available bed to get some real sleep. Someone activated the privacy seal for me. Several hours later, I woke up, ghosted through the house and went upstairs to shower, then hurried back to handle the rest of the incident. I arrived just as Roach was deciding what to do with 3 incapacitated would-be assassins, attempting to trap and kill me, not Minato. I took his place as Minato's guard so Roach could hand his captives over to the interrogation department, most of whom were running on a short fuse with a hangover after the celebrations. I pitied all involved. It wasn't going to make for a pleasant afternoon. Minato looked like he hadn't slept at all and Kushina was nodding off by the wall. The Sandame looked annoyed with them both. Kichiro, finally someone functional, how about I explain this to you and you deal with them? Scratch that, the Sandame was pissed with them and I was walking in blind. Both of you, go get some sleep, the Sandame ordered. They obliged, hurrying out of the room. The Sandame glanced at the corner of the room and Kagami followed. What's going on? I asked. Thus began a mind-numbingly boring morning. The Sandame drilled at least 1,000 protocols into my head, and if it wasn't for the extensive memory exercises I went through for my original training and as a part of regular ANBU training, I could never have remembered it all. What was worse was that I would have to teach it to Minato later. The Hokage looked much too cheerful to be headed home at noon. Today is Sunday and the Hokage office is closed on Sunday to prevent the burnout of the Hokage and staff. Any questions? The look he gave me made it very clear that I would very much regret any questions that came to mind. In that case, I'm headed home to spend some long overdue time with my family. Kami helped the person who disrupts it. I was left with trying to organize everything to keep the village running. Straight face. For Minato and I, adjusting to life as Hokage and ANBU general respectively went far smoother than anyone anticipated. No one could deny that Minato was impossibly amazing at his job. If anyone had been born to the position, he had. On the other hand, I was run ragged. If it was just guarding Minato, just directing ANBU, or just keeping up semi-regular shifts at the hospital, I would have been fine. Doing all 3 left me 4 hours of sleep at most, and I never had more than a few minutes alone at a time. On the new year, Minato and Kushina were married. The next day, they dragged me out of bed on the only day of the entire month I could have gotten a full night's sleep, to tell Kushina of the arrangement between Minato and me. The day after, Kushina applied to ANBU. She passed the requirements for ANBU with flying colors, and immediately began rubbing her scores in mine and Nagato's faces. After she somehow managed to get her hands on our scores, when we were 11 and 6, it was beyond annoying, especially since I significantly raised the bar so no one under the age of 13 could even hope to meet the minimum requirements, mostly because I added the weight criteria. She wouldn't even listen to the point that she was now older than the 2 of us had been, combined, with 10 times the experience we had, combined, than when we took the exams. She only shut up when I pointed out she was nearly 10 years older than the average recruit age. I stuck her on Minato's guard instead of letting her on the cool missions, at least until she realized there was absolutely nothing in ANBU to be celebrated, aside from the rare event of someone voluntarily leaving the program. I also assigned her the masked butterfly because I was immature enough and had the authority. She didn't appreciate it, but I reminded her that she was at the very bottom of ANBU ranks and I was at the very top. In early January, the first Kage-level mission crossed my desk. Unfortunately, Minato was in my ANBU office with me reading over my shoulder and talking to the back of my head about something to do with rewriting the academy curriculum. He tried to snatch the scroll out of my hand with a shout of mine. I barely managed to move it out of his immediate reach in time. This is my mission, Minato. I'm getting a break from all this shit and you can't stop me. A brief struggle ensued, but I had a much stronger grip than him and far fewer compunctions about where my elbows and knees went in said struggle. Minato backed off pretty quick, especially when 2 younger agents walked in to see him about to bite down on my wrist. He failed miserably at attempting to regain his dignity. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin are in that area right now on a separate mission. Check up on them, will you? Yeah, of course, though, I have to ask, why are the 3 of them still a team? Minato chuckled. Obito's experience with Natsuki during the war was less than pleasant, the same goes for Kakashi, and Rin claimed she'd chop her hands off if I didn't get her out on the field. Whatever you did to her while we were fighting IWA kicked her into gear, and her fighting abilities are solid shonen level now. The three of them decided they liked each other more than their alternative teammates and went through proper channels and everything to put themselves together about 6 months ago. I had no hand in it. Now, they're inseparable. Good to hear. Have you been keeping up at all? Aside from family, ANBU, and close friends, not really. Go take the damn mission. I saluted, grabbed my mission kit from beneath my desk, which used to be Kagami's. I could still smell him on the wood, and took off, leaving him with the mess of paperwork and two 15-year-olds who didn't know whether to laugh or pretend they didn't see anything. The mission was straightforward. There were Biju sightings near the Kirikonoha border, just south of the Uzushiogakure ruins. My job was to investigate and prevent the Biju from getting anywhere near the Land of Fire. It was an easy mission. By the time I got to the place of the sighting, the Biju was long gone. Kurama confirmed it was the Sandbai, and I found evidence of a successful sealing site about 30 miles north, on the shores of the Land of Fire, directly across from Yuzu's ruins, less than a mile from where I landed with the other orphans, 18 years before. I had run across the dock where we landed and the shack where we stayed for several hours while I tracked the Sandbai. I found the corpse of a Kiri shinobi, whose body was saturated with Biju chakra, a former Jinchuriki, as well as 8 more bodies, killed from a mixture of Biju chakra poisoning and Tanto and shuriken wounds. The weapons had been gathered, the bodies stripped of potential supplies, and all but the former Jinchuriki, who was still too toxic for anyone but another Jinchuriki to touch, had been laid in a neat row. They had been killed by Konoha shinobi less than a day before. The new Jinchuriki had been taken away, I was unsure by whom. Nothing had been done to the sealing site itself. Konoha shinobi knew better than to mess with seals. After finishing the investigation, destroying the seal site and Biju chakra, I took a detour to Yuzu and walked around the island for the rest of the day. Soon after the massacre, Konoha shinobi had come and burnt the victims just outside the village. Their bleached bones had lain undisturbed. Kushina had been here since, and on a giant plaque of red granite, she had carved the names of everyone who had died in the massacre. She had been back twice to add names. I couldn't bring myself to go with her. I spent most of the night kneeling in front of the stone and reciting the names of everyone who died in the pointless slaughter. I went to the houses of the adults who survived and picked up a few things for each of them. Somehow, very little had been stolen. The houses had just fallen to ruin. Kushina didn't remember her way around the village when she came, so she never explored, but I stopped by the orphanage and picked through the dilapidated structure until I found the room where Kushina and I had lived. Tucked beneath what had been my pathetic excuse for a mattress, made even more pathetic from time and exposure, was a sketched picture of the 4 of us as a family. It was preserved inside a piece of glass, a seal, and a bit of writing on the back. I had never told Kushina about it, just like I had never told her anything about our parents. At least I didn't before my father was found. Then, there were no more secrets. To my surprise, she understood and respected my decision, even if she did lose some of the idol worship she held for me. I wasn't perfect after all. I even stopped by my father's house, which had been sealed for me and Kushina once we came of age. It had been destroyed in the massacre, but a trunk, which held mine and Kushina's baby clothes, was still intact. At the bottom was a small album of sketches by my parents. The first few were of my father growing up, teaching a little girl to mend a pair of shorts, playing a game with ISE as a child, leaning over a Fuinjutsu array, and in the middle of a massive water jutsu. I finally understood how Fuso and ISE recognized me so easily. I was a carbon copy of him, at least, a copy of how he used to look. The next one was borderline inappropriate. My father sprawled face down across a bed, fast asleep with the corner of a sheet barely covering his bare ass. After, my mother meditating on the beach, the ocean waves lapping around her waist. Kushina looked just like her when she meditated, untouchable, immovable, not even the ocean itself could faze her. The image after was of my father. It was terrifying. He was cowering in a corner, scars and still bleeding wounds in excruciating detail. His eyes stared out of the page, unfocused, screaming, a bloody kunai in his hand, a kunai frighteningly similar to Minato's. ISE crouched in the side of the picture, holding his bleeding side and trying to talk to my father. On several spots, the paper was warped and stiff, as if tears had fallen on it and were left to dry. The next 2 were of my mother, pregnant. The first was her, stomach noticeably large, slumped over a table, asleep, half-cleared dirty dishes on the table around her. It was drawn in thick, dark ink. Opposite her, sitting at the table, was a vaguely humanoid smear of ink in front of a barely touched plate of food. The one after couldn't have been more different. She was sitting in a rocking chair and staring out what I assumed was a window, judging from the light on her face. The next image was of a sickly infant clinging to a worn-out stuffed blob, the blob I vaguely remembered Kushina sleeping with until it was lost in the massacre. The next image was of the infant, me, lying on my father's chest and grinning sleepily as he snored bare-chested on the floor beneath me, impossibly dark circles around his eyes and his face haggard. The scars on his chest corresponded to the injuries in the earlier picture and scars I still knew he carried. The amount of detail in the image showed me that, even without any color in the image, the scars were thick and vivid instead of pale and faded like I knew them to be. There was another picture of my mother pregnant and playing with me on the floor, then a portrait of the whole family. The next was of me, not even 2 years old, attempting to change Kushina's diaper with some success, Kushina's hands smeared with what looked like poop and a glob of it in my hair. My mother was slumped on the couch in the background, dark circles around her eyes and an arm in a sling. There was another of me teaching Kushina to climb a thin tree while my father hovered a few steps away watching anxiously with an expression that made it clear we were in trouble. How we even managed to get into the tree was beyond me since Kushina was still wearing a diaper and barely looked old enough to walk. I suspected neither parent knew either. The last image looked like a small party, but I couldn't tell if it was mine, Kushina's, or if we had celebrated together. Kushina and I were in the center of the picture leaning over what looked like a seal. Kneeling behind us was my mother with a very noticeable baby bump. The rest of the book, over 3/4 of it, was blank. I closed the book and sealed it away, trying not to think about the last image, especially the sibling we never had. After my stay in Yuzu, I went back to the side of the ceiling and followed the most probable route for the Konoha shinobi to take home. I planned on asking around for Minato's team, but the potentially uncontrollable Jinchuriki pushed it out of my mind, especially since I wasn't sure if the Konoha ninja were responsible. Kiri could burn from the stupidity of attempting a sealing, but sometimes Konoha ninja had to be protected from their own stupidity when it came to playing with Fuinjutsu. Kushina usually handled it, but on rare occasions like this, it was my responsibility. I took a steady, if fast pace, for 2 days. I was reminded of the promise to check up on Minato's students when I heard frantic screaming, a girl's voice or a very young boy's, just off the route. I automatically took a detour to investigate it, double-checking my mask and any other identifiable features were hidden, including my sticks. Instead, I strapped the katana and tanto in an X on my back. My blood ran cold when I realized who it was, and I had a very strong hunch on what happened. Rin knelt in a clearing wearing Obito's spare uniform, crying and throwing everything she could get her hands on at the two boys. I took off my mask and appeared between them. "What is going on?" I demanded, my voice as commanding as I could. Kakashi and Obito started to report at once and I parsed through the panic, slightly frustrated. I knew Minato trained them better than that. I had trained them better than that. Even so, I gathered that Rin had been kidnapped on a routine communications exchange. She had been carrying the communications, so there was no question on the importance of retrieving her, even if Obito didn't have his crush on her and Kakashi wasn't anywhere near as anal as I remembered from the original story. He genuinely cared about his teammates in his own roundabout way, and he was currently in a rebellious phase and held less respect for rules or protocols than I ever did, to the point where it even frustrated me on occasion. Everyone was always quick to remind me of the stunts I pulled whenever I complained about Kakashi. Kakashi and Obito finished, but Rin hadn't said a word, aside from throwing a kunai and several rocks at me to make her thoughts very clear. The last time I spoke to her directly was during the war to stop her from trying to talk down the survivor of one of Iwa's ambushes from taking revenge, so it was a bit unnerving to feel her anger. It was much worse for the boys. Their teammate had gone haywire on them and was shouting the most hurtful things she could in an attempt to drive them away. They were stuck between the hammer and the anvil, they wanted to storm away, hurt, confused, and angry, but they couldn't abandon a comrade, a teammate, especially her. I snapped at Rin to explain herself, but she just raged about monsters and killing us. Instead of pressing for answers I knew she wouldn't give, I sent out a pulse of chakra to verify my hunch. She had the Sanbai sealed inside of her. "Kakashi, Obito!" I barked. Report back to the village as fast as you possibly can. Run yourselves to the ground if you have to, but get back to Konoha and give Kushina these coordinates and tell her to come prepared for the biggest sealing of her life. Do not, under any circumstances, follow her back here, understood? Go! They took off. I turned towards Rin. Rin-chan, I know they sealed the Sanbai into you. If you want to keep everyone safe, you must calm down, understand? She hiccuped and I sat down where I stood. Try to meditate, Rin-chan, steady your breathing. It took her a long time before she could breathe somewhat normally. It would be at least 12 hours before the boys made it home, and another 8 before Kushina could make it back. I didn't know Kiri's sealing style, not enough to strengthen one of their seals, even if I hadn't used up the last of my ink on storage seals for the knickknacks I brought from Yuzu. Rin-chan, I know a lot about Jinchuriki seals. I know that they don't break, they are broken. Jinchuriki? A person with a biju sealed inside of them. The seals that contain the biju fail when the Jinchuriki loses control of herself. It's going to fail, they made it to fail so the monster would destroy Konoha, that I would destroy Konoha. I heard them. Your sensei has fought the Sanbai before, Rin-chan, don't you remember? He's even better than he was then and can beat it again, understand? Please, just kill me. I don't want anyone to get hurt. No one is going to get hurt, Rin-chan, you can protect everyone. Kill me. Kill it. No. I snapped back, putting as much power into my voice as I could muster. If she wasn't going to listen to reason, I would try cowing her. My tone shocked her, but not enough, she'd taken my ire and orders plenty of times before. I went back to my original strategy. Rin-chan, the Sanbai won't escape if you don't want it to. As long as you're confident the seal will hold, it will, I promise. She just knelt there and cried into her hands. Rin-chan, do you know who I am? You're Kushina-sensei's brother, a medic. I'm much more than that, what else do you know? Minato-sensei thinks you're really strong. Right, what else? What do you know about my clan? They're civilians. What else? I don't know, they work for shinobi somehow. I don't know. My clan, the Uzumaki, are known for their seals, everyone in the elemental nations knows about their prowess. I know a lot about seals too. You just sent Kakashi and Obito to get your sister. Yes, I did, because I don't have any sealing supplies left. No, I've never seen you use seals, not even explosive tags. That's because I don't, but I'm an Uzumaki and we all know all about seals, it's in our blood. My sister is the very best in the entire village, probably the entire world. I'm going to hurt her. Do you want to hurt her? No! Never! Then you won't, just like you won't hurt me. I can hear it, the monster, it's trying to eat me, it's trying to destroy everything. But you're not going to let it, right, Rin-chan? I can't stop it. Yes, you can. It'll be hard, but you can. I can't. I'm going to crawl towards you, Rin-chan, you're not going to hurt me, the monster isn't going to hurt me because you're stronger than it. You're stronger than the monster and you don't want to hurt me so you're not going to hurt me. When I finished speaking, I was kneeling beside her. Please, just kill me, I don't want to hurt anyone. I'm not going to hurt you, just like you aren't going to hurt me, Rin-chan. I'm going to help you, I'm going to show you how to control the monster so it doesn't hurt anyone. She flung her arms around my waist, trembling violently. A split second later, I felt my tanto leave its sheath. Rin tried to fling herself away from me, the blade pointing towards her chest, but I caught the blade in my hand, ignoring how it bit into my palm and fingers. I yanked it out of her hand, cleaned the blade of my blood with my sleeve, and sheathed it. I showed her my hand. I thought you didn't want to hurt anyone, I challenged before starting to heal it. She collapsed in on herself, her hands clamped over her heart and her head against the ground. Just kill me, please, I don't want to hurt anyone, please. She was only 14. I wasn't going to kill her. I'd never killed someone under 15 and I wasn't going to start now. If you don't want to hurt anyone, what makes you think I do? She just continued begging. Rin-chan, look at me, please. She didn't move. Stand up, ninja. I barked. She shot to her feet and I rose with her. You're better than this, soldier, get your act together, you sorry excuse for a weapon. I know damn well you're just being a useless coward. She burst into tears again. Please. Just kill me. I can't. I couldn't make out the rest of what she was saying. She wasn't going to see reason or listen to me, that fact was very clear now. She had her mind set on dying and there was nothing I could do about that except delay and distract her until Kushina arrived and could strengthen the seal. I had hold on for at least 19 hours. I wanted to knock her out, but until I saw the seal, I couldn't be sure it wouldn't release the sandbai. From several feet away, I could feel the sandbai's chakra coursing through her. I could help her control it, but in the process of helping, I would destabilize the control she had and I wouldn't be able to regain control fast enough to save her life, especially if she wasn't going to cooperate. If you want to die, hurt everyone you know with your death, and abandon everything, fine, I won't stop you, but if you hurt this village, this land, I will. Even if it means my life. Her head shot up. I can stop you blindfolded, with both hands tied behind my back. I've stopped the monster before, I can stop it again. I've controlled monsters 3 times as powerful as the one you have, I control one on a daily basis, it's what I've been trained to do. That was a bit of an exaggeration, but she didn't know that. I don't want to hurt anyone. You hurt people. She might as well have stabbed me. She looked up at me, brown hair sticking up in odd places, tears streaking her face, fresh ones in her eyes, her fists clenched and whole body trembling. You hurt people, you kill them, she snarled at me. I knew she was trying to hurt me, to drive me away, but damn it all, she was right on the mark. I knew her well enough, I saw her often enough that I couldn't brush off what she was saying because it was true. I had killed in front of her during the war, I might have been protecting her, but I still slaughtered several people right in front of her eyes. My kill count was over 6,000, the second highest in the village. All but a few dozen may have been collateral damage from my fights with other Biju, but I knew better than anyone the effects I had. Minato was the only person in the village with a higher kill count. She didn't have a single kill to her name. She was the only person I knew who could look me in the eye and condemn me like that. Run, she snarled at me. I took a step back. Run, and don't come back. Let them hunt you down and slit your throat like the filthy, rabid dog you are. She screeched the last phrase, forcing me another step back. She glanced around the clearing frantically, snatching up a spilled kunai. That jarred me back to my senses, even though the pain of her words still suffocated me. I unbuckled my katana and tanto from my back and tossed them to the side. It was an extremely dangerous move, but it got her attention. My medic pouch, supplies, and senbon holster followed. The only weapons I had left on me were my sticks, arguably my strongest weapon, sealed into the waistband of my uniform, but she had no way of knowing that. You are taking a big risk, boy, the QB snarled. It's going to come back to bite you. I ignored him, just like I always did, and took several steps forward, kneeling and looking up at Rin. If I'm so repulsive to you, then kill me, I said quietly. Blood pounded in my ears as she pressed the knife against my neck. It was the middle of winter and the metal blade was freezing, make me shiver slightly. I wasn't sure how long she stood there, but eventually, she dropped the blade and fell to her knees, sobbing. I pulled her close and hugged her tightly, forcing aside my own issues and pain. I could only afford to take care of her. The resulting silence lasted for what felt like forever, punctuated by her occasional sobs. I watched the sun set behind the trees, counting down the hours until Kushina arrived to fix the seal. Fearfully, I watched the full moon as it rose. She's going to have a rough night, we all are, the QB told me. The Biju are restless during the full moon, you know this. Rin curled up closer to me. It's chakra, it hurts so much. Kushina was set to arrive just after dawn, I hope Rin could hold on until then. Her head rested over my heart, I knew she was focusing on the steady beat and the thrum of chakra to steady herself. I had so much chakra that even civilians could sense it at close range. I turned the chakra across the front of my chest into a diluted form of medical ninjutsu. I didn't dare try and soothe her directly, it would disrupt her control. I'm so tired, I'm so tired, but it said it would take over if I slept. If you let me look at the seal, I can tell you for certain. She wrapped her arms around her chest, closing Obito's shirt tightly around her neck. They drugged me and distracted me while they put the seal on, hoping I wouldn't notice what they were actually doing. They were all leaning over me and... It's okay, you're safe here. I'm supposed to talk about it, that's what I'm always supposed to say to the patients at the hospital. I'll have to tell Sensei what went wrong, what happened. He's going to be so upset, he's not going to be able to look at me. It hurt, it hurt, it hurt. She pounded my chest with the blunt end of a kunai to emphasize. I barely felt it through my vest. I loosened my grip on her so she could pull away if she wanted. You don't have to tell him, you don't have to tell anyone what happened if you don't want to. But I'm supposed to, why didn't you run diagnostics on me? Because if I do, you could die. What brought you here? I'm sorry, that's classified. I'm so tired, can I sleep here? Not until I have a look at the seal. She went still then pulled away, turning her back on me. I waited patiently. After a long minute, her back straightened and she pulled the shirt up and over her head, holding it tightly against her front and exposing her back to me. In bold, dark lines, the seal glowed on her back. Kiri's sealing style resembled the Uzumaki style, but the differences were severe enough that I had a difficult time understanding it. It didn't help that the lines kept pulsing and I could see the chakra beneath her skin, barely contained. To her credit, she didn't shiver at the cold air. I'm sorry, Rin, you can't sleep. Not until Kushina gets here to strengthen this shitty piece of work. I know how I need to modify it, but I don't have the ink I need. Hell, Kushina will have to alter her ink when she gets here to be compatible with this. She slipped her shirt back on and turned around. You didn't touch it. Minato-sensei always touches seals when he looks at them. It helps to trace lines and avoid mistakes, but not necessary. Can you get your weapons and bring them here? They're too far away if something happens. I stood up and retrieved the pile, setting it down beside me, but making sure she had to get past me to reach it. I can't just stay awake, I have to do something. Do what? Anything. Talk about yourself. What do you mean? She asked suspiciously. Your consciousness is in direct contact with the Sanbai, who is trying to take over your body, I told her more bluntly than was strictly necessary. You aren't used to having another being in the back of your head, especially not one about to take over. You need to either meditate and enter your mind to manually distinguish the two of you, which is a risk I don't want you to take, or talk through it. You say this like you've seen it happen before. Because I've experienced it. I know what it's like to lose part of your identity before you even realize it. You need to set the boundaries in your mind to protect yourself. I wasn't talking about the Kyuubi, I was talking about the original Kichiro and myself melding together. I became a different person, and even though it grated against the back of my mind, I liked the person I had become more than the one I was before. You won't tell anyone, promise? I'll seal my memories of everything you tell me, if you want me to. That was all the prompting she needed before she practically poured her heart out to me. I could feel the Sanbai acting up inside of her, which I paid more attention to than what she was saying. I knew I had just made the Sanbai's shit list, as whatever progress he made towards escape was countered and shoved back by reinforcing Rin's memories, personality, and very soul. The girl impressed me more by the minute. The seal on her back was supposed to have failed at sunset, but it was almost midnight and the only thing keeping it intact was her willpower. What scared me most was if she was going to doubt herself before Kushina managed to fix the seal. Everything would crumble if she did. Straight face. Rin talked through the morning, but after an hour I tuned her out, instead keeping watch and only prompting her onto different topics when she faltered. When Kushina arrived, later than I expected, I thought everything was going to be fine. Unfortunately, I should have listened closer to Rin's fears. Too late, Rin saw Kushina before I did, and to my intense anger, Kakashi and Obito were tagging along. They both started to run ahead of Kushina, towards their teammate. The Sanbai lurched within her. I screamed, Kushina backpedaled, and Kakashi and Obito kept running forward, oblivious to the danger. I dove forward, placing myself in front of Kakashi and Obito. Biju chakra boiled out from under her skin. She hugged herself as if it would keep the chakra in, but it was too late, not even I could have controlled the Sanbai by that point. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I love you boys, she managed before the Sanbai exploded out of her. She was dead before she hit the ground, and one of the Sanbai's tails whipped towards me. I couldn't move or it would flatten Obito and Kakashi. The tail hit me full force, flinging me backwards even as I destroyed it. I went through 2 trees before the third stopped me dead, flinging my head backwards and nearly snapping my spine in several places. The distraction allowed Kushina to lock the Sanbai inside a barrier seal. With the restrained movement, Kushina's chakra chains pinned it down. Kakashi and Obito landed on either side of me, checking my bones for injury and holding me back from running towards the fighting. I was so disoriented that it didn't take much effort on their part. Kushina's hair whipped around her as she danced around the Sanbai, lines of ink streaming from her feet. It was almost like she was figure skating. The Biju chakra ate away at Rin's body, completely consuming it by the time Kushina finished the seal, lifted her shirt, and placed a hand against her stomach, black lines snaking up her legs, around her arms. The same seal that was on the ground swirled around her navel. It wasn't supposed to be like that. The barrier fell and the Sanbai roared, absorbed through the chains and into the seal. I screamed. It wasn't supposed to be like that. I broke free of the 2 boys as the Biju vanished, barely catching Kushina as she collapsed, but unable to hold her. We both sunk to the ground. I was crying. It wasn't supposed to be like that. Nissan, Kushina breathed. Check the seal, please. I choked back the sobs, and the Kyuubi chakra that covered my skin, protecting me from the Sanbai's thick chakra still hanging around Kushina like an invisible shroud, burned away the tears leaking from my eyes. It wasn't supposed to be like that. I did as she asked. It was flawless, even stronger than the seal holding back the Kyuubi. I put my hand over it, making sure the last of the Sanbai's chakra had been trapped. Our shrouds of chakra slowly dissipated. It wasn't supposed to be like that. Too late, I realized Obito's Sharingan had seen Rin's death, and it was still active, staring at the fragments of bone and ash left in the middle of the clearing. It slowly swirled into the Manjikyu. It wasn't supposed to be like that. Kakashi wasn't any better off, his memory was near perfect even without the Sharingan. Not only had he seen his teammate die, he had seen me break. None of the younger generation had ever seen me lose control before. It wasn't supposed to be like that. Of the 4 of us, I was the only one injured, though Kushina was extremely exhausted from fighting and defeating a Biju. It wasn't supposed to be like that. Nissan, why are you crying? Kushina asked, her voice barely audible. She reached up and wiped away my tears with her cinched sleeve. It wasn't supposed to be like that. Up until now, I had done everything I possibly could to make sure Kushina never, ever had a Biju sealed inside of her. It wasn't supposed to be like that. The boys finally understood what happened to Rin. Obito fell to his knees, crying. Kakashi was stiff and unreadable as a brick wall. It would take a long, long time for anyone but Obito to get through to him again. Neither me nor Kushina were in any shape to make it back to Konoha under our own power. Kushina sat up and wrapped her arms around my neck. I love you, Nissan. I'm so sorry, I love you. I never wanted to hurt you. Everything I had done, every single damn thing was to make sure Kushina never had a Biju sealed inside of her. I didn't walk through the village anymore because I could feel the fear, the anger, the hatred of the civilians. They were terrified of the Kyuubi. They had been ever since its monstrous form fought 2 other Biju in defense of the village. They feared Jinchuriki now. They had a taste of the power I held. They may have known Minato was far stronger, but Minato's fame was based almost entirely off shinobi accounts. His raw power was only known to the rest of the village through stories. The civilians loved him. They had seen my power, they feared me. They had seen the Sanbai, they feared it. The fear had turned to anger, the anger gradually turned to hatred. They hated me. It went so far that Minato was forced to cut down my time at the hospital and limit my patients to shinobi and orphans who knew me as a medic rather than a Jinchuriki. As soon as they knew what Kushina now held, they would hate her too. Kushina's arms tightened around me. I'm not scared anymore, Nissan. I'm not scared. I have you with me, right? I love you, Nissan, it's not your fault, none of this is your fault. You did everything you possibly could, it's my fault, okay? I let the boys come with me and I shouldn't have. It's my fault, don't blame yourself. She was crying now too. Her seal purified the Sanbai's chakra, refilling her reserves faster than I could have with a chakra transfusion. She picked me up, carrying me on her back. There was no way I could have made it home under my own power. I had too many fractured bones, a severe concussion in case of whiplash. When we arrived at the village gates 2 days later, I was certain Minato was about to have a cow. He was worried about me and Rin, which quickly turned to empathy and grief. He was furious with Obito and Kakashi, an anger that didn't abate when he regulated them both to D ranks with Jinin for what would probably the next year, and I couldn't tell what he thought about Kushina. On the trip back, I healed the injuries to my bones and the worst of the bruising, but I didn't dare touch my head while I wasn't thinking straight. Minato asked for a report from me, but after a few seconds, decided against it and had Kushina take me to the hospital for my concussion and stay with me until the medics discharged me and she thought I was fit for duty. In the meantime, I knew he was going to continue upbraiding the two boys for disobeying my direct orders. It would do no good, they both knew it was their fault Rin was dead. She wouldn't have panicked if they hadn't rushed her, and she definitely wouldn't have doubted herself if they hadn't been there at all. No matter how much I reminded myself that it wasn't my fault, I had made the right calls, the problem was with other people. I couldn't shake the feeling I hadn't done enough. Kushina answered the medic's questions for me in a low voice I couldn't quite hear without concentrating, not that I felt like expending the effort. Kushina stayed with me in the hospital, helping me change into a hospital gown. My weapons, and Kushina's, were taken out of the room, and I heard someone pass on a message to send them home with Tamaki, who came in just before the end of his shift several hours later. It wasn't until Kushina snapped on the bright orange bracelet with 3 thick, black lines that I realized she had put me on suicide watch. "I'm not suicidal," I said when Tamaki left. Kushina frowned, worried that I was bringing up the subject hours after the bracelet had been locked around my wrist. "She was you, Nisan," Kushina murmured softly, sitting down beside me. "Rin was what you would have been if you hadn't become a ninja in wartime. I don't care what you thought, after a month on the lines, she was good enough to go out onto the field, but you kept her in the back so she never had to fight. You pushed her harder than you pushed anyone else, expected more of her than you expected of any other medic. As much as you berated her, even she could see that you cared, that you would do anything so she didn't have to end up like you. She told me this before. She was thanking you when we got there, but like always, you weren't listening to her. I should have listened. We went through your mission. Supplies and weapons, standard procedure, and found this in your medic pouch." She pulled out a thick journal slightly bigger than my hand, overflowing with loose papers and ink. "That's not mine. It's Rin's. Kakashi recovered it from the Kiri ninja and left it in the clearing when you ordered him off. The entire thing is filled with notes and letters to you, ever since we were all on the lines against IWA. I flipped through it. There were only a handful of blank pages left. I read her last note to me first. At first glance, I thought it was coded, but after blinking a few times, I realized it was all in English except for my name and the date at the top of each letter. Roach had been around often enough that he could have taught her the language, but I never realized they knew each other. I had thought he was just guarding the hospital where his wife worked, but Rin must have noticed him and talked to him while working. Straight face. Kairo-sensei. Everyone knew you treated me different from the others, ever since the very first day. You didn't tell me stories like you told my teammates and Kushina-sensei's students and the other kids. You only told stories when I wasn't around, like you didn't want me to hear them. I asked you once, but as usual, you weren't listening to me. I repeated the question, you glanced at me, shrugged, and said I didn't need them, then vanished. At first, I thought you didn't like me, no, that you hated me. You always kept me back from the fighting, belittled my ability to fight, and made me spar at a higher level than you even pushed Natsuki and Kakashi. I hated it. I don't know how many times I ran home crying. At the end of that first month, when you had a spar against each other, I realized I'd improved more than anyone else. When we were fighting IWA, I kept up most of the training you had me doing. I saw you watching a few times, so I tried to prove I was ready to really be out in the field, but I know Minato-sensei never got the transfer request. It wasn't until we went home that I realized what you had done. Kakashi must have thought me insane when I burst into tears for no apparent reason. Obito was worried sick. Whatever more you did, it made us a team, a real team, something Sensei could never quite get through to us. To me, it just felt right to take care of everyone. It just felt right to visit the orphanage occasionally and heal all the maladies. It just felt right to visit and feed the lonely people who were hurting. It just felt right to visit the old people who had no one left. It just felt right to visit the ninja who couldn't be ninja again, even though they told me to move on with my life and a few threw me out. It just felt right. I know I wasn't the only one to do those things. I know that's where you vanished to, even though it annoys everyone. I've seen you a few times. I don't know why you do it, but I support you. I think you're slowly changing the entire world. I think you can fix what's wrong with this world, without even trying. You have influence, more influence than most people in the village, except maybe Sandame-sama and Minato-sensei. I used to be a little brat that didn't care about anyone or anything. When I was still in civilian school, you changed that. You came to pick up your family members, and there were these 3 orphans nobody liked. They smelled funny, they weren't as smart, they always begged for food, and they were absent as much as they were present. You stopped and played with them while you waited for the rest of your family. You made them happy, and I wanted to make people that happy. I failed, but you didn't. There's something about you that's just different. I never want you to lose that, because if you lose it... I talked to Sakumo-sensei once and some other people who knew you when you were my age. I think I know why you did everything you did. You were just like I am as a kid, weren't you? Well, you were just like me, but a lot better. You were a brilliant medic, but you hated fighting, you never, ever dealt the finishing blow on purpose. Like me, you weren't meant to be a ninja, but you became one anyways, and I don't want to ask you why. You believe in me, I know you do, you always have. You believe I can keep the Sanbai back, but I know it's only a matter of time. If someone startles me, I'm going to lose control, but I think you know that, it's why you told Obito and Kakashi to stay in Konoha. I'm scared they won't. They don't stand a chance against the Sanbai, and I know I can't protect them from it, you or Kushina-sensei will get hurt protecting them. I know I have to, but I know if they show up, I won't be able to. I'm scared, Kairo-sensei. I don't want to die, I'm scared of what's next, terrified. It's so cold out here, just thinking about it makes me colder. I'm so sorry about what I said earlier. I know I hurt you worse than anyone else could have. I'm sorry. I know you never, ever hurt anyone because you want to. You only hurt people if they threaten or hurt the people you care about. I know you don't think it's a good thing, but I do. I also know it won't change the fact that I hurt you. I hurt you more than anyone else could, and I regret that more than anything else. Please don't tell my family what happened, just tell them I'm dead, please don't tell them anything more. I don't want them to know. Finally, thank you, Kairo-sensei. Thank you for everything you did for me, everything you said, and everything you lived for. I know you owe me nothing, absolutely nothing. I know I failed you in every possible way, but if you have a little bit of goodwill left for me, please don't join me in whatever's next, at least not until you're old, gray, crippled, and the last living person I know. Thank you, Kairo-sensei, thank you for everything. Nowhere Rin. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and tuning in, and with that being said, peace.